Maximum
Shield
force!
Yeah, that's my boy.
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. Optic blast!
Threat neutralized.
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat. You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Frink Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
Hey everyone, I'm Nick or Vaudable, and I'm here to bring you through all you need to know about Stage 1 for Ignite 2026. The preseason started out with a bang. We had some great champions that we crowned across the regions. Team Liquid Citadel in the Americas, Navi or Not As Sincere in EMEA. We also had Reject in Pacific for Asia. Over in the OCE side of things, we had Genji take the win there in a pretty dominant performance. And in China, we actually had an upset. OUG didn't get the victory. It was Iconics who were the ones who came out on top. But now let's shift gears. Let's talk about Stage 1. That's what you are all interested to learn more about. And let's get into the schedule first and foremost. Looking at our match calendar here for Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1. The group stages will take place on May 21st to June 7th. And then the second phase of the competition will be the playoffs from June 25th to July 5th. You might be wondering, why is this happening? Well, if we look at this map rotation graphic, it tells you all you need to know. Lower Manhattan's getting added to the map pool, but also we will have Season 8 be the patch that the group stages are played on, and Season 8.5 is going to be the one that the playoffs will be played on. So you'll have Devil Dinosaur chopping up the competition in the group stages, and Cyclops blasting people away in the playoffs. It's going to be a great one. Now let's talk about format and seeding. Seeding was already determined from placements in pre-season, and if you're watching this video, you probably already know exactly where those teams have meted out in their specific groups. Starting with the Americas Stage 1 format, you can see it as the exact same as it was for preseason. 2 groups of 6 teams will play through a round-robin style bracket, which means they play each other once, and the top 4 teams from each of those groups will move on to the playoffs. During the playoffs, this will all be best-of-5 matches, and that'll be starting from July 2nd to the 4th, and the finals, of course, will be the 5th with a best-of-7. Exact same is going to be happening for EMEA Stage 1. Will be a round-robin best-of-3 group stage with 2 groups of 6, the top 4 from each of those moving on into the playoffs, where they'll be playing a best-of-5 double elimination bracket with a best-of-7 final. Now, to talk a little bit about the Pacific format, I brought in an expert from the region. Liger, take it away.
Thank you, Vaudable. How's it going, everybody? It's Liger here. I'm here to tell you the structure for Ignite Pacific. Now, we're going to start off with OCE, okay? We've got a group stage double elimination running from the 21st to the 24th of May. Then, Asia will be taking place with a group stage of their own, but round-robin format from the 29th of May to the 7th of June. Now, how's this going to work is we're going to get the top 2 from OCE and then the top 6 from Asia going into a combined, that's right, it's merging everybody into a Pacific playoff.
These teams are competing for a lot, not just spots in mid-season final, but it's also prizing $650,000 in total is up for grabs, and it is split $200,000 each for EMEA and Americas, $120,000 for Pacific, and $100,000 for China. Now, Stage 1 serves as the only qualification path into the mid-season finals. Now, you might be wondering how many teams from each region make it in. It's 3 from Americas, 3 from EMEA, 2 from Pacific, which can either be both OCE teams, an OCEAN and Asia team, or 2 Asia teams, depending on how their playoffs go, and 2 teams from China for a 10-team total bracket. With limited spots available, this means every single series carries direct implications for the mid-season final qualifications. Now, here's one thing to note that if you saw some of the patches that were posted on social media, you might be questioning, where are the drops? What are the drops? What can we expect for that when we're tuning in to the action? Well, I'm here to tell you at least a little bit and give you a preview of some of those. It's time to talk about the Stage 1 Twitch drops. So if you remember way back when that Sentinels and NRG Shock were playing against each other in the playoffs on Symbiotic Surface, and Crimzo opened up a portal, Dongmin jumped in, and he got kidnapped by Stinkers on NRG. Well, that entire moment is immortalized in a spray by one of the lovely community artists out there, and you can get that just for watching Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 during the group stages for just 4 hours total. That's just like a couple matches. Could be 2 best-of-3s that go the distance. Maybe just watch a game throughout each day, and you'll easily be able to get that spray alongside 100 Chrono tokens, the Galactica Layer Mood, and the Wolverine Will of Galacta nameplate. This is, of course, alongside the current Rogue drops that are going to be running in tandem for Season 8. And that's the big thing to note. These end before Season 8.5, before the playoffs, which means in the rest of Stage 1, there will be more drops to stay tuned for, so definitely keep an eye out for those, as you do not want to miss them and keep up with the action.
But Vaudable, who should I root for?
I've been asked to power rank teams, give my analysis about, who to predict to potentially get those 3 spots from EMEA and Americas, the 2 from Pacific and 2 from China. I'm not going to make it easy on you guys. There's other content for that later on, but I do have some experts to tell you who they are personally rooting for to win Stage 1 in their respective regions. So let's hear from a good old friend here in Americas.
Hey everybody, my name is Shibby. I'm a Marvel Rivals caster and content creator, and my good friend Vaudable has asked me who I am cheering for in Stage 1. So for Americas, I am a YWL Glazer. I love the way Jitward and the gang play Marvel Rivals. They don't follow the conventional rules, and a lot of their roles are very fluid, which makes them very exciting to watch. And for EMEA, I am the OG Na'Vi Glazer, so I'm very happy that they won in the preseason, and I anticipate that they are going to carry that momentum going into Stage 1.
Well, Shibi, you might not want to speak too soon on that one. I have someone else who has some other opinions on who should probably win EMEA.
What's up, guys? It's me, Boring Nation, and for Season 1 of Ignite, I am rooting for Team Virtus Pro. Even though they might have been absolutely obliterated last time, that was a fluke. It was bad luck from me, and this time they got locked in.
I don't know, I'm starting to think these predictions are very bold, saying that Virtus Pro will lock in. We need some more grounding here from another pro or coach in the scene in EMEA.
I am Line Pro Coach for Team Heretics, which is your new favorite Marvel Rivals team that you should be rooting for, not only because during this preseason we finished top 2 in EMEA, only losing to Navi, which was a world finalist, but also because we have the best bundle in the game, which is the only one that you can have to be playing for the vibes.
Okay, a top 2 finalist we saw during the preseason. Not too bad of a reason to vote for them. The vibes are really good at Heretics. I get that. Let's talk about Americas a little bit more here and actually hear from one of the players that have a little bit more insight onto why you should root for their team.
Hey, this is Spark Chief. I play for Team Liquid Citadel, and you should root for us because, as you saw in preseason, every other team is just clueless about what they want to do, and you'll just be miserable if you don't.
Okay, that's a low blow, Spark Chief. I think he's talking about our predictions. I think like no one got it perfect for Americas. I got really lucky with OCE 100%, All-Seeing Oracle, Ignite 2026. Thank you very much. Speaking of OCE, we do have a pro from that scene who does have some words for you.
Hey, I'm Skittles. I play strategist for Genji Esports. If you want to watch a creative team that throws the meta out the window every season and has fun while doing it, make sure to show us your support in Pacific Stage 1 Asia. You can also rep our bundle in gear. You get a pretty cool Deadpool skin, so thank you to those that have bought it so far. But yeah, thank you guys as always. We won't let you down. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Skittles, for giving us your opinions, and we'll definitely be picking up that bundle. I already have, but I recommend, picking up any of the partner bundles that are available for the teams that you're rooting for. But we do have one final guest here who does have some opinions, and it's not my cat. We'll hear from them about their team that they think is going to win Stage 1.
Yo, surprise! You're probably blinded right now, and if you can't tell from the hairline, or lack of hairline, I am J3. And I am rooting for Swamp Gaming since I, live in Florida and I live in the swamp. And I think you guys should be cheering them on too because they are going to be winning Stage 1.
Okay, we got some insight from the community members. Thank you all for being a part of this video. But the big things that you need to know for each region. Number 1 for Americas is Team Liquid Citadel right after Swamp Gaming. And then it's just a graveyard after that. It could be YWL, it could be Sentinels, it could be 100 Thieves, it could be Energy Shock, could be anyone in Americas right after those two. So those are your safe bets for people to make it into the mid-season finals. It's a toss-up from there on out. In EMEA, it's a little bit more kind of top-heavy, you could say as well. You do have Navi, who did really well for themselves. Were the first team to beat Virtus Pro in a number of months in an entire series, and actually since we saw way back when during Stage 1, and now we got to see it happen again here in the preseason. Then Rad beat them as well. So I think they're going to have a bit of a comeback. I think it's going to be Navi, then VP, then probably Heretics, and then Rad and Shikigami somewhere in there. Pulsar has some potential based on the players that they picked up. I'll let you take a look at their roster and see what your thoughts are there as well. Other side of things, in Pacific specifically, there's the 2 favorites, right? It's Genji, it's Reject. Those are the 2 teams that should make the mid-season finals. Everyone else is kind of a toss-up. You could have Z10, you could have Chiefs, you could have some unknown rosters that get brought in here as well throughout the offseason into the fold. So we don't really know who else is going to be contending with those top 2 teams. On the other side of things, for China, it's been more parity than ever, right? OUG fell earlier on. We saw Conix get the victory. Fiat Lux doing really well for themselves. Those are the big 3, and they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to see who comes out on top and makes it to those mid-season finals. So if you have 3 in your mind, those would be the 3 to look at. Wouldn't be too surprised if OUG bounces back. Iconics maybe falls down a little bit. And we saw some big pickups in the offseason for Fiat Lux, so I could see them actually making it. But that's everything you need to know for Stage 1 of Ignite. Go enjoy the matches, and we'll see you later.
It's hard to believe that we're already back. Cryostasis was great and I got myself a new stowaway for today, but let me tell you, $650,000 is on the line between all these different regions for Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage number 1. You're probably wondering who we are if you weren't here yesterday. My name is Keg, I do some shouting, and of course joining with me today are CB and Diatonic. But Diatonic, this is your first appearance for Stage 1. How does it feel to be covering the lower bracket side today?
Yeah, you know, pretty surprising we're already at this point. We're going to see two teams going home tonight, and that's going to be decided between maybe JFT or DXA, and maybe some Vulcan Red or Revolt here. So, you know, definitely shocking that we're only 2 days into the start of Stage 1 as a whole. You know, we are kicking off the first stage of Ignite this year, and already going to say goodbye to a couple of them. But yeah, took a little bit of time off, got some R&R, and ready to lock back in and see how these teams hold up tonight.
Sheesh, we brought in Diatonic, aka the Grim Reaper. You're coming in for 2 matches and we're sending people home for both of them.
You know, it's how I do, but, you know, speaking of Grim Reapers as of late, one may be stalking your ranked queues nowadays, and that is the game's newest hero, Devil Dinosaur. From the prehistoric past to the front lines of Manhattan, ripped across dimensions and escaped from the Collector's Gallery, Devil Dinosaur has arrived to protect the innocent. With the perfect balance of Moon Girl's brains and his own raw brawn, this dinorific hero is ready to stomp through Alchemax HQ to save his BFF. Now don't let the name scare you, this gentle giant is a true powerhouse. Armed with razor-sharp fangs and a force field shield, brains, brawn, and a thunderous roar, the prehistoric hero is here.
But he is not the only one who is here. ESU's newest prodigy is also here. Penny Parker, officially a college student and so hyped. Right now, she's just your super average, totally normal ESU freshman, assuming nobody sneaks a peek into her top secret garage. Step into the shoes of ESU's most talented exchange student with Penny Parker, the freshman costume, debuting in Marvel Rivals Season 8. It's available in-game right now up until June 19th at 2 o'clock UTC. Get it before it's gone, and don't let her average look fool you. Gear up and pilot your way to victory with the newest spider armor. Oh, but just in case you thought we were done, we are by no stretch done. Behold, the man without fear. Matt doesn't hear the curses. He only hears the name Daredevil, Daredevil, Daredevil.
Same.
Embrace the shadows with Daredevil's shadowed start costume, inspired by his iconic appearance in the Daredevil Man Without Fear issue number 4. Participate in the Devil's debut event, which is live in-game right now. You can go on in there, try your luck, popping the balloons to unlock this legendary look. And if you hit the grand prize on the first time, you unlock the whole shebang. You get all of it all at once. Don't let fear blind you as you begin your shadowed start. But of course, even that wasn't enough. We've got 3 more Gigabanger skins coming your way. The Sonic Trailblazer Luna Snow, the Chromium Drip on that Ultron, and oh, my goddess Hela over there, looking oh so fierce. Unleash your savagery. The Savage Land awakens, challenging every rival to prove their worth. Will you master your instincts or become the prey? Join the fray and begin these savage adventures. Complete event missions, earn XP, and exchange them for exclusive rewards, but make sure you track down the rarest treasures, aka that Formula R, that Sonic Trailblazer Luna Snow, before the event concludes. It's available in-game again right now. You can go log in right now, play games, and start building up that XP, working up towards those skins. And if you get the event pass, that Ultron skin, that's totally free. You can get that one right now, and you're gonna want to get it before it's gone, because survival isn't a right, it's earned.
Whoa, hold on, Buster. Don't log in just yet. We got a lot of other potential skins that you could also get if you continue to watch our stream. So if you want to hear me out, I think maybe once we're done for today, you might have enough Twitch drops earned hours to get yourself not just all the prehistoric awesomeness, but also the Twitch drops that have come with Stage 1. Tune into participating channels and watch your favorite streamers to earn exclusive rewards, including a spray, nameplates, emotes, and exclusive costumes for Daredevil and Gambit. Rogue will be available from May 15th to June 12th, so you should watch and support your favorite teams and follow the road to victory as the Ignite season heats up. I am trying so hard behind the scenes, this little insider information chat. I'm trying so hard to get all of us to wear an outfit like the Rogue one. Like that color scheme, I think we could pull it off.
I mean, I would absolutely, like, I'd wear that exact outfit in a heartbeat.
Where would we even find those clothes?
Probably go hit up a thrift store. You know, there might be something there. You never know.
Wow. Even then, right? You watch so many hours per day, you get yourself a masterful spray showing one of the most iconic moments of Ignite so far, but the real reason why you're here is to see, well, frankly, who goes home tonight. We are all a little sadistic when it comes to the elimination bracket, and for some, okay, I will take all the sadism. I'm a very sadistic person. But you know what? Elimination games are some of my favorites. The stakes are high, Diatonic, and for one of these teams, they just made their appearance in Stage 1, and it's going to end here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, gotta love the drama here, of course, but preseason really was just kind of the first steps for these teams, but it is all on the line now. Like we've already talked about, you know, bigger prize pool here in Stage 1, and of course, the start of the road towards mid-season finals, so teams already gunning for those LAN opportunities, but as you may or may not know, here in Pacific, of course, this is just the Oceania side. We've also got the Asia side, and those two are finally gonna clash for the first time this year, but still plenty of matches here just in Oceania to go, so, you know, Keg, I'm with you. I'm here for the drama. I'm here for the eliminations. What I'm not here for is my Preds being trashed again like they were in the preseason. I need to run back here.
Hold on now. I mean, it's not too late just yet. I'm sure you still got a 100%. But that's right. You hit the nail on the head right there, my friend. Top 2 teams from Oceania will be moving forwards as we merge regions into the playoffs. Name me another region where that happens. Yeah, I'm waiting. We have ourselves the merge, where the top 2 teams from Oceania will be going to face, I believe in person, against the top 6 teams of the Asia region. Now, that might be why there's a kind of a big gap between the group stage and the playoffs. We want to make sure everyone has safe and sound travels. May 21st to the 24th will be the group stage. We've already had a fantastic day 1, and we're moving forwards into the second day of the group stage here. It's no longer round robin. And then, CB, we have playoffs, and that golden text, that's how you know it's the golden ticket to potentially greatness for one of these teams.
And it's going to be the golden ticket for some dream matchups that we've all been praying for ever since we saw what these teams have to say. Like, we could see Gen G versus Reject finally getting to clash after so long, being kept apart in their own separate cages, trying to rule their own separate domains, their own kingdoms. They may very well go to war in playoffs, assuming they both qualify. I think if you're Gen G, probably feeling pretty safe about that bet, given the way yesterday shook out. But Reject, you never know. Maybe they don't make it. Maybe they have to face a new king over from the Asia region. There's only one way to find out.
Now, look, I don't want to get too ahead of us, but I do think that our first matchup for today could have the potential to be the biggest upset factor of the entire group stage the non-round robin double elim format. There's a chance that one of these teams could make that coveted Cinderella run, but if you're new to watching the Pro League for Marvel Rivals, the way it works for bans and picks is that it's not like your ranked games. It's not even like Quick Play, where they don't exist at all, and it's certainly not like the Marvel Rivals Championship, the MRC. The top team there has 2 bans to begin with, and then the bottom team gets their opening ban and a reserve. The bans are not universal, they are multiversal, my friends. So, if Spider-Man gets banned out by Team A, Team B can still play Spider-Man. They're gonna have to reserve it though, unless it goes both ways. And CB, yesterday we started seeing a very interesting dynamic where it really became a battle of which team could let Black Cat and or Devil Dinosaur slide by in those bans and picks.
Yeah, we were picking our allegiances, whether it was Team Black Cat or Team Devil Dino, but pretty much across the board, that was going to be the first protect for one side or another. You're almost definitely going to see that first ban for both sides be Gambit. I wouldn't be, I would be shocked to see if anybody else is willing to try and, you know, put their hand on that particular stove, let the Gambit through, especially with how strong heroes like Star-Lord and Rogue can be when you let that Gambit through. A whole host of things just become 10 times more overpowered when Gambit's on the field, so expect him to be gone first, and then we get to pick sides. Is it Black Cat? Is it Devil Dino? I know by the end of the day, I was on Team Black Cat, but for most of the day, I was on Team Devil Dino. We did some flip-flopping, but then I just kind of decided, you know what? Black Cat, she's pretty, she's body goals, you know, I might as well just give in, you know?
Black Cat is a dream come true,
glory to my
CB.
new queen.
Oh yes, I'll bow to the queen any day of the week. But Diatonic, we gotta know before we talk about the map pool, most of these do benefit Black Cat pretty well, and I gotta know, are you Team Black Cat or Team Devil Dinosaur?
You know, there's heart versus brain, right? And brain tells me that it's Team Black Cat. Already seen some insane stuff here on night number 1 from her, and I have no doubt that's going to continue. But, you know, I've been playing a lot of Devil Dino myself, and I want to see him in action for sure. Want to see what the pros are capable of, because even little old me over here putting up 80, 90k damage blocked in some of these matches. Pretty insane stuff. He is wild for sure. But, I was about to say, hit me up anytime you want to play some ranked. I've been on the grind the last couple seasons, but yeah, you know, the map pool definitely expanding here, of course. Lower Manhattan now in the mix here, so we're going to get to see a little bit of that potentially if teams decide to go to it tonight. But I would say so far, I haven't seen too many curveballs in the map picks, but you know, obviously we've only had Lower Manhattan for, what, really a few weeks now. It feels like forever in Marvel Rivals time, but yeah, curious to see how teams are going to adjust to that going forward here in Season 8.
See, I'm happy you mentioned that, because in our first day, we didn't see any Lower Manhattan at all, CB, and we had the expectation that maybe this could be the Convergence equivalent of Museum of Contemplation. Lo and behold, we saw a lot more Museum Contemplation than Lower Manhattan.
Well, I think, like, Museum of Contemplation in the era you're kind of talking about, like, you know, being that sort of curveball was kind of a crutch for some of these teams where they were less experienced. They're like, okay, I'm going to throw you something you're not prepared for. But it turns out Museum of Contemplation, you can play whatever you want on that map and you can make it work. Like, it's just kind of one of those perfect storm type maps where you can play it just about whatever. But speaking of perfect storms, we got one brewing today. This is where the bracket stands right now. We're going to be kicking things off. Me and Diatonic down here with the lower bracket. DXA and JFT versus Vulcan Red and Revolt. That is 2 back-to-back elimination matches, both best of 5s. But then later on today, we get to get into the good stuff. Genji and Fury and Kanga versus the Chiefs. There is a lot of blood to settle between all 4 of those teams, and I cannot wait to see how this bracket shakes out. And I really hope it's a little something like the way I predicted it in game. So far, I'm batting 1,000. So far, after day 1, I'm batting 1,000. But
when are you not batting 1,000 though? You are one of the best predictors I've ever seen in my life.
All of the I got a whopping like 16% in EMEA.
What's better than me? I got a 15.9.
This is a true story, by the way. I only recently got into baseball, so I thought the phrase was batting 100 for a while. So I was saying that a lot, and it was brought to my attention that that's not a very good stat to be batting 100. So I kind of was batting 100 with my Preds in preseason, but it's 1,000 here in OCE for now, and EMEA in America hasn't started until later on today. So, hey, I'm still perfect.
Hey, you know what? Your VOD review tonight is just going to be watching Moneyball. I completely get where you're coming from. I got to ask, though, so our expectations today is that we have our lower bracket side being 2 best of 5s. The upper bracket's going to be best of 3. For one of these teams, and obviously we don't know who yet, this does provide a buffer room where we should see all the different game modes to hopefully make sure we don't get a blowout for these first 2 matchups of the day, CB. But I think if there's any matchup that we have today, and we briefly saw the schedule, I feel like our first match is probably the one that's going to go the distance.
Yeah, if you're not here right now, you're going to want to get here, because DXA versus JFT, 2 members of that triad that went in that perfect rock, paper, scissors in preseason, and then did it again in the opposite direction in the tiebreaker, and it ended up being Kanga that qualified, and it's once again Kanga now that is still sitting pretty up in the upper bracket. So unfortunately, we have to cut either rock or paper out of the equation here now. One of them is going to have to go home at the expense of the other. Yeah, no 3-way ties. Maybe we get a draw between these 2 teams on like a convergence map. It could happen. They are that evenly matched. It was Giga Bangers every single time any of those 3 teams played together. That's why we had to run it all back the other way around.
Mr. Rivals Report, have we had a draw match in any part of Ignite ever?
I don't think we have had a tiebreaker anything like what we saw here in the Oceania preseason. I mean, deadlock between these 3 teams for sure. And of course, DXA and JFT being 2 of the teams in that mix. And like we've already kind of talked about, this is kind of the decider between these 2 for now, at least. You know, they both got 1 over on each other through the preseason. So now after a couple weeks off, you know, a couple of new heroes in the mix, now a new map as well. Definitely looking to see what changes for them going forward. And of course, you know, you've already seen it. New heroes hitting the battlefield in almost every single matchup matchup here, so no doubt there are some new tricks before both of these teams up their sleeves, but yeah, definitely no chance of anything like what we saw in preseason, but it really kind of is a very narrow margin for error here in Oceania. I mean, if you dropped your match yesterday, you were already on the bubble for being knocked out of stage 1, and there's still, a whole other playoff bracket to go with both Asia and Oceania in the mix, so quite a long tournament and not a lot of lives to waste in it.
It's only long if you survive into it, though. For one of these teams, it's going to end here right now, but we are moments away from starting our first matchup, getting into those picks and bans. I gotta ask you, I'm going to ask, well, I can't really say you're new meat here, Diatonic, but you're new for stage 1 so far. What are your predictions between JFT and DXA? Who's going to win this first map? We'll start with that.
Okay, well, I'll throw in before I say my prediction that I'm also 1,000 here, all 4 correct yesterday in OCE, so obviously 100% authority. I know exactly what's going to happen here.
You predicted Chiefs and Genji would win? My God! Wow!
Yeah. Feats of strength for sure, but the team you're seeing on screen is the team I'm picking in this matchup. I am going to take DXA into this one. DXA believers rise, because definitely think their stocks were going up in the back half of the preseason for sure, and may have dropped game number 1, but I feel like for a couple of these teams, for teams like DXA down here in the lower bracket, is their opportunity to shine. Let teams like Genji and the Chiefs fight it out in the red ocean of the upper bracket there, because those are going to be like kaiju battles up there, so take things down to the lower bracket, get that run moving. So yeah, it's gonna be DXA for me.
I appreciate Smiles over there on the far right side, really giving us a smile. That's good stuff right there.
Well, I gotta ask though, because the first matchup we saw from DXA CB, it was against Genji, right? And like Genji's looking pretty good, but Pars was the first player to get an elimination in the entirety of stage 1. They were competitive against Genji until they weren't.
Yeah, he did get the first elimination, and he may also have the honor of being the first player eliminated from the entire tournament, alongside his 5 cohorts over there. It could happen if JFT come correct, because DXA, they showed a little bit of fight, but it was against Genji. That'll take the fight right out of you real quick. There was some moments where I feel like they went a little bit too heavy into a counter dive strategy, because of course you're going up against Genji, you're going to be afraid of their dive composition. I think that kind of came back to bite them as the match went on. Once they got Nev onto that Venom, though, they started to kick into second gear and, really made Genji work for it on that first map of Museum of Contemplation, which DXA failed to capture because, again, it's against Genji. We didn't really get to see DXA at their full power, but we did see them, at the very least, like I said, kick into second gear. JFT, on the other hand, going 2-1 up against up in their match, I think they did show us a little bit more up against Fury.
It's tough, right? Because the litmus test has been for a lot of teams whether or not you can beat Genji or take some sort of degree off of them. Same with Chiefs as well. So I think for JFT, I think the onus may have to be more on them into this matchup, because, again, they had, I suppose, statistically a less powerful opponent that they lost to. So I don't really think Diatonic, we know exactly what DXA is fully capable of yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear right now where we're standing at. Genji, the Chiefs, definitely somewhere number 1 and number 2, but it's the rest of the field where we don't have as much clarity. So we are going to work towards finding out who stacks up against those two teams, because, like you said, litmus test for sure, but we are ready to go here. Krakoa for map number 1, picks and bans in, and yeah, welcome back. Gambit being the first ban here, as per usual. Black Cat save from JFT, so going to get a little bit of calling card action, but no Devil Dinosaur for them. That's going to be DXA's second ban on the day here.
And I'm wondering if DXA are going to try and go for that full counter dive strategy up against Joji on that Black Cat. He was a very much so a high point when it came to this JFT squad. I also want to give a shout out to Wosh, who played a fair bit of Hulk, and I think that threw a curveball that Fury weren't quite ready for on domination. And I think that if you're DXA, maybe you saw that and you're like, okay, well, we got to try that counter dive strategy again. It didn't work against Genji because it's Genji, but JFT is fortunately not Genji, so maybe it will work this time around.
I was going to say, I like what I've seen out of Wosh's Hulk for sure. I'm with you there. I want to see more of that, and this is the perfect opportunity here. Definitely a dead heat between these two teams, so they're going to get to both shine a little bit more here. It's going to be one-sided Black Cat for JFT and one-sided Devil Dino for DXA, so already a battle line's being drawn between the two new heroes in the game here, but changing things up a little bit as well here. Luna Snow, her stocks are definitely up here in Season 8, and she is going to take the ban from both sides of the board here. DXA going to opt for a Mantis save. Ultron ban from JFT, so looking to kind of temper some of those damage amplification strats we saw a ton of during the preseason and a lot during Season 7 in general as well. So, there's a little bit of something old, something new in these drafts we've seen so far. White Fox save to round out JFT's draft, and yeah, definitely like what we're seeing so far in this season. A little bit of the new stuff and a little bit of the classics rerun as well.
Yeah, speaking of the classics though, like that Ultron ban is kind of bugging me. I gotta be honest, because like you mentioned, like the damage amplifications with the Ultron and the Mantis, like you already saw the Mantis be protected. You don't often see Mantis and Ultron together these days. I mean, it's definitely a valuable strategy. It's definitely something that you could go for, but I think, with the Mantis being protected, you kind of want to, call the backline, be like, okay, well, if you're going to play the Mantis and you want to try and play some sort of triple strat, we're going to make you play the most susceptible to dive version of triple stat we can possibly concoct, force you on maybe the Cloak and Dagger, force you onto something a little bit less comfortable, but you've basically given up the Mantis, the Invis, the Cloak and Dagger as well. The White Fox didn't actually get banned, so even though we saw the Protect coming through from one side, both sides are going to be bringing the White Fox to the dance floor, at least initially here on Krakoa. And, yeah, you kind of just, made it difficult for Joji to get the most value out of this Black Cat pick, so we'll see if he's able to, but that is where JFT like to butter their bread.
Yeah, definitely going to try to revolve around that Black Cat. A ton of new strategies coming to the table here. But you're all right, there's a lot open on the board for DXA to pick up in spite of the bans they took. And yeah, I definitely thought the Ultron was pretty interesting here, but very heavy strategist focus for JFT's bans this time around. We will see if it pays off here on Krakoa. Map number 1 here. Welcome to day 2 of the Oceania group stage elimination match on hand between the two of them. So I expect no holds barred here, especially when you've got the powerhouses of Black Cat and Devil Dino on both sides of the board.
The Gak is going to have to be the ultimate anchor here for DXA, manning that Devil Dino. We talk about how strong he is, and I often call him like the best anchor Vanguard in the game. JFT playing pretty much a full dive composition with OP not having access to Devil Dino being the anchor for the JFT side. If Wosh and Joji can manage to get their man and Gak isn't there, easy peasy. But Tashi already taken down early on there from Peter, so Joji's job just got extra easy.
Yeah, Duelist for JFT locked in and ready for this matchup here. Phoenix Stock's definitely up here into Season 8 as well. Already seen plenty of her and plenty of White Fox as well. Winter finding Fix in the White Fox mirror. Gact as well going to go down. That is a dinosaur sent all the way back to the prehistoric era here. And JFT going to take the first flip.
Yeah, and Gact, I think, playing that Devil Dino in a pretty suboptimal position, instead taking the duel with the Emma Frost, and we know how effective an Emma can be up against that Devil Dino. Another part of the reason why a lot of teams like to play that Emma, you can't take the Vanguard duel there. You have to try and sit on your strategist and avoid Joji and Wosh from getting access to your strategist, or even to some of your squishier heroes like your own Phoenix. You can't be losing those duels.
Yeah, cannot afford. There is just not the room for error here. Pars, though, gonna fight back from the side of DXA. 1 KO for the Phoenix here to get things rolling. That's a White Fox taken down as well. So backline in a little bit of trouble here for JFT, and Tashi gonna try to capitalize on it here. Going for the Rocket Raccoon and will take down Slippery as well. So Matt Murdoch on the move. Dev picking up one on the Captain America here. Both sides going to the cap as Wosh picks it up and sent right back to spawn there by Gact on the Devil Dino. So DXA making the flip here. 44% for JFT.
Yeah, now that's Tashi and Nev both getting their man when it comes to these dives. It's a little bit split, but at the same time, Gact played it correctly this time around. Instead of, trying to take that particular Vanguard duel, stayed back and peeled so that when Wosh tried to get any value off the Captain America, got caught in Gact's jaws, wasn't able to get it, and got sent back, and couldn't even retreat back to his healers because they were under the full force of Tashi, and familiar place, that's exactly where they are once again.
Yeah, can be tough for Dino to get up in there in the mix. Looking to not overextend here, but a quick pick there from Peter. Headshot onto Tashi and Daredevil just like that. All the way back to square one here, and JFT slowly wresting away control here. Double KO for that Phoenix. Joji and OP gonna pick up a couple of KOs here as well, though Par's gonna get back up off the BRB beacon from the rocket. A triple KO now for OP's Emma Frost here. Most of DXA lights are out, and now JFT 50% of the way there.
Tashi just came through that portal, walked into a rake, and just one quick headshot, and Peter took him down, and like, it all just kind of spiraled out of there. Like, Slippery invests the CYA, but I don't even know if that was necessary. I think JFT had already kind of won that fight. 5 ultimates about to come online for JFT, 6 for DXA, so this next fight is going to be a bloody one, but the longer it takes, the more it's going to favor JFT as they have the lead.
Yeah, a little bit of extra insurance there from that Rocket Raccoon, and JFT gonna ensure they stay in control here into this fight. Par's taken out extremely early here. Now Tashi and Rexy gonna try to get some ultimates going here, letting the Devil out and amplifying it with the CYA. That brings out a whole host of ults from the side of JFT, and all the while they are still building that capture progress. Joji looking to finish off some of the backline for DXA. That Black Cat moving different here, so hard to pin her down, and Peter will find another headshot onto Tashi over and over again. Joji as well. The duelist for JFT, absolutely deadly so far here on the first point of Krakoa. Fix gonna get in the mix here, take down the opposing White Fox. Joji will take one right back on Black Hat, and that's the calling card coming out now, dashing all over the arena here. Triple KO for the Black Cat, gonna look to make it 4 there on Felicia Hardy here as JFT fully in the driver's seat, 99% of the way captured, though that KO feed looking pretty blue now, and maybe just a miracle play for DXA. They're able to make that flip, and now they are at 50% captured.
But I kind of feel like DXA were a little bit too greedy with their ultimates because they could have won that maybe 25% ago if they had been a little bit more aggressive. Instead, they hold on to all of their ultimates, I think afraid to overcommit, even though JFT had already used pretty much everything but the calling card. They popped that Freedom Charge where I think they were probably holding specifically for that calling card and end up closing out the fight off the back of some Tashi heroics, but he's not been having any heroics this time around. Joji has caught him out, and now we're going to have the End Song Inferno coming out from Pars, and JFT are going to be on the back foot now. Another ultimate forced out here from DXA. They don't have the resources here to get this all the way, so they need to rely on just raw KO potential. Tashi has had that in the past, but Nev is about to get pushed through Death's Door, and one final shove from Wosh will do it.
Yeah, double KO on that Captain America. JFT just need one fight here. They will make the flip. OT goes into effect there. Triple KO for the Captain here. Wosh, not on the Hulk this time, but good stuff on that Captain America. There is a strange portal coming in for Pars. They'll make it just in time with a couple seconds of overtime left to go here. But what is the follow-up here? Peter goes overhead for an In-Song Inferno and got an easy target there. We'll find a couple of KOs, not finals for the Phoenix, but that damage so important here as JFT will lock down point number 1 on Krakoa.
And again, I think it goes back to that big ult fight where you had 6 for DXA, 5 for JFT. JFT, they get a little, a little too big. They go for 3 ults early and don't find any elims off the back of it, and DXA just try to ride that one out. But the problem was JFT had control of the point the whole time, so they built it up to 99, and JFT start to build up to their next round of ultimates all throughout as well. So DXA don't have them when they need them when the next fight comes up. JFT just go in with the execution there. Joji and Wosh doing a great job of picking off Nev, keeping him checked. Tashi is getting his man here and there, getting access to JFT's backline, but is also getting caught out just as often by Peter. So you're getting a fair bit of parity between all of these different members of these teams, and that's what I want to see. I feel like JFT's dive comp just looks a little bit cleaner, but DXA, I wouldn't count them out just yet. They get a couple more things clicking, and they could be able to even the score here on Krakoa.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams have been trading wins since they first met back in the preseason. Now JFT advantage here on Krakoa. 1 point capture for them, and it's pretty much exactly like you say, CB. DXA, they put all the chips down. They invested a lot of ults into that fight. They were left kind of high and dry. Meanwhile, JFT just fortressing around that first capture point there. Plenty of opportunity for them to dig their feet in and hold that thing to the very end. That leads us to where we are now here. DXA left 1 point shy here. They're going to have to win both of these remaining capture points on Krakoa to try and turn things around.
Yeah, they still don't have any ults for it. They're gonna have to try and build up to it. Winter has that Kumiho Unleashed. Not the best initiation tool, but Wosh does have that Freedom Charge. We'll see if he tries to use it aggressively or defensively.
And Rexy's gonna go ahead and throw down the CYA, so DXA gonna try to find a foothold here. There is the Freedom Charge from Wosh. Now the rest of JFT gonna come to bear here. It is gonna be a double KO for Pars, though, off that headshot onto Joji's Black Cat. So Felicia sitting back to spawn for now. Tashi getting in the mix as well here. Tashi and Pars, a dynamic duo back in the preseason, put in some serious work, and now here again, letting that Devil out. Triple KO for the Daredevil, and still holding that ult too. Didn't even need to use it here, as that KO feed looking pretty blue, and so does this second capture point.
Yeah, it's clean for DXA. Off of only the CYA, they're able to find the cap, and it's because of, again, just Pars finding some of those elims, taking down Winter, forcing that BRB res, and while Winter is being rezzed, obviously can't pop the Kumiho there, so plan B has to come into play. Wosh with that Freedom Charge, and once that's gone, it's just all gravy. Tashi going in here now, letting the Devil out. It's traded out for Rexy, but Peter is going to be rezzed right back up, so we're back at an even 1-1, but Pars evening up the score with some more KOs. The Cosmic Flames just lighting JFT ablaze.
Yeah, and Fix getting in the mix there yet again on that White Fox. 1 KO for the back line of DXA, and that body advantage is so huge there. Lots of forward pressure coming out from DXA now, not even giving JFT a second to breathe here. They've got a ton of advantages. Feels like the cards really are all in their hands here. There is that Devil Beast Rampage from Gact here. Devil Dinosaur on the move there in the front line, bashing and crashing through JFT here. Joji looking pretty low, but somebody from JFT is on the point here, looking to sneak it. Peter will find a KO, and it's Wosh on the Captain America, will take the duel with Rexy and win it here. They are not able to make the flip, but that forces DXA away from some of that pressure they were looking to apply.
Yeah, but Wosh already got like the highest value KO you possibly could have asked for. It's the Rocket Raccoon, which means you take down a main source of healing as well as that BRB, so no one's going to be bringing Pars back anytime soon, and Song Inferno now going to come out from Peter with a CYA from Slippery. This could be huge, but it looks like there's not enough targets still alive on the ground as JFT have managed to win that particular ground war. Nev just bouncing around to try and stall out for time, but that CYA damage is just going to be too big to overcome. 80% for DXA, but JFT are finally going to find the flip, and this is where it's going to start to get scary. DXA were trying to go for a spawn hold for a large portion of that 80% that they built up to. That way they can keep Joji and Wosh on a leash, make sure that they don't lose track of them and they don't end up in the back line, but Wosh slipped through and it all fell apart. Now you don't know where they're going to be.
Yeah, no idea here. Cannot track a Black Cat in the middle of that calling card there. Joji getting in the mix here. And like you said, 80% for DXA. Not quite one fight, but JFT going to deliver a little bit of a taste of their own medicine here. They're going for a spawn hold. They will manage to find their way out here. And Tashi looking for the next target here. Goes for the Phoenix, looking for Peter just to find one to take out one of those duelists. And they're going to try to make the flip here as well. But JFT quick rotate back to the point, and they are ready to try and hold it here. Tashi going down there at the hands of Joji's Black Cat. Overhead in Song Inferno from Pars here. Does get a little bit of damage. Winter taking a chunk of the life bar out there, but it is going to be a Freedom Charge from Wosh here. Get that team shielded up here, and now the KO feed turning orange here. OP, Joji binding their way back in there once again, and almost all of DXA going to be offline. Gack, the last one standing, and even that Devil Dinosaur cannot stand up in the 6v1.
Yeah, and again, it's so hard to try and get value when you don't know where Joji or Wosh are going to be coming through. Nev tries to do the same thing as Wosh and slip through the cracks to go for the back cap there, but JFT were ready for it. They had the ults, they were online. With that Freedom Charge, they're able to just stabilize. And again, Peter is just clicking the heads on this Phoenix. I think it's the Phoenix on either side that's making a huge difference, but Joji is not going to be outdone, keeping Tashi checked, but there goes Pars coming on in.
Yeah, those Phoenixes leading the charge for sure here. In-Song Inferno from Peter. Doesn't find the KOs, but the rest of the team is going to be there. Wosh again on this Captain America. Double KO and looking for even more here. Winter finding a double on the White Fox as well. Nev and Tashi, the only ones able to withstand it here. Tashi swapping over to the Stranger, looking for the portal to try and stop JFT. It's going to be in time, but it's going to be in overtime here. 99% and ready for JFT to finish off this map. CYA coming down from Slippery first, just to make sure the team can invest in this fight here, as one by one DXA dive through the portal from their spawn, and one by one they're going to go offline there. Rocket Raccoon taken down. Joji will find Pars there, so Phoenix, one of the biggest tools DXA has at their advantage here, offline and sent back to spawn here. Winter's got that Kumiho unleashed as well. The ults one by one for JFT will go offline. They're able to still stay in this fight, but slowly but surely here taking advantage of it. The spark procs from Peter are good. Big damage onto DXA, but they're still not quite able to confirm this point yet.
Wosh gonna take down Rexy again. Joji onto Fix, and now with that Freedom Charge, it should be enough to march JFT to a 2-0 victory here on Krakoa, and it will do just that, but it got a little bit touch and go there for JFT for a while. DXA were in control for 80% and nearly ran away with it, but that re-engage off the Strange TP, JFT played it perfectly. I gotta give a shout out to the CYA placement from the side of JFT, putting it on the other side of the portal and forcing Pars to go back through to try and deal with it from the other side of the portal meant that he wasn't there to shore up all that damage. You needed to have him there because he was clicking those heads all throughout. He wasn't there when you needed him most, though. Wosh was with that Freedom Charge, and that was all you needed to take it the rest of the way home. Can we have a talk about Joji and his 20 final hits, though? Because I think that's a pretty big elephant in this room that we're going to have to address, Diatonic.
Yeah, I mean, an elephant even bigger somehow than a devil dinosaur for sure, but yeah, 20 final hits off of 40 elims and only 17k damage. Not the most damage in the game, of course. That goes to Peter on that Phoenix, and so many times in your KO feed, that name and that hero appeared over and over again, but yeah, very back and forth on both of those points. Of course, it's JFT taking the 2-0 here on Krakoa, but DXA not too far behind, and yeah, you know, just want to highlight again the beautiful response from JFT to that Strange Portal. Played almost as well as they possibly could have, and it pays dividends. They make that one flip on the second point, and they ride that thing all the way to 100% there. So no doubt JFT taking his first one, but you know, we were saying this before the broadcast, I am still sensing that this thing is going to go to at least 4 maps.
Yeah, and we're already kind of seeing a little bit of glimmers of that. Like, we didn't get to see the full three-course meal of Krakoa. You know, we only got 2 out of those 3, but the second one was real close. And I think that one key mistake again off that big ultimate fight on Grove, I believe it was, DXA kind of fell a little bit short. If not for that mistake, though, I think that would have also been a 99-99, if not an outright win for DXA. That would have taken us through the full gambit. We could have gone all the way. We could have taken it to Carousel and see who the better team was on this day, but there is still so much more day to play, and I think both these teams still have quite a bit of fight in them. We're going to cut to a real quick break, and we will see the rest of that fight on the other side of it. Don't go anywhere, chat. This one is just heating up. You don't want to miss it.
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. Optic blast!
Team Black Cat, rejoice, because this was a banger matchup when it came to Joji. I gotta ask though, CB, you know, there was some confusion at the beginning of this game though. Before we talk about the Black Cat, it's gonna be a major factor. The Ultron got banned out, and it really felt like what enabled Joji's Black Cat a lot was more things on the back line, like say the double rocket picks from both teams. Talk to me more about this Ultron ban.
I mean, again, like, Ultron used to be paired up with the Mantis, and I think you saw the Mantis Protect coming through, and you would, we gotta get rid of her, you know, one of her strongest allies. But I think nowadays, Ultron and Mantis are kind of interchangeable. I think they kind of fulfill the same role with that, you know, kind of third strategist damage boost that enables the triple strategist composition to be played. Also kind of similar to a White Fox in some ways. But not so much like in this day and age, like you don't often see them together. You still can, and it is still a great way to kind of like just farm Ultron, Rage of Ultron, Ultcharge. Yeah, no, we didn't see it come out at all. So there was still like that triple strategist. I almost kind of think that the Mantis Protect might have been bait, to be honest with you.
Wait, hold on, pull on that thread more. What do you mean by bait?
I mean, like, you know, Mantis is one of those, like, high-value picks and bans that you're always afraid of because of what she can enable, and kind of like the Gambit, you also kind of have to ban out some of the things that typically come along with the Mantis, whether it's, you know, from the Vibrant Vitality team-up or, like, it, you know, in the past with that Ultron. You're kind of afraid of what comes next after you see a Mantis Protect come through, and especially if you're trying to play something like a dive composition, like Joji definitely wanted to play. You want to try and, you know, neutralize all the potential threats. Unfortunately for DXA, they didn't really make the most of that situation. Again, didn't play the Mantis at all. Didn't try to leverage her Sleep Spore for any sort of anti-dive capabilities. And as a result, Joji, he was awake the whole time.
Yeah, Diatonic, talk to me about this, because we saw Joji absolutely pop off yesterday on the Black Cat. No mention of her from DXA's end onto the ban phase. Instead, completely one-sided Black Cat came out for JFT, and Joji ran away with it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, outside of, you know, the pro sphere, if you're looking at the top elo in the game, I feel like Black Cat was almost a little bit of a sleeper, you know, down here in my realm, you know, not a lot of Black Cat to be cited in ranked and not a lot of discussion about her. So, you know, it feels like she's kind of snuck her way in here, and I have to wonder, I was thinking this before stage 1 started, maybe we're going to see a lot of Black Cat initially. There's going to be a lot of wounds inflicted by her, and a lot of teams are going to adjust to make those Black Cat bans. Like you said, we've already seen Joji on it, so I have to imagine maybe we'll see the adjust here going forward.
Now, hold on. My time here is limited before we get into the next matchup. I want to leave this one little tidbit with you two, and I think this will be an interesting discussion. One of our players in the interview post-match yesterday said that Black Cat is a more powerful Daredevil. We did see the Daredevil versus Black Cat matchup in domination. Black Cat won. CB, as we head over into the picks and bans, talk to me about this matchup. Is this the end of Daredevil?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's the end of Daredevil, but I do think that Daredevil is now kind of, you know, playing second fiddle to the Black Cat. A lot of teams like to claim they are the best Black Cat team in the world. Cough, Genji. But Daredevil, I think, does also fulfill that similar role, has that intel, and doesn't even have to pay for it like Black Cat does. But I think just the amount of different tools in the shop make Black Cat a lot more, you know, a lot more versatile. There's a lot more different things that she can come out with, and thus, I think some of these teams that want to lean more into the dive are favoring her a little bit more. But that said, Devil Dino can still punish you if that coordination isn't perfect. Unfortunately, JFT's coordination was perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of feel like Black Cat has some notes of, you know, when we first had Hela in the game, then we got Phoenix, which was like kind of similar vibes to Hela, but upgraded in a few ways. It does feel like that comparison with Daredevil as well, but, you know, I think he still has a place here. You know, Tashi's still able to make some plays with Daredevil there on map 1, so I wouldn't think we're going to say goodbye to Matt Murdock quite yet, but we'll see how things pan out over the course of this meta.
I think, like, Black Cat is to Daredevil what Devil Dino is to Emma Frost, where they both kind of fulfill similar roles, and if you can't have one, you'll take the other, and it'll work out just fine, but there is just, like, a slight edge towards one, and it seems like, you know, in that Daredevil versus Black Cat matchup, the edge is going towards Black Cat, especially, you know, in terms of what the players themselves are favoring.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, it's the utility for sure. That's definitely a big part of what makes her so powerful right out of the gate here. And of course, battle lines drawn once again. JFT gonna take that one-sided Black Hat. DXA gonna take the one-sided Dino here. We've got Luna banned out again. We've got Gambit banned out initially again here. And there's a Phoenix save coming in from JFT. DXA taking the Mantis ban at this time. They've got one last hero to save before JFT's final ban and before we get this thing underway here. But it is JFT up one map after that win on Krakoa, and they're going to take the one-sided Mantis into this one.
And I think the win condition here for DXA with that one-sided Mantis and that Devil Dinosaur is Gakta, he's got to resist the temptation. Like, look at him. He's salivating. He really wants to go in. You can't just... It's so tempting to just W key with this hero and try and go in, but if you're playing, like, this kind of split dive comp with a frontline, with, like, a Captain America and a dive frontliner, you can't be participating. You know, you have to be there to be the anchor for your team, be there to peel for your strategist, punish any sort of discord between the enemy incoming dives, the enemy Captain America, the enemy Daredevil / Black Panther, or not Black Panther, Black Cat. Panthers are cats. It's confusing. Sorry. Black Cat. If there's a Black Panther, it'd be the same story too. They're all dive heroes. It doesn't... They all occupy the same space in my mind, but as long as Gax resists that temptation and is able to play the peel, which I think in this composition that DXA are currently showing on the attacking side with the Devil Dino and the Emma Frost, it's going to be a lot easier to not, like, overextend on that hero or not, like, get caught out, because you will be with the rest of your Death Ball composition.
Yeah, I mean, you know, having put in some hours on Dino myself, I can tell you that temptation is very, very strong, and there are definitely some comps where hold W and win is the play, but it does feel like they're going for looking for Gak to try and, like you said, hang back with the team, play goalie a little bit, and try and keep that back line protected. We are ready to go here. DXA on the attack first, looking to try and pick up their first map win in this best of 5 series. JFT on defense. They are going to bring the Ultron this time. Joji going to play that one out for now here. Peter going to pick up the Phoenix yet again and pick right back up where they left off on Krakoa. DXA able to round the corner here at the very least to get the ball rolling here, but I imagine JFT going to look for some kind of engage here to maybe split that payload from the spawn.
They do have to be careful with Tashi on that Wolverine. If their Ironwood walls fall, Wosh is going to be on the chopping block quite literally, and there he goes. There goes my hero.
Yeah, already right out the gate here. Groot Walls coming up, trying to split up DXA a little bit and break up this offensive run. They're already halfway to that first checkpoint here. Tashi on the Wolverine this time around. We've seen his wolf before, and slice and dice is an understatement here from Tashi. So DXA going to be leaning heavy on that duelist line yet again here. And Wosh and Peter going pretty low there. It's Wosh going to go down though. Rexy will finish him off with that assault mode on the Rocket Raccoon here. So one for the backline for DXA, and the path forward looking pretty clear so far.
Strange TP already going to be coming out though. Wosh makes the swap instantly, so frame 1, JFT are going to try and go for this recontest here, but they're split off, so where does Wosh even put this portal? Is he going to try and stop the engagement from DXA? I think that's going to be a fool's errand, especially with the CYA coming out.
Yeah, already here, DXA gonna try to secure this one. Meters ticking away here. Nobody from JFT to stop him. Nobody's there to stop them. Peter will pick up 1 KO, but DXA will find 3 in response, and on the back of that CYA, more than enough here for DXA to put the hurt on and take checkpoint number 1. Just under 5 minutes on the clock.
I can't even fault Whoosh there. Like, that all kind of spirals out of control off of that first kidnap that comes out from Tashi. The regen domain came out perfectly, frame perfect from Winter, but then it wasn't there for the second time Whoosh got caught out, which is inevitable when you're playing their Groot. Like, it's gonna happen when you're up against a Wolverine. You can only avoid it for so long. But then that recontest with that portal, I mean, JFT were just playing in such a split way that there was really no good place that you can put that portal and contest the cart.
Yeah, a little bit of a misfire here, a little bit too much for them to worry about, but JFT right back in the fight there. Joji on that Black Cat, taking down the Devil Dino here. So most of DXA split up and offline here. Par is going to suffer the same fate as most of his team, though he will use that BRB to jump right back up. But Wosh over onto the Venom now, and so far seems to be paying off for him.
And no corner checking, especially when it's directly above you, so he's going to have good access to a diving strike on the back line. He's already in there, and you can already tell, like, DXA, they don't see it coming, so they're split off. Nev has to pull a full, like, U-turn to go back and try and peel for the team. Unfortunately for Wosh, he is dispatched, but Tashi coming in with the last stand, taking down Joji. That is a huge opening for DXA. JFT are going to be on the back foot. Wosh is still in there, still drawing more aggro, but it doesn't matter when you're down a man, you can only do that for so long.
Yeah, it does feel like just a little bit of tunnel vision on DXA's part. They play on through, though. Tashi there on the Wolverine, looking for a victim there, going so low here, able to hold out, but a couple of ults coming in from JFT, Feast of the Abyss, and that Psionic Seduction from OB as well. Finds a couple members of DXA, but no KOs here on the ground. It's going to be a CYA, and in the air, in Song Inferno from DXA, and Fix also's got that invisible boundary here, trying to protect him from Joji on that calling card here. Pars will pick up 1 on the Phoenix here, and after all that, 1 KO in the feed, make it 2 there. Fix will find 1 onto Wosh as well, and all the while the Batsmobile inching closer there to that second checkpoint with still 3 minutes on the clock for DXA. But Joji and Peter, again, this duelist duo from JFT, finding a way to get some value here, and they will flip that payload back their way too.
Pars coming into the fray, trying to clean things up, though. Good Sonic detonation, but it's not going to be enough to find the Elim onto Peter, so DXA going to have to play this one a little bit more carefully, get Tashi in an angle to maybe try and find another kidnap. Gact is going back to try and peel again for Wosh, and this is kind of how you want to play it, is you want to force the Devil Dinos to come back, you know, again, be that peel, help the backline, but it does have to concede space doing that, especially in this particular composition.
Yeah, a little bit of push and pull here on that Devil Dino. Gact there in the middle, standing tall for now, but Peter and Joji again taking up that KO feed. Double KO for the Black Cat here. Fix on the invis will get up off of that BRB, but Rexy unfortunately going to go all the way back to spawn here. No rocket in sight for DXA as they're getting held up here just shy of checkpoint number 2. Still a couple minutes left to go here, but DXA exhausting a lot of their resources for now.
And JFT coming up onto some big ones. They've already got that God of Mischief. More Strategist ults about to be coming online as well. They're going to have the End-Song Inferno. A lot of potential wing conditions coming out here for JFT. I think if you're DXA, you want to try and go with the Sonic Seduction and bait some of that out as best you can. Joji takes down Fix, though, so you're already down that BRB.
Yeah, trying to get a couple of victims for that Devil Dino to walk a little bit closer to the team here. No dice, though. Peter on that Phoenix. Double KO here again as the time slowly melting away from DXA's bank here. OP and Tashi gonna find some KOs here, dueling 1-for-1, but JFT just feels like they've got so much control now. What can DXA do to try and get back in this fight?
I mean, that Sonic Seduction that I call it from Nev, it baits out nothing. 6 ultimates about to come online for JFT, so again, you have to try and take a dry fight, bleed out some of these resources, and maybe try and take the OT fight. And for how quickly DXA capped the first point, that is a terrible position to be in, but Peter is in a great one, manages to find Tashi and Song Inferno to burn the CYA. It's going to be burned itself, so the CYA will live on for another day, and Tashi will be brought back to fight again.
Yeah, very interesting exchange here. Just about 60 seconds left to go, and of course JFT playing it a little bit close to their chest for as long as they can here. Joji, though, immediately picking up one more on that Black Cat. Most of the ults expended now, and DXAs are also going offline here, but there's a couple left in the tank here. Joji's got that calling card, and Winter as well on that God of Mischief. Gonna take the invisible boundary for the team. It goes offline. OP and Slippery, though, gonna pick up a couple of KOs for JFT. 30 seconds on the clock, and second by second, it feels like DXA have lost control of the match here. There's a little bit more forward pressure from JFT as they are looking to put in the chokehold here on this offensive run.
But they did bleed all of the resources dry, and they get a late KO onto OP, so this is their opening. 14 seconds, they just got to get on point and try and build up to something. They're going to have the Sonic Seduction before long. Wosh is going to have that Feast of the Abyss. That's the duel you want to keep an eye out. Which of these two Vanguards gets most value out of these big ultimates? Gact looking to try and find something, probably maybe get a grab and convert that into an Elim. If they get, oh, they already forced out the Symbiotic Resilience from Wosh, so he's gonna have to play very carefully with that Feast of the Abyss. Peter gets the opening Elim onto Pars, though, and it's all falling apart for DXA.
Yeah, the avalanche starts here. Rexy's got the BRB ready to get fixed back up, so their strategist online here. It is going to be Sonic Seduction from Nev here, but the rest of the bodies for DXA going offline. Nobody to follow up on it, and JFT will lock them down just meters short of checkpoint number 2. 128 meters is what DXA were able to score. Definitely not for nothing, but when you're already down one map, you want to try and at least get that second checkpoint, if not clear it all the way. So window of opportunity is wide open here for JFT to take this second map.
It feels like, again, it's this duelist duo coming out from JFT. Peter and Joji are firing on all cylinders right now. Whenever Joji goes in, you know, he's finding big value Elims, either like checking Tashi again and denying any potential dives or potential flanks coming out from the Wolverine on the other side, or just outright taking down a strategist wholesale. And when you're looking at that Black Cat, your head's on a swivel, you're not doing anything to deal with Peter on that Phoenix, so he just has a shooting gallery from any range, any angle he wants, and JFT are able to stand their ground and hold the line. But I will say, there is still an opportunity for DXA to get a better hold here, and they're gearing up once again for that double anchor comp with the Emma and the Devil Dino. And now they're finally bringing out that Mantis. Tashi on the Mantis and Fix on the White Fox. This is going to be an interesting triple strategist look, and it's going to put a lot of value onto Pars. If Gact and Nev can hold the line and set up Pars to have some of those angles that Peter had on the defensive side, there's going to be that damage boost to help bolster that, and I do kind of like that strategy for DXA. It is kind of all or nothing, though. Like, you have to try and go for the full hold here.
Yeah, it seems like if JFT are able to break out here at the very start of this run, it is going to be trouble for DXA. Joji over onto the Daredevil, and Peter picking up the Black Cat this time. So changes coming in from both sides of the board here. But yeah, you're right. It does feel like that split attention between Peter and Joji really hurt DXA while you're on the lookout for Black Cat. All the while, Peter taking shots with the Phoenix here, and it pays off big time for JFT. So now the question is, can they run it down on offense? And the answer so far is yes, they can here. Peter, OP, and Joji all in the KO feed. Woj finding one as well. It is an ace right out the gate for JFT, and that is plenty of free real estate for them to capture with 3:30 still on the clock.
So it turns out we have two of the best Black Cat players in the region on one team right now, in Peter and Joji. And Joji gets to play that plan B, that Daredevil, and it pays off to perfection. DXA just get completely shunted from the point before they can even blink. They're going to make some changes. Nev now onto the Captain America, and they might be able to check Peter. They're not going to be able to confirm the Elim just yet. Even if they do, there is a BRB that he can use, and he knows it, so he's going to continue to be aggressive.
Yeah, certainly feeling like DXA caught on the back foot here, but Fix will find a double KO there onto Peter and Winter. Peter getting up off of that BRB from Slippery, so the Rocket paying dividends here for both sides of the board, and Slippery pretty low there, manages to make the escape for now, but DXA back in full force here, able to stop the disaster, mitigate that bleeding. Tashi on the Daredevil as well, will find one. Peter gonna go back to spawn, holding that calling card for now, but yeah, definitely feels like a little bit of a flip as DXA in control of the cart for now.
This next fight is going to be a scary one, though, because Slippery has the CYA, and how many times has that been a win con for either team? And you don't have the Endsong Inferno now to burn it because Pars hasn't been able to get enough work done yet, so you're going to be facing the full force of this damage amplification with very few things to potentially shut it down. And Peter getting caught out, though, that's a great way to buy yourself some time.
Yeah, definitely cools off the Rocket ultimate just a little bit here, but for a few seconds as that spawn not too far away from the card here. 2 minutes still on the clock, and there is the CYA from Slippery. Gact already trying to chomp that thing down into pieces, and CYA already taken offline. JFT no way to capitalize on it, and Rexy over onto the Invis will pick up one here. Slippery, though, able to get Joji back up and in that fight off of that BRB, and now the ults left and right here. Tashi letting the devil out here under the veil of that invisible boundary from Rexy here, able to make some moves, taking down Peter all the way back to spawn here, and speaking of all the way back to spawn, DXA on the doormat of JFT here. Gak will take down Woshin just like that. It feels like they are finding a way to lock down this defense.
And it's all because of that Elim onto Peter. That gave Nev enough time to build with the Freedom Charge. Again, it's not the best defensive utility, but still a pretty good one up against the CYA, and that buys more time for the Stratus ult to come online. Maybe an overinvestment from DXA, but it got them through the storm. Another one is coming, though, and Song Inferno from Pars to try and bleed it out. Tashi strikes deep at Winter, though, and that might be another KO that DXA, like, they prayed for in their dreams, and JFT just gave it up for free.
Yeah, it just feels like failure to launch over and over again here for JFT. Early picks from DXA just taking their team fight ability and putting it in the dirt here. Under 60 seconds for JFT to find an answer here, and that card has been pushed all the way back to the halfway point to checkpoint number 1 here. Roche has the freedom charge, though the team gonna charge in, and DXA don't have a lot to respond with here. Kumio unleashed from Fix, but not able to save the invis here, so only one strat online for him for now, but that Kumio being unleashed enough to take down Peter on the Phoenix here, but JFT a lot of resources still in the tank here, and DXA feels like they just don't have the answers here, so how do they respond? It is going to be blue for the KO feed now. JFT clearing the path yet again here. Rexy still on their way back to the card, and Nev as well still standing, but 15 seconds left to go. JFT might have found the miracle they needed.
I mean, DXA, though, they've bought themselves enough time to go for a strange TP play, and they're all going to be grouped up together for it. You could already see Joji going in deep to try and shut it down, but DXA should be able to get it off and come right on through. Full force, here we go, last fight.
1 second now in overtime. Strange portal on the Batsmobile, and a complete mess here. Kumiho unleashed yet again by Winter, taking down Tashi early on here. Insong Inferno goes up and crashes down from Peter. Doesn't find the KOs, but the rest of JFT is there. OP, double KO on the Emma Frost. Roche as well, triple KO for Emma. Rexy, the only one left standing, and JFT find the breakthrough here. 2:30 back on the clock, and they are ready for the last stretch here of Museum of Contemplation.
It was all or nothing. Gak tried to go for that grab onto Joji, throw him through the portal, and go for like a full kidnap through the portal, but it didn't come through. And with no ultimates online, DXA, like that was their only hope. And hit the rim shot there, unfortunately, and JFT with the ultimates that Kumio unleashed specifically from Winter were able to stabilize, and now they're going to have to utilize what they have left, which isn't much to try and brute force this the rest of the way, but only 2 minutes to hold for DXA. It's still doable.
Definitely still doable, though. JFT back from the brink for sure here. Freedom Charge from Nev now for DXA to try and get in the mix here and get some pressure applied to build that bubble around the payload and buy themselves some extra time here. Joji on the Daredevil yet again here, but it is OP with the Psionic Seduction here to get things rolling. DXA got plenty of ways to respond here. One of them is that Devil Dinosaur. Gak playing it close to the rest of the team here, trying to anchor up for him as this last minute and 30 goes into play here. Joji on the Daredevil, though, wins the 1v1 against the enemy Daredevil, making a double KO against Captain America, and looking for one more here. We'll find it onto Rexy. Triple KO from the Lawyer of Hell's Kitchen here. JFT right back in the fight, and Peter as well over onto the Phoenix and taking out another one. DXA offline, and a minute and 10 left to go for JFT to clear this thing.
The cart still has to roll up this hill, and with Nev on the Captain America, there should be an opportunity to go for recontest here. Tashi coming up on that Let the Devil Out to match Joji's. DXA have a slight ult advantage coming into this last fight. 60 seconds left, and they will be able to get it to OT if they play this right. And early Elim to winner.
Yeah, absolutely gonna let everything fly here. 50 seconds left to go and no holds barred, but it's gonna be DXA in the mix here. That KO feed painted orange for them as they will find the KOs left and right here. Basically a full ace onto JFT, in which is about 30 seconds left to go. Gonna very quickly approach Final Fight territory.
DXA might win it here. They might win it here just because of that End Song Inferno. It burned the BRB and found the KO onto Slippery. There's no strategist pulse left online. Winter 80% to it. Tashi can let the Devil Out, and if he finds Winter before that ult comes online, it's done.
Yeah, it's going to come down to target prio here, and Peter's so low and taken down almost immediately by Pars there. Will trade 1-for-1 here in a Rocket Raccoon BRB, getting Peter back up and in the fight. Unfortunately, Nev going to have to walk it back for the rest of the team. 10 seconds left to go as Whoosh letting that Freedom Charge fly here. JFT back on the point and ready for a fight here. Peter goes up for that End Song Inferno, crashes down to get some good damage in there, but can't quite find the KOs. One by one, though, he will try to finish the job here. Peter taking down Pars and Fix, double KO for the Phoenix, and they are staring down the finish line here. OP and Whoosh get in the mix as well, and there is no one there to stop JFT from closing out map number 2. Nev with just a sliver of health. That is gone, and so is potentially the last hope here. But yeah, Strange TP coming through. Pars gonna able to get him there for us a little bit more overtime.
He's inside the Batmobile for a split second, though, but does get there in time, and DXA, they don't have any ults for it. Joji has the calling card. JFT looking to push this the rest of the way. Calling card coming out, and Joji now has everybody marked.
Yeah, big potential here for them to close out. 1 KO for that Black Cat. It's on to Nev to start things off, though. Psionic Seduction coming out now for JFT as well. They're going to let anything they've got fly here. One by one, the lights going out for DXA here. They've just got a couple of members left, and they are all going to go offline. Tashi trying to keep this map alive, but cannot do it. No one from DXA on point to hold this one down here. They do manage to run out the gate. A Sentinel for just a second there, but the captain cannot keep doing this all day, and JFT turned things around, and they will take map number 2 as well.
It's going to have to be reverse sweep territory now for DXA. They played that one so well, especially towards the end, but I think Tashi went a little bit too soon with that Let the Devil Out, and like JFT were able to just retreat back into spawn and avoid the lion's share of the damage, and the one Elim that comes through, Pars threading the needle with that Phoenix, one Cosmic Flame made all the difference, but it got rezzed right back up, and as the ult expires, they didn't get the man they needed. They needed to get Winter with that Kumiho before he was able to build up to it, and they just couldn't make it happen. So the Kumiho comes out, the rest of the ults start to come out, and DXA, they just run out of gas.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of feel like trying to scramble to the top of that hill, and unfortunately, DXA don't have the endurance to keep it going here. Joji again on that Black Cat, 44 elims and 17 finals off of that one. Peter, of course, 39k damage clocked on the Phoenix at the very end there. I mean, numbers from top to bottom for JFT. Impressive performances for a lot of them. But again, another close bout between these two teams. I mean, it took almost all the time JFT had. They had to play this thing out under overtime. A couple of different opportunities for DXA to close the door, and they just couldn't quite find the strength to do it here. So again, you know, it's looking one-sided. JFT taking both of those maps, but you gotta look at the numbers and you will see just how close these two teams really are.
And I heard rumors, right? I heard rumblings when I first posted my pred. Someone was like, I don't know, I heard JFT is actually kind of that guy. Like they've got it going. They seem to be firing on all cylinders right now, getting the better of their contemporary in DXA. If this was a best of 3, we wouldn't have another 2-1. We would have finally had another easy 2-0 in DXA. in a bit of a slump ever since that tiebreaker. I don't know if they've won a single map ever since they took that 2-0 loss to Kanga back in that tiebreaker, and they need to break that trend, and they need to break it now because this is going to be their last chance. They only have one more map pick. They can't take us to Convoy. It's got to be a convergence map. Diatonic, like, what do you do?
Well, you know, we've seen her on the MVP screen. We've seen the numbers that we're putting out here, but that Joji Black Cat feels unstoppable. So, you know, I don't love to just say the answer is ban out the character that's causing you the problem right then and there, because of course you open the door for plenty of other things to cause issues. But that Joji Black Cat, so deadly. I mean, yeah, it's really rough. But that, you know, you got to see something. They got to do something about Black Cat.
Yeah, well, it's going to have to be something, and there's only one way to find out what that something is going to be, and that is by sticking around, because we're going to cut to a quick break, give them some time to cook up a strategy, and we will see you after this break. Don't go anywhere, chat. Map number 3 is right on the other side.
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. Uptick blast!
We're back at it again, and this could be DXA's very last chance to stay inside Stage 1 of Ignite. And, you know, that gets kind of scary. Now, CB, we did have our top scientists on the scene in the back look through the stats, and you were completely right. DXA have not won a map since the tiebreaker matchup in preseason. They truly are in a slump.
Yeah, and that map, you know, to their credit, was against JFT, the map that they won, but they haven't been able to replicate that success here, and it's going to have to be here and now. This is going to be their last map pick. They're going to have to reverse sweep if they want to get the dub here. I said in the green room that I would be legitimately shocked if this one was a 3-0 blowout, and I don't know, at this stage I'm almost getting ready to be shocked because JFT look like they have the strategy, they've got the plan, they're executing it flawlessly, and DXA, to their credit, they're handling it reasonably well, but every time they try to go on the offensive, JFT are ready for it.
Now, look, I don't know how to bring this up without being that guy, right? But the cat in the room is Black Cat, CB. You have to ban the Black Cat, but the problem then is if you ban out JFT's Black Cat, you leave Gambit open. Is that worth doing?
I mean, I'm hearing rumors that there's some teams that are willing to do that, but I haven't seen any in OCE that, again, are willing to put their hand on that particular stove because there's so many other things that you have to ban out in order to make that work. Like, you have to ban Star-Lord. Like, if you're going to let Gambit through, you cannot let Star-Lord also get through. You have to ban Rogue, someone who we have not seen in a pick and ban draft, someone who we have seen almost no other teams play. You got to ban her out too, and that's, you know, already 3 out of your 4 bans. You can't also ban something else high value like a Devil Dino or a Captain America or, you know, any of these other things. You're like, it's Yeah, like you're kind of just cooked at that point, like before you even begin. So you kind of just have to find a way to beat Joji on the Black Cat, and I think, you know, maybe going for a full counter dive might be the answer. You know, we'll see. I think on Central Park you might have a little bit more success. You know, maybe this is one of the situations where the Daredevil might edge out the Black Cat in terms of just the walls, the amount of cover, the intel that the passive for the Daredevil provides you. You don't have to spend money for the Flame Warp to make it happen. So maybe this is one where they're comfortable giving Joji the Black Cat, but we'll see.
I mean, Diatonic, we saw the Devil Dinosaur raise to some prominence a little bit back on Museum of Contemplation. Gak looked like he finally came online, but once Joji swapped off the Ultron, man, it was a different story.
Yeah, I mean, I like that they're using the Dino for the anchor for sure. Definitely a solid improvement, but, you know, it does feel like going into this map number 3 here, DXA is going to have to commit to something, whether it's full anti-dive or full ban out the Gambit here, and I don't know, I think I'm okay with them taking the Gambit if they are able to craft the rest of their strategy around that anti-dive, but maybe we're just going to take it to a 1v1 here. It is a Black Cat save from DXA, first time they have saved her first here, because the focus has really been the Devil Dinosaur for them. JFT gonna hover that Devil Dino band for now. They're gonna keep playing it the same way they have before. I imagine, though, this is where they're gonna get Black Cat, and we are gonna get the Cat v Cat 1v1 here.
Yep, it's going to be a cat fight, but that does mean that, you know, DXA probably going to follow up that next ban with the Devil Dino ban so that neither team gets access to that anchor. But then that does mean that the Emma Frost are going to come right back out to play, so you're totally okay with that. You can even see Nev already hovering that particular character. Yeah, the Emma Frost. So this seems to be the plan for DXA. If you can't beat them, join them. Welcome to Team Black Cat. It's a new world order.
Yeah, and I like that they're changing this up, right? I mean, this is last life here for DXA. Lower bracket elimination match. JFT on match point here. So at that point, definitely got to throw something new into the mix here. But JFT's going to go for the one-sided Luna, potentially? Or they're thinking about the Invis here.
I think you don't really want to go for the one-sided Luna because you're kind of committing to something front to back. Maybe you do still want to go for it. Luna is strong, but without the White Fox and not being able to get a team up there, you might not be able to get full value out of her. She's going to have to play more heal bot. I almost think the Invis would have been better, but there is going to be a cap ban now coming out from the side of DXA. Forcing JFT once again to try and commit to something a little bit more brawl heavy. There's still other options like the Venom, but I think they're going to kind of fall out of prominence on Central Park, and you're going to have to play that front-to-back playstyle, especially to kick things off here. The cap ban's going to be mirrored, though, as well.
Yeah, very interesting. So they're going to take the cap away from Wosh, who's been playing the... Both sides really have gotten a lot of value out of Captain America in this matchup here. So really it feels like both sides just trying to change things up here, throw some new things at the wall, a couple curveballs here and there to see what changes and see if DXA can change their fortune here, because they are definitely staring down the barrel of fate coming into Central Park here. I see Joji maybe on to some Star-Lord here, some Wolverine, definitely throwing things into chaos here as they're trying to decide what to bring to the battlefield here.
I will say, though, JFT lost on Yggdrasil Path to Fury previously in a matchup where both teams banned out the Devil Dino, and I believe that Fury, for the most part, was crutching Devil Dino the same as DXA has been recently, so maybe they're just trying to copy off of Fury's homework and get the dub on a payload map by just taking the Devil Dino out of the equation and taking things back to good old-fashioned Marvel Rivals a couple patches ago. We'll see if that pays off, because they're going to have to win this Black Cat duel, Joji versus Tashi, because I don't know if the Wolverine from Tashi is going to cut it. Black Cat is just like a cut above.
Yeah, I was going to say, it kind of feels a little old school, but with a little bit of newer seasoning here, because, of course, Black Cat now in the mix for the first time here in the pro leagues, and both teams going to bring her to bear here. DXA taking the first attack yet again, and JFT going to hold up and try to hold things out here. JFT in the lead this series 2-0, so it is critical for DXA to take the win on this one, and it looks like Wosh over onto the Hulk this time with no Captain America.
Yeah, again, something that we saw before. It was a little bit of a liability for JFT when they played against Fury on Hall of Djalia, but I think, you know, you might be a little bit more comfortable trying to play that Hulk here on Central Park, a little bit less risk of getting caught out, trying to overextend from the rest of your team, but could still be something that DXA could keep an eye on. If they can split him off from the rest of the team, burn that Hulk form, throw him down to Baby Banner, it's a good win con early on, but so is getting Tashi in deep. It's going to force a lot of resources to go for the peel, and JFT, easy way to clap back.
Yeah, very interesting. DXA kind of charged right on into the point and looked to take some high ground here, but it is falling apart one by one, taken offline. But DXA in the mix here as well. Tashi picking up that Black Cat and immediately finding some big value here. Finally taken down by Peter, who's back over onto that Phoenix yet again here. But Tashi definitely finding some moves. DXA on the point now and making some progress.
Yeah, there's no strategist, so even though JFT are able to essentially win that defensive, they can't take the ground, so DXA can just march right on and take the fight on the cart, and that's where you want it. And Song Inferno going to come out here from Peter, trying to even the score, but when the sparks expire, you're not going to find an Elam off that, especially through the invisible boundary.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a misfire on that end Song Inferno, and now JFT gonna start falling apart here. Pars and Gapt will pick up a couple of KOs. Nev finding one on that Mecha Groot here. 2:30 still on the clock, and DXA about halfway to finishing off checkpoint number 1. And Tashi in the back halls here of Central Park, taking out a couple more members of JFT. Slippery over onto the Doctor Strange, makes the portal play, and with just a sliver of capture progress left, they are able to make it back and make one more fight here. But Tashi picking up KOs already as they jump through the portal here, and JFT trying to find a foothold here. They will not be able to find it, and Pars taking out OP with that in-song Inferno as well here. DXA, it is all DXA here as just under 2 minutes left to go. Gat's got the Eye of Agamotto here as well. Woosh gonna go back to Bruce Banner for him. I mean, it is DXA definitely turning things around here at the start. They'll get that first point captured, and they've got 4:15 on the clock.
At least on the first point, Tashi is definitely win the Black Cat head-to-head. I mean, getting the better of Joji, taking down Strategist, has that calling card, beating Joji to the punch only by a few percent, but still is going to have it. Also has the Flame Orb, so can track JFT's re-engage here. Gact, you mentioned, had that Eye of Agamotto, helped DXA push that the rest of the way forward. I think JFT, like, they're going to have to invest if they want to stop things here. That Hulk Smash is almost definitely going to have to come out, but if you're DXA, you can just try and wait that one out. Calling card's going to happen early on and force some resources, and Tashi getting checked there by Peter, only able to force out the regen domain, but the Kumiho Unleashed also coming out from DXA. Oh, this is a huge misfire from DXA.
Yeah, and we saw something similar on Museum of Contemplation too. DXA came out the gate swinging so strong to start off, and they slowly faded away, and it feels like a bit of a fade here. Joji on that calling card, double KO, make it a triple for the Black Cat here. Peter in the KO feed yet again as JFT quickly regained control of the match here just after checkpoint number 1. So curious to see, is DXA about to flame out yet again here, or can they find a way to keep this thing rolling?
Well, looks like we're going to be going to a quick pause here in a second, but in the meantime, DXA, like, again, like, they kind of went a little bit too aggressive with that play from Tashi, you know, trying to make that calling card happen and doubling down with the Gumiho Unleashed. Like, I think that came back to bite them because they couldn't convert that into any elims, and the rest of DXA was still so far back pushing the cart that they couldn't augment that offensive, no matter, like, even if they wanted to. Like, it just wasn't going to happen. So JFT don't have to invest. They don't have to pop the Hulk Smash. They don't have to stall anything out. Again, only using the regen domain, converting that into 2 elims, and then they just go in with Joji's calling card, and it's basically for cleanup duty at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like we've seen a little bit of misfires on both sides of the board here, but yeah, just not enough value for DXA after that first checkpoint. Again, it feels like notes of Museum of Contemplation all over again, just the second verse here. DXA had some solid plays right out of the gate. They got things going their way so early on, and they just weren't able to keep converting that to a map clear. So again, DXA in the driver's seat, taking that first attack here on Convergence, but now it feels like JFT getting the hooks in and slowly drawing that cart to a halt here. So I'm curious to see post-pause what we're going to see from DXA, because they've got plenty of time to recover here. They've got some opportunity to make some changes, but so far, yeah, I like the Black Cat matchup here. That definitely has favored DXA quite a bit, but you know, that's just not enough to carry them to the end of this map yet.
And I feel like they feel like it's favoring them quite a bit as well, but almost too much. Like, you know, maybe it shows a little bit of the inexperience from Tashi, and not to imply that he's inexperienced on the hero, but potentially a little bit less so than Joji, because it's rare that we see Joji overcommit in the way that we saw Tashi overcommit just now. Like, Tashi got rewarded for sticking around long after his welcome was worn out the first time around because he was able to take down 2 strategists, but the second time, like, JFT were ready for it. They just catch him out, and DXA overcompensate to try and make something happen that was just not going to happen. And I think Joji having a little bit more experience when it comes to playing this hero in officials is going to be a little bit more aware of that. Like, he's not going to fall for that same trap. He's not going to be like, oh, I'm feeling myself now. You can't stop me until you can.
Well, I hear from a lot of top-level duelist players that confidence goes a long way, right? There is a mental game in playing out those duels, and sometimes thinking that you are the better duelist, you are the better Black Cat, definitely can help. And maybe just a little trigger happy from DXA's side. Like you said, overextending just a couple times and getting punished for it, taking their lumps indeed, but still able to keep this thing moving. I mean, they're over halfway to the second checkpoint. They've got still almost 3 minutes, I think, on the clock.
Yeah,
so plenty in their favor. Yeah, okay, 258. Yeah, so plenty working in their favor here. But we saw it again on Museum of Contemplation. It just felt like they had some small concessions, some small losses that really added up to a pile of misfires at the end of the day. So I have to imagine they're seeing that as well, and they're thinking, how do we clean this thing up? How do we keep moving? Because you definitely don't want to flame out like they did there on map number 2.
Yeah, and to your point on map number 2, they failed to capture point B. Like, we still haven't managed to clear that hurdle yet, and they also came into point B with a wealth of time, just like they did here. Sure, they burned off, upwards, like around a minute of it already, but still having 3 minutes means you have plenty of time to take at least 3 good fights here. Maybe 1 dry fight and 2 very heavy ult fights, or just 1 fight that you win outright in the neutral if you get lucky. There's still plenty of time, but you can't let JFT start to get that momentum again, because they will stall you out just like they did on Museum of Contemplation. And trying to play for a full hold on point B when you're switch sides, when you're second up on the defensive, it's so hard because it constantly feels like your back is up against the wall. You have that added level of stress knowing that you cannot let this cart move another inch, otherwise it's done.
Yeah, and I mean, from DXA's perspective, too, they're kind of stuck here. They know that the end, that last staircase towards Dracula's lair is definitely tricky for a lot of offensive teams to try and clear.
A literal uphill battle.
Quite literally, yeah, and that high ground is so advantageous for defense, so they want to try to get there, holding on to some of this time bank, ready to get things moving once again, though. 2:30 on the clock for DXA as they're over 3/4 of the way to that second checkpoint, so want to see them get that, because then they will have cleared a lot further than they did on map 2.
You can again see, though, like to our point earlier, Joji knows his limits. Like, he's holding this angle and he's not going into aggressively. Nev taking down Peter, though, so Joji knows he's got to make something happen, but he's able to take down Tashi, and the invisible boundary from Rexy is a little bit too late to save his life. Wosh is popping that Hulk smash to try and keep the pressure going for JFT and force more resources out of DXA, and they're going to do just that with that invisible boundary now coming out from Winter.
Yeah, just holding on to that end song, Inferno here from Pars. Peter on the move, got that ready to go as well. Doesn't even need it to take down Gact, though. Joji will pick up one on the Black Cat as well. We'll find Pars on that Phoenix, and now JFT yet again in control here. Under 2 minutes for DXA to try and turn this thing around.
Black Cat just does so much, man. Like, Joji knows exactly where the breakpoints are to go for the assassinations. Also, again, knows his limits. Even in this duel against Tashi, is going to fall back. A great bubble coming out and a good exile as well from Wosh. Like, he's not playing too far away from his team. His team are keeping him on a relatively short leash, but he's able to make the most out of the space that he's got on his hero.
Yeah, it does feel like finding his footing there on that Hulk, but gonna have to quickly find it here as DXA ready for a fight here. They will find 1 KO pretty early on, make it 2-3 there, double KO for Pars. The whole KO feed turning orange for DXA, and that is some serious free real estate here. They're gonna go ahead and grab checkpoint number 2, get that time refresh, and look towards the final checkpoint here. 2:35 on the clock for DXA.
And they've already bested their performance on Museum of Contemplation, so that is 1 monkey off your back. But here comes the next one, that uphill battle, or upstairs battle that we were alluding to earlier, that DXA are going to have to try and brute force their way through. And they have 2 good ults to potentially do it. 4 now actually about to come online. And JFT, not going to have any strategist ults. I mean, the invisible boundary is going to be one of them, but you can bleed that one out pretty easily with either the Eye of Agamotto or the calling card. The latter of those 2 is going to be the death blow, but they don't even need it. They just go into the neutral, fix finds a KO onto Winter, and it's all falling apart for JFT.
Yeah, they will simply just build the body advantage for themselves here. Kumio unleashed from Fix. Wosh super low on that Hulk, looking for a bit of healing. Can't find it, though. Going back down to Banner here as Pars on the Phoenix. The payload may not quite be in Dracula's throne room, but DXA going to take the fight all the way to the end of the map here. I like the situation here. I like the positioning from DXA, trying to keep it aggressive and keep that door shut on JFT here. There goes the invisible boundary, ready to go for Slippery here, but already body disadvantage for them. Nev taking down the Luna Snow here, and DXA again in control. 1:30 left to go, and that card is on the move.
Good cancel from Winter, though. Our old pal French Venom says we, and that's about as far as he can get. We don't get to see the full Feast of the Abyss coming out. Joji taking down Tashi. Sonic Seduction from OP is going to once again lock Neb down. Peter is happy to get a little bit of those left clicks in there and keep him going onto Gak. That's a nice two-piece there for Peter, looking for the third, but Wosh is going to rob him of that glory. And now as we're down to only a minute left for DXA, JFT have managed to regain control of this carton. Another exile now coming out from Wosh. They want to keep pressing this advantage, converting to more elims. A late stagger onto Rexy, and Peter nearly getting caught out there as well. Or sorry, Par's nearly getting caught out there as well. JFT are looking to try and stop DXA from even getting back to this cart to contest it. I don't know if they're going to be willing to give up another inch on this cart. It is now or never for JFT on the defensive side. A lot of ultimates about to come online for both sides. Only down a Sonic Seduction for JFT and only down that Kumiho for DXA. So this one's all or nothing for both sides.
And it's Tashi sneaking up in there, finding one onto Peter already very early on. OP going low and going down there thanks to Gak on the Doctor Strange. Joji gonna flip the calling card here, and JFT gonna let everything fly here. Invisible Boundary almost getting taken down immediately by DXA. It's gonna be the Venn diagram though. Boundaries from both sides. The Eye of Agamotto from Gak doesn't really find anybody to stun here, but DXA gonna clean house here, finding a couple of KOs. Wosh though taking down Rexy. Insong Inferno goes up, comes down, no damage coming through there, but Wosh will find another one onto the White Fox there, but DXA with a second left on the clock will clear Central Park.
JFT stacked their strategist ultimates. They layered their strategist ultimates. DXA made them flinch. That's the story there. JFT, they could have held that one out past OT. They were even starting to get some elims there towards the tail end, but they just kind of bled out one after the other because they didn't have that second strategist ult online. The Invisible Boundary and the Fate of Both Worlds both at the exact same time, and that's the kind of thing that you only do when you're scared and comms start to break down. JFT are starting to sweat, and DXA are putting the pressure on them, and with only a second left, like you said, just in the nick of time, a photo finish, they complete it and secure at the very least extra innings if we see a full completion out here from JFT. But JFT, after that mistake, are going to have to regroup and come back here fast on this attack and really make the most of this one.
Yeah, I mean, at least in this series, this is the first time we've seen JFT kind of left on the back foot. It feels like they're able to turn the corner almost every time here, but now they could not find a way to stop DXA short of that throne room. So now they are looking at gonna have to take this map into extra rounds if they want to try to close this thing out in 3. And even if they do, it has been a close 3 maps between these two teams here. Exactly the kind of matchup we were expecting going in. There are going to be some swaps here from JFT. Slippery's on the rocket here, so going to look for that damage amp off of those CYAs, but they are going to have to clear the way and make it snappy here. JFT on the attack after DXA clears Central Park and are looking to try and win their first map this series.
Wondering if Joji might go for a cheeky little portal play on the Black Cat. I mean, we did see, I believe it was Vulcan Red try it last time against Kanga, but didn't work out so well for them. Maybe JFT will have better luck with it. We'll see if Joji's able to farm up some of that cash and money to spend on it, but now JFT just going to go straight in the front door. Don't need to make any back doors of their own. Joji just going invisible and diving right on in, forcing out the teleport from Fix, and that is a good start, but Cars taking him down.
Yeah, it really looks like DXA very calm, very zen coming into this matchup here, and already in control, almost a minute away of JFT's time, and one by one they are getting walked down here. Joji, though, will find Tashi on that Black Cat whip, and JFT going to take a second to regroup. They've definitely got the time to do it. Where is Joji going?
Oh, he's going back in again. Helm of Hades for another invisibility. Has full access to the backline right now, and that's going to mean JFT can just walk right in, and with OP and that Endsong Inferno, the damage just too much for DXA to parry. No strategist ultimates. Hell, no strategists left, and that's going to be the first tick given up, potentially the second as well. Tashi going in to try and stall and buy some time for Nev to get this strange TP off, but it might not be in time. Another photo finish going to have to come through for DXA.
Yeah, nail biter yet again. They do make it through. DXA through the portal here. Tashi's up. The whole team is up and ready for a brawl here. They've almost got an invisible boundary ready to go too, but it is going to be that Sonic Seduction coming out for JFT here as they're going to try to lock down this third and final tick here. They are just a sliver away from it, but DXA already on the point, pushing them back. Insong Inferno crashes right down onto OP. Some good damage there, but it is blue favored there in that KO feed. Winter as well got the dance floor ready to go. Fate of Both Worlds to keep this team alive. Kumiho unleashed from from Fix, and now Nev's got the Eye of Agamotto ready to go too. As soon as they've got an ult, they are popping it here, and there's the airmail. Eye of Agamotto, and Peter will go down while stunned. Whoosh taking some damage as well, but cannot quite find the way to KO that Venom just yet here. And over half of JFT's time taken down, and DXA have slowly regained control.
Yep, 99.33%. 2/3 of a percent is all that stood between DXA and losing that point. They are hanging on by a literal thread right now, and Joji with a pair of scissors looking to try and cut it, but a good peel coming out from Gact, and now the Sonic Seduction to force JFT back, and if they can find this Elim onto Joji, which they do, no calling card is going to come out from JFT, so they can't make this engagement happen. The Res Beacon is going to come out, but they're going to lose Peter for it, and now with the calling card coming out a little bit late, Tashi and Joji going blow for blow. Joji finding a two-piece. It's going to be a quad now coming out, potentially a fifth. Will be hit with a Carbon Crush. Is that going to be enough to slow him down? Tashi, not to be outdone with a triple of his own. And again, DXA are able to hold on. 1 minute and 10 left, and JFT are left scratching their heads, wondering, how do we break this?
Yeah, they go band for band here, but the deck is stacked in Tashi's favor. That calling card, insane on both sides of the board here. Now under 60 seconds left for JFT. They're back down to just 2 ticks of progress here. So DXA putting up an iron curtain here on a defense. And even though Joji came back with a vengeance off that BRB beacon, it was not enough here. Peter's going to start this off, though. Insong Inferno comes first, and we'll find Fix. The White Fox taken down right away. No strategist online for DXA as JFT bites back here. Almost everyone from DXA sit scrambling here, turn tail and run, and JFT 6 on the point. They will make the flip here. 3 minutes to go, and JFT are right back in the fight.
But JFT are sweating. They're starting to get nervous. They're starting to make mistakes, and DXA are capitalizing on those mistakes. And if they don't overextend, and if they don't make any mistakes of their own, they can keep putting the pressure on, forcing more of those errors and capitalizing off the back of them. They're going to have an ult advantage here. They should be able to get an early capture and flip the cart in their favor, stop it from making any more progress. They're going to go in deep for it. Nev with a dive, a charm onto Peter to try and shut down some of that damage. Tashi going in deep is going to take down Slippery. They get both members of the backline off the Ensong Inferno, and this is going to be DXA reclaiming control.
Yeah, they just take a moment to sharpen their claws here, and sharpen they have. Gact and Pars in the KO feed. Fix will find one as well here. DXA on full strength yet again. 2 minutes to go for JFT just after that first checkpoint door here. Not a ton of progress made, but they are going to come back with a vengeance for sure. But man, DXA, they just let up for a second and then put the gas right back on here.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what you need to do, you know. 2 minutes trying to go for the spawn hold here. Tashi again has the angle, takes out Slippery early on. Fix is there with the Kumio as well. Hateable World's coming out now from Winter to try and stabilize, but it's going to be real difficult to do that with only this one strategist. Pars gets caught out outside of it. Wosh able to take him down, so a 1-for-1 trade, and this is where DXA need to keep that pressure going if they want to stall this card out for as long as possible. Again, the cancel onto the Feast of the Abyss, putting Wosh on a diet.
Yeah, beautiful response here from DXA. Even in the face of all this pressure, they are playing it out here, and it is dueling calling cards yet again here. Joji and Tashi both letting them fly here, but it's Joji that gets the upper hand here. Double making a triple for that Black Cat. Left, right, up, and down. You cannot figure out where she's going to be next. Quadra KO there for Joji off of that calling card, and DXA unfortunately losing it pretty early on here as JFT make the breakthrough, and with about 60 seconds left to go, are well on their way to checkpoint number 2.
I don't know if you saw how much cash Joji was rocking with after that calling card, but that's the beauty of getting that much value off of that ultimate and not being punished for it. You basically get to go shopping with someone else's credit card, get whatever tool you want. Ensong Inferno and a Sonic Seduction both now coming out, one side for the other. It's going to be a trade out, Rexy for Joji, but without Joji there, that cash going to be reset, and JFT are going to be on the back foot now. They turn around to try and peel for Nev, but it just gives Pars a shooting gallery, able to take down Winter, and with no strategist online, it's going to be hard for JFT to try and go for the engage here.
Yeah, but Winter's right back up off of the BRB here. Slippery's got CYA ready to go here, and Peter's going to find a KO on the Phoenix as well. That is Pars going back to spawn here. Now JFT staring down the doors to that second checkpoint here. Joji finding one, and it's a feast here. A feast of the abyss for Nev, but shut right back down. The buffet is closed for now here. Slippery with a little bit of insurance there. CYA ready to go to make sure they get it, and they will have it. JFT taking checkpoint number 2 with about 1 minute and 30 left to go.
That's a late stagger onto Fix. I mean, the stagger onto Gact was already bad, but onto Fix is even worse, because without that healing, it means that even Nev, who is alive, has to play very safe, can't over-engage. Already going to get hit with the Get with that from OP. He's already taking a 2v1 against the enemy Vanguard, so can't hold any ground, and DXA have to basically give up the entire staircase. JFT now have the map control, and how many times do we have to say it that Joji, when he's got map control, can just play it wherever he wants and get easy access to the backline, and what do you know? He's already there.
Yeah, playing it so similar to how DXA played here as well. Already in the throne room and already taking names here. Joji gonna find Rexy. Gak will make it a 1-for-1 though on to Joji. Peter gonna pick things up though, and Joji will get right back up. So for the most part, the team is here, but Pars will take down Wosh. So that's one Venom not in this fight here. Sonic Seduction from OP as the clock ticks down to 45 seconds. Kumio Unleashed from Fix as well here. Strategist ults left and right as Winter's got Fate of Both Worlds ready to go. In Song Inferno from Peter as well will make the KO here onto Pars. Slippery will get one as well onto Gact off of that Rocket Raccoon chain gun here. And with just 30 seconds left to go, JFT fully in control of the card and ready for another fight here with DXA.
And calling card is going to be online for Joji. That's going to be their win condition. Tashi is lagging a little bit behind on that one and isn't going to have the space to use it, so they need to track Joji down, but he's going to pop it early, and DXA already going to have to walk out of spawn with their heads on a swivel. Can they deal with Joji and Song Inferno from Pars? They're going to take down Winter. That's a high value elim, and the first salvo goes the way of DXA, and the second for Pars. Give him the triple. OP getting caught out, a triple and a quad for Pars. He's going absolutely insane, giving DXA the hero play that they need, and that should be enough. There's going to be a strange TP play potentially coming out from Winter. Is it going to be in time? It is.
Single-handedly keeping DXA in this series, but they can't plant boots on the point. Walk right off out of the strange portal, and JFT cannot close it out in 3. DXA on the board, and we are going to a map number 4.
And I am so glad that this one is now starting to live up to the expectations, because again, I was going to be so disappointed, so sad if this was a 3-0 blowout. Despite how strong I heard JFT was, I knew DXA still had that fight in them, and they proved it here, and Pars, a big part of the reason why. Putting the team on his back for that last fight, 18 final hits for him, I believe 4 or 5 of which came in just that last fight. Tashi also going band for band with Joji for a large part of that Black Cat head-to-head. 21 final hits for Joji, 24 Tashi, only 1 behind, and that ain't bad for just picking up the hero in the third inning here.
Yeah, and I was going to say, maybe the numbers don't quite match up, but it does feel like Tashi able to get just a little bit more of an ounce of value out of those Black Cat plays. They were left a couple times with Joji having the calling card and Tashi not quite having it ready to go, but they play right on through it, and they are able to hold them at the last second. And yeah, Pars single-handedly clenching his fist, Infinity Gauntlet on, saying, I'll do it myself, gets the Quadra KO, and keeps DXA in the fight here. Absolutely insane comeback. Signs of life abound here for DXA, and they are not ready to throw in the towel on this stage 1 run quite yet. Very, very impressive from both teams here, really. Both big shows here on Central Park, but DXA saying we are not quite done here just yet.
It really is like a battle of the duelists. Like, I'm going to give a shout out to Peter on the losing side there. You know, he swapped to the Invis, but was playing that Phoenix for the most part. 15 final hits for him, 35k damage to match up to the 30k from Pars. So the Phoenix is like in these neutral fights when they're able to just hit those left clicks like you see on your screen right now. It's making up all of the difference, and it's giving like so much more space for these Black Cats to go in and find these elims on the backline, and vice versa. It's a symbiotic relationship between the two of them, and both teams playing it to perfection on this day, on this map. DXA getting the better of it, but like we said, it's going to have to be reverse sweep city from here on out, because they got to do it 2 more maps in a row. But maybe, just maybe, they have found the sauce.
Right, it's a great bright spot for DXA, but it only reveals the rest of the path forward here in this series against JFT. They've still got to win these last 2 maps, and there are no second chances left for them. So,
and it's keep playing like map pick.
Yeah, I was about to say, the biggest issue they're going to face is that it is not just JFT's map pick, it is their territory from here on out. If DXA want to close out this series, they will have to win in JFT territory twice to close this thing out, so no more map pick advantage for them.
And not only that, but the map pool opens up now again. We don't have to go to anything in particular. They can take us back to Domination if they want. They can go back to a Convoy map. They won both of those game modes. Why not? They can take it to a Convergence. Maybe they can even be the first to throw that Lower Manhattan curveball. You never know, and we don't know either, but we cannot wait to find out. Unfortunately, we're going to have to, as we're going to cut to another quick break. We will be right back with map number 4 on the other side. Chat, don't go anywhere. This one is heating up, and you don't want to miss it.
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. Optic blast!
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a match in our hands. Best of 5, lower bracket. One of these teams, unfortunately, will be going home for stage 1, but we don't know which team it will be yet. DXA have finally won a match in this matchup, but CB, it took a Phoenix, it took a Black Cat, and it took a mirror matchup for DXA to do it. You did mention that JFT were making mistakes. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, like there was a couple of moments where JFT were starting to crumble, starting to slip up. The one big key mistake that I think almost lost in this map entirely was the fact that they layered those strategist ultimates in that last fight, and that was because JFT were feeling the pressure. DXA were really starting to push them. They knew they had to react. They knew they couldn't give up any more ground, and in that moment, the comms just broke down, and both of the strategists from JFT hit Q, and it was pretty much over from there. Like, if they weren't able to match up the progress, send it into extra innings, it was not going to happen. Now on JFT's map pick, they're going to take us to Hell's Heaven, and we cannot see big, potentially fatal errors like that again. Otherwise, we're going to a map 5, and DXA take us into reverse sweep territory. I'm looking into the future, and if we see that reality, if you're JFT, like, you lost in a mirror match on your comp on Central Park, and then you lose again on Domination, a map type that you previously won. What do you even do for a map number 5 if you're in that situation? So those errors, they gotta be cleaned up.
Diatonic, you gotta help us out, my guy. What's the solution going to be here? Do you find a way to ban out that Black Cat as soon as possible if you're JFT?
I don't think I would say I'm ready to see them ban the Black Cat yet. I think they can win the mirror because it was pretty close between Joji and Tashi, and there were times where both of them were winning the 1v1 here. So I think it's just about cleaning up, like you guys have been talking about, some of the issues here and there. You know, no big glaring errors per se, but as that margin of error gets thinner and thinner here, just a razor line across the board here, you want to see them clean that stuff up and take those small wins, because that one little tiny win could be what puts them over the edge here, because every single map has been such a close back and forth.
We're moments away from getting what could very well be the final matchup for DXA in Stage 1, unless they can survive and bring us to a Game 5. CB, Diatonic, as you two go into the bans and picks, I want to ask you this one question. Are we going to see Game 5?
I hope so. I think at this point, you know, both teams are at a point where even if they end up losing this series, they can hold their heads high and say they played their hearts out, but I really want to see them play their hearts out. They've gone the distance every time. We've done a best of 3. Now we're in a best of 5. If we don't get that 5th map, I feel like, you know, I've been let down. Like I'm a kid at a candy store and I got to walk away empty-handed. Like, Mom, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is going to hinge on how JFT bounces back. This is the first time we've seen them on the back foot in this series. DXA, like we've talked about all throughout this series, breaking that streak. They're out of the rut now. They finally won a map since that tiebreaker in the preseason, and now it is up to them to lock in here, up to JFT to clean up those couple little things here and there and try to take this one home. So yeah, I think it's going to depend on that mental game and how long it takes JFT to recover from the loss here. Very similar notes Just as we saw in map 3, it's going to be Black Cat v Black Cat yet again here. White Fox banned out on both sides, so no Kumiho being unleashed, and now JFT hovering that Devil Dino ban. They're both going to take out the dinosaur here, so no Dino on the field for this one.
Yeah, going for the White Fox ban on both sides, so like prioing that, I think is a little bit odd, but it becomes relevant when you're protecting the Black Cat because that simultaneous ban for the Devil Dino comes through. But a protect onto the cap, that would go crazy for JFT, and yeah, that might be something that DXA is going to have to worry about because remember, you know, JFT, they were playing that dive composition with Woosh on that Captain America back on Domination before, and that's how they won it with that 1-2 punch. It was Woosh and it was Joji going in, getting their value, finding their mark, and hitting it every single time. A ban onto the Phoenix, though, that does mean that Pars is going to have that one-sided unless that ban is also mirrored. We might have to see a change-up coming out from both sides, and another Cap Protect coming out from DXA. Oh, this is desperation bans from both teams. There's the Mirror Phoenix ban. All right, so Pars and Peter are both going to have to adapt. Maybe we see that double brawl that we saw a little bit of from JFT previously with both the Black Cat and the Daredevil. I think that's one way you could go about this, but Pars hovering the Star-Lord, I mean, what do you even play here now?
That's kind of the question I'm asking too, because yeah, both sides saving the same heroes pretty close. No, it is mirrored. It's 100% mirrored across the board here. They both have access to the same pool here. So yeah, it's going to be some more change-ups. So like we saw in Central Park, you know, they changed the formula in the draft phase, and that's kind of what we're looking at here. But yeah, you know, you said desperation bans. It feels like this series, when we started out, kind of a nice, you know, fencing match, gentleman's agreement here, you know, back and forth. And then when the Black Cat mirror happened, it felt like we were down in the dirt here, throwing haymakers left and right. So neither team giving each other quarter here. JFT still on match point here. They just got to find one map win in the last 2 maps of this series to bring it home. But DXA definitely locking in a little bit more and looking a lot cleaner on map number 3.
So JFT are going to do pretty much exactly what I predicted. Peter is going to be taking up the Black Cat now, and Joji over onto the Daredevil. And Pars' answer for what do you play when the Phoenix is banned is going to be the Bucky. And up against these 2 divers, he's going to have his work cut out for him. I think he can farm a fair bit of damage off of OP on that Venom. It's going to be a full-throated dive comp coming out from JFT. DXA hedging their best a little bit, playing a little bit more of that split comp with the Emma and the Bucky as the anchor. We'll see who ends up getting the better of this exchange. As we have another gentleman's agreement there between the Captain Americas, just flashing her shields at each other and saying, hello, how do you do?
Yeah, and you know it's going to be dive with their full chest here on Hell's Heaven. It could be nothing else here on Hell's Heaven for map number 4, and we're already underway here. OP and Pars going to trade back and forth here, but Fix going to get up off of that VRB beacon, and it's going to be DXA taking the body advantage here. 3-4 members of JFT taken offline, and Tashi onto the move right out the gate here, all back onto the Black Cat, and DXA going to take the first cap here.
And I think that's the difference in the elims. Like, you saw that OP went in and got that dive in that early element to Fix, but it doesn't matter because Fix is going to be in range for the BRB, but on the other side, it was traded out. Pars caught Joji out, and Joji is also trying to go in for that dive. He's not going to be in range of DXA's BRB, so he doesn't get the res, and DXA can't make the most of that one. Or sorry, GFT can't make the most of that. DXA will get the better of that exchange, get the first cap here, and Tashi has full map control. He's going to get checked as JFT are going to walk right on through. Joji, again, you know, can see through the invisibility, so Tashi isn't going to be able to hide from the lawyer from Hell's Kitchen.
Yeah, trying to get cheeky with him. I saw the flame orb there right above the door. JFT is going to come out, so definitely got a little bit of a security camera there, but not enough to save Fix or Tashi as JFT find a couple of early picks here. DXA quickly approaching that 50% capture progress, but how long can they hold out for? Pars going down as well, a victim of Joji's Daredevil here, as it looks like JFT are quickly going to try to make this flip here. Blue standing tall on that capture point, not able to finish it off quite yet, but Winter will find one onto Gat, so Emma set down to the spawn area for now. JFT make the flip, and DXA stopping at 59% so far.
But it's been all neutral from here on out. No ults expended on either side, and all the ults about to come online for both sides. Sans Peter, who is a little bit behind when it comes to that calling card, so this is an opportunity for Tashi to get the better of that Black Cat exchange now that there's a new cat at the helm.
Yeah, and still it feels like JFT don't know what to quite do about this matchup yet, though Peter does kind of wrest away some of that control that DXA were trying to exercise here. Now it's a Feast of the Abyss for OP here, and JFT on the move. CYA coming down from Rexy cannot save the members of DXA, though one by one they are going to go down, and Tashi's going to have that calling card first. Will take down Peter on that Black Cat, but Joji going to get right back in there and keep JFT in control. Daredevil KO for him, and still holding that Let the Devil Out here. Going to look for the KO onto the Rocket Raccoon here, as well as JFT got all that pressure and keeping DXA far away from that capture point. 50% for JFT already.
Both teams showing good discipline, only investing 2 ults in that losing fight for DXA, and JFT only using 2 ults to win it. Sonic Seduction now going to come up from Gak to get control of this high ground, create a little bit more safe space, and confirm the Elim onto OP as well, and there's not going to be a BRB for that one. It's traded out for Nev, but Nev also not going to be in range of the BRB, so okay, both of these Vanguards are going to be out of the fight completely, and it's all starting to break down. Wosh finding Fix, though. That might be it for DXA.
Big pick onto Joji as well on the Daredevil, but all that does is pop the BRB from Slippery, and now everyone from JFT back on their feet and ready for the fight here. Joji gonna let that Devil out as they are almost 80% of the way there, though. Nev's got that Freedom Charge ready to go for the team to try and stay in this fight here, sink their teeth into this capture point, because JFT quickly approaching that capture of point number 1 here. Again, that margin for error so small here, as now the other Freedom Charge ready to go, and Peter will find one on to Pars here, as JFT gonna take the body advantage yet again. Triple KO for the Black Cat, as Fix and Gak both become victims of Felicia here. Joji will find a double KO, make that a triple as well on the Daredevil, and JFT have taken down everyone from DXA. No Doctor Strange in sight, and OT ticks away. JFT will take point number 1.
Peter starts to come online at just the perfect moment there, you know, on low HP, still goes in to take the duel with Pars and wins it, shuts down that Kraken Impact from coming out, which would have been a potentially fatal blow once those Strategist ultimates started to expire. The invisible boundary on one side, the Fate of Both Worlds on both sides for that matter, and JFT able to get out ahead just about by a teeny tiny little margin there. They end up winning, I think it was like, what, 56 to 100, but still, they could have very easily lost that fight. DXA were starting to come into their own, but it's Peter that ends up shutting it down, and again, getting the better of that Black Cat exchange. Pars not going to carry that Kraken Impact over onto the next point, instead going to swap back over onto that Star-Lord, hoping to take to the skies and take the fight a little bit further away from Peter. Maybe that will be the way forward, but I don't know, Diatonic. It's starting to look a little bit dicey here for DXA, as they just conceded their one advantage they had over JFT. The next ultimate come online is now going to be that CYA, but you're also going to have Slippery not too far behind in OP with that Feast of the Abyss. Any follow-up damage from Joji or Peter on that Feast of the Abyss, especially onto Rexy, we might not even see that CYA come out for DXA. It's a lot of acronyms, by the way, I just said.
Yeah, I was gonna say alphabet soup for sure, but yeah, it feels like we've seen this happen several times now on domination between these two teams. DXA can get the early cap pretty effectively and pretty consistently, but once JFT get control, it is tough for DXA to play the attacking side of domination, so they gotta find a way to break through that Iron Curtain here, because you almost guarantee that JFT is gonna find a way to flip the point their way. Maybe it is the Star-Lord here that'll be the advantage. Rexy's got the CYA down, ready to go here as DXA fan out and are looking to take that early first capture yet again here. Pars focusing Peter hardcore, can't quite make the play there. Nev will finish him off, but it is all blue in that KO feed yet again. Slippery gonna throw down the CYA as DXA's goes offline, and most of their members too here. Nev hunted down by Joji, and JFT will have the first cap here on point number 2.
It's still not a bad fight for DXA. I don't know if I love Pars going into that small enclosed room to try and confirm that Elim onto Peter. He nearly had it, but Wosh came back for the peel, and Nev was a little bit late for the cleanup. So they do get Peter towards the end, but it ends up trading out Pars' life for it. They do force out, though, both the CYA and the Feast of the Abyss, and OP got nothing off of that Feast of the Abyss. So DXA do come into this next fight with an ult advantage, and OP overextending just a little bit, Symbiotic Resilience, and that swing to get back out. Wosh holding the door and slowing Pars down. Pars not in a great position to let this Galactic Legend rip, and that is going to buy JFT more time to respond.
Yeah, time quickly running out from DXA's perspective here. Calling card from Toshi comes out. We'll find Slippery right out the gate here. Gak gets one, as well as one by one. Those blue lights on the left side of your screen go out there. OP's got Symbiotic Resilience ready to go here, but how much longer can that Venom hold out for? DXA looking to make the retake here. They will find it all. JFT sitting right back to square number 1. It is DXA that make the retake here, just short of 50%.
And full credit to Tashi, you know, going in with that calling card, catching both strategists split from the rest of the team, and maybe that's an overextension from Wosh and OP, as they weren't going to be able to come back in time to get the peel, and Tashi just finds the 2 highest value picks you possibly can, and there's a small window of time where this Galactic Legend from Pars could make all the difference. As you can tell, he's going for a flank, trying to catch on to these strategists before that invisible boundary comes online.
Yeah, gonna try to catch him lacking, and there's the Galactic Legend coming out from Pars. Now we'll find the Daredevil right out the gate, so Joji taking offline here. Nev's got the Freedom Charge ready to go for the rest of the team. Double KO for Star-Lord here, playlist popping and ready to go as Pars trying to keep DXA alive here on map number 4, making a Quadra KO. The Peter Quill cannot be stopped here. 40% for DXA, and they're about to overtake JFT as one by one. They're all going back to spawn here, and DXA right back in the fight just as quickly as you thought they were down and out. They are here once again on the back of Pars on that Star-Lord.
And they use Calling Card, Freedom Charge, and Let the Devil Out, and they got nothing for it. Just that one ultimate, plus that Freedom Charge that comes out from Nev as well, does shut it all down, and JFT now behind the 8 ball. They're coming up onto their other 3 ultimates good, but DXA, they've got 3 of their own, and Tashi is definitely going to beat Joji with the punch when it comes to that Calling Card. So even if you lose this fight for DXA, you have another win con for the next one, but Woj looking to try and check him. Tashi gets out alive, though.
Strategist ult's going to be key here for JFT. CYA is already on the board here as, yeah, it is going to be DXA to get the first Calling Card in this fight. Very quickly approaching a 0.2 capture, though. Joji able to take down Tashi to start things off. BRB getting him right back in the fight, and the Black Cat is here yet again. Joji and Winter back in the KO feed, taking down some more members of DXA. Slippery will finish off Tashi for good this time as JFT look to retake it yet again here. DXA stopped at 89%.
But it's a 2-for-1 trade in the ults, and Joji isn't the one who does the bulk of the work, so Tashi is going to have that Calling Card for the next fight, and Joji only 2/3 of the way there, going to be lagging behind. So if Tashi gets another big one like he did last time onto Winter or Slippery, Tashi's either going to find both of the elims or he's going to force out the invisible boundary. Either way, it's a win.
Yeah, definitely some big potential here for DXA. Gonna be looking for a retake here. Maybe they can do it in one fight. Of course, there is a Strange Portal online for JFT, and there's a whole bunch of ults coming out from JFT. I have Aramoto from Gact is good, and Joji caught lacking a little bit outside of Winter's invisible boundary there. So one big pick there. Tashi taken down by Joji as well. There is a Rocket BRB ready to go, though, and there's that Galactic Legend yet again from Pars. The game changer before, shut down immediately by Joji in just a few frames. Black Cat taking Star-Lord offline here. Big target prioritization for JFT. Peter's ready to go as well. Dance of the Butterflies coming out. They can't quite stop him here, and he will take down Tashi. Overtime now for JFT as they're on 99%. Nev's got that Freedom Charge as well as DXA gonna look to try and wrest it away from him here.
DXA, they have the tools to keep this fight going. They need to win it here and now, though, as it's at 99%. OT ticking away. Nev is going to go in deep and find Winter, so there's not going to be any healing coming out here for JFT. Freedom Charge will make up the lion's share of it, though. Beast of the Abyss coming out as well. Joji is going to be rezzed up with that BRB. Tashi trying to find an Elim with this Black Cat, these Phantom Strikes, but the peeling is just too good for the backline for JFT. DXA have yet to find that one fatal blow. Fix has fallen. It's traded up for Peter, but now is the Strange TP coming out. JFT are going to be able to get their reinforcements back online. Woj is taking down Pars, and it's all starting to fall apart. Tashi trying to make a miracle happen, taking down Joji, and it's just a dogfight on the point here. But as Woj takes down Rexy again, there's going to be a lot less healing on deck for DXA, and they may have run out of steam at the critical moment. JFT strike a critical artery. DXA cannot stop the bleeding, and this overtime wick will bleed over. JFT will take the dub 3-1, and DXA, unfortunately, are going to have to bid us adieu.
And so heartbreakingly close to the retake there. Gact throwing down the Eye of Agamotto, but in desperation, can't make the play, cannot find a single stun, and JFT will take that open door, walk right on through, and close this one out in 4. Joji, MVP here on Hell's Heaven to wrap things up, and just when it looked a little squirrely for JFT, they are right back in and looking better than ever here. They take home most of the medals, though Gact putting in some work on that Doctor Strange there. Just unfortunate, the whiff on that Eye of Agamotto at the end. It's going to be a long game of coulda, woulda, shoulda for DXA as they walk away from this one and from stage 1 here way earlier than I would have thought. You know, this clash between these two teams, so surprising to see it here early. Can't believe we have to say goodbye to one of them, but it is DXA that are going home today.
And there is a little bit of I mean, not going to be any coulda, woulda, shoulda from JFT, because we talked about how they needed to clean up some of those mistakes from Central Park. Their will was ironclad this time around. They don't make those same mistakes, and when things start to get tense and the OT fights start to break down, they end up making the right plays. They don't lay their ultimates, they don't make those critical mistakes, and in fact, Wosh recognizes that there is a dogfight happening on the point, and we've got enough men to be, at the very least, stand our ground on it. So if I just go in deep and stop the people from coming back on the respawn, we can keep that man advantage going. He takes down Rexy on the re-engage, and it's over from that point on. There's just nothing left that DXA can do because their health bars are finite. There is nothing to replenish it, and all JFT have to do is get their guys back on the point, take the dub, and they do just that. There's a little bit of a moment where you can tell JFT kind of doubt themselves as they swap Joji over onto that Black Cat off of the Daredevil so that they can get Peter onto another hero. I believe it was onto the Star-Lord to try and mirror. I'm not sure, because once again, Peter ended up on the Invisible Woman. So looking at the scoreboard, some chicanery. You know, Peter ends up in a weird off-roll position, but that's just kind of how the cards shake out when you have to go for those train CP plays. But JFT, like, they execute it to perfection. They look every bit as strong as they did on maps 1 and 2. Those mistakes from map 3 completely cleared up. Map 4 decisively theirs.
Hey, I don't have to say anything. I think CB said it all perfectly. But I will ask you one question.
Fluent in
though,
Japanese.
Hey, look, we're all yappers here, right? We gotta be. But for JFT, they've beaten out DXA. They are not in the upper bracket anymore. They're still facing elimination. They're gonna have to make their way all the way to the grand finals by having themselves teeter-tottering on this Pirates plank of potentially falling into the water and never coming back out. My question for you is, it's actually a two-folded question. My first question is, can JFT make a Cinderella run in the lower bracket? And B, can that run be stopped if somehow a team can beat Joji's Black Cat?
I mean, I think Joji's Black Cat does seem to be the main focal point of JFT's compositions. I'm wondering if their bag does go deeper than that, and maybe if they do get challenged and forced off of that, if we run to a situation where that's just not working and it becomes clear in like a best of 5 series that it's not gonna work and they have to adjust to something they're not as well practiced on, you know, we could see them taking an exit. But I do also believe that the Cinderella run is very much so still on the table because they've, you know, bested one of their contemporaries right now in DXA. We haven't seen them play against Kanga, but we know they have beaten Kanga in the past, and JFT look even stronger now than they did when they beat Kanga previously. So that's one matchup that I'm going to be looking forward to if we get to see that one. They played close to Fury, and there's even like an argument that they could have beaten Fury on Yggdrasil Path, or potentially even on that third map. We saw that series between them. So I think just about everybody on the field is beatable for JFT, with the exception, of course, of Genji and the Chiefs. It remains to be seen if they can best the Chiefs. If they can, then whoa, like what even happened here? Like how did they just level up this far ahead? I don't know. I to answer your question in short, in summary, it's very doable.
Okay, you know what? I'll take that. And speaking of Woe, we have Wosh on the line here. Ring. I think we're just about ready to get our interview done with him, and I think we have a lot of questions for JFT once we're ready for that interview.
Yeah.
Give it a second.
I got at least a few questions.
Wait, hold on. We're peeling the dials a little bit. I think we're just gonna need a few extra seconds. Oh, okay, not ready yet. So, Diatonic, I gotta ask you, do you agree with CB's sentiments? Do you think that JFT has what it takes to go for a large lower bracket run? And I'm gonna expand it even more. Do you think they have the upset potential to take that second place slot or first place slot?
Yeah, so, you know, I kind of look at my predictions for how this bracket would play out when I'm thinking about, you know, how the rest of this lower bracket's going to go. I had DXA taking this match because I felt like it was kind of a toss-up, right? I'm definitely a DXA believer for sure here, but now JFT kind of taking that slot. I think they have potential to beat most of the other teams in this bracket on paper. Okay. I think they can do it. I do think that the question you have to ask, you know, looking beyond teams like Fury and Kanga, that, yeah, they'll probably struggle against, but a good chance they can win those too. I think the question is, who or what do they do against a team like Genji or the Chiefs? And I think for most teams here in Oceania, that is kind of the gate. That is kind of the litmus test to determine how powerful they are. So yeah, I think that, you know, Chiefs, Genji, definitely tougher in terms of trying to upset those teams. Those are going to be the ones they truly struggle against. But I mean, JFT looking so much cleaner, a lot of improvement from preseason into stage 1. And the question, you know, how much of that is the meta changing? Does this meta favor this particular team, or do they feel more comfortable on the heroes that work best here in Ignite? You know, those are questions we might be able to get some answers to here in just a minute or so. But yeah, I think I'm on the same boat. I think they can beat teams like Fury, like Kanga. I think they will struggle against Genji and the Chiefs. But we're just a week or so into the Season 8 meta, so who knows at this point?
Hey, look, our big expectation coming into this stage would that be we would have a huge Vanguard meta. Everyone and their mother was hyping up Devil Dinosaur, but if JFT have proven anything today, I think the Duelist meta potentially may be coming to a rise. Phoenix and Black Cat were a staple of this series for JFT. We started seeing DXA copy them towards the very end of Hell's Heaven CB. Are we going to be seeing a lot more of this duo from here on out from every team?
I wouldn't say from every team, but it's definitely going to be a staple for JFT going forward. A lot of these other teams are going to try and play, they're going to try and make the Black Cat work, but again, like, she's pretty high in the ban prio, so if they're trying to play for the Devil Dino, they might not be able to play the Black Cat and the Phoenix like we've seen a lot of from JFT, so yeah, there's going to have to be some flexibility. I think this is a meta, this is a game for that matter where flexibility is important because metas can change just from week to week here in between patches. A new hero drops, a new balance patch drops, and suddenly everything gets turned on his head. You got to have a deeper bag than that, but I think we have got someone here who can tell us just how deep JFT's bag goes.
The dials worked! Hello! Can you hear us, Wosh?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, hello. So, first of all, congratulations. Very hard-fought victory. You are all the first people to eliminate a team from Stage 1. Congratulations. And how do you feel about ending DXA's run very early?
We feel pretty good, obviously. I mean,
yeah.
I would have liked to have beaten Fury yesterday, but it's nice that we're still in and we beat DXA. Also kind of sad that we took DXA out because we're like good friends with them. So I probably would have liked to take out a different team, but feeling pretty good though.
I like to hype up the blood feud between like you and Kanga and DXA just to kind of like, amplify the drama, but like, as we've heard from Tashi in the past and even from the guys from Kanga that like, you're all friends, you're all homies, it's all for the good of the community. But Fury is kind of the odd man out there. Do you think that, if you played Fury again, that you could beat them and potentially eliminate them if they end up being, if they find themselves in your crosshairs in the lower bracket anytime in the future?
Yeah, I think we could beat them. I think it was like pretty close. We did kind of mess up in like the last fight. I think we might have won, but I think we could probably take them out if we play them again. But I think it'd be pretty close still.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in terms of the field that's still standing here, you guys have a very solid chance against a lot of them. And, I feel like there's a very clear kind of trend line upwards for you guys in terms of improvement, looking at how you played in preseason to how you're playing now here in Stage 1. What's kind of changed? Is it kind of now the Season 8 meta you guys are more comfortable with, or the new heroes, or is there something that's changed from preseason to Stage 1 that have helped you kind of clean things up and look even better?
I think triple support like being a bit worse and like Black Cat becoming a lot better. I mean, I get to play like Cat more into like non-triple stop, so it's like a lot nicer to be able to dive backlines. And also like we've been practicing our dive a lot more. And yeah, I think it's pretty much just like we've improved our dive, and then triple support's like kind of out of the meta. Or it's still meta if Mats is open, but it's a lot. I mean, the meta's like around Black Cat a lot, so yeah. Sure.
Y'all improved your dive. Yeah, you could say that again. It was ferocious to watch throughout the matchups today, and even yesterday. What's up?
I have a question about the dive. Like you say you're cleaned up your dive. I've also noticed you guys play a lot of Hulk, particularly. How does he fit into it? Because that's like the one thing that you guys are doing that like I don't think anybody else is doing right now.
I mean, I just like playing Hulk a lot. I think his bubble is really good, specifically into like White Fox. Because when you bubble like everyone and she goes melee form, she can't heal anybody if she's hitting bubbles. So I think it's really strong. And then a lot of teams are running like Venom, and I think Hulk is really, really good into Venom. Like obviously I can bubble like his ult, I can bubble every dive, I can exile him. Yeah, and then I think Hulk's like versatility and how easy it is for him to just jump into a backline and support an entire dive. Especially like, I really only play him when Cap's banned, so. But I mean, yeah, I think Hulk's really strong. I think he's pretty underrated.
Okay.
I think in dive.
Now, for our final question here for you, because I'm sure you want to get resting or whatever have you after a matchup, right, Wosh? Again, Black Cat very strong so far from what we've seen. In your opinion, because your team has had one of the most dominant Black Cats so far, what would you say is the way to defeat a black cat?
I think
you're
you have to,
already hesitating. Like
anticipate her dive, I guess. But like she like can come from like any angle because of the portal, and she's like, I think she's really hard to mark out because of how mobile she is. Like a lot of the time when we're calling like to kill black cat, I don't even know where she is on my screen because she's like teleporting all over the place. But I guess like White Fox is probably good into her. I don't know. She's like black cat is so broken. I tried playing Hulk into her. I couldn't even do anything about it. So I guess like you'd have to like heavily mark lanes so that she can't really get a good angle to dive on. Yeah, I think that's like kind of the only way because she's so strong right now.
Oh, so strong, so strong. I'm sure we'll be seeing so much of her, especially from y'all in the lower bracket. I'm expecting a very big JFT run. Would not be surprised if we see y'all in the grand finals. Wosh, thank you so much for joining us here for the interview. I really hope we'll have you guys back on again. Who knows, the way y'all been playing, wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Absolutely, Wosh. Thank you so much. Well, Black Cat City, population all of us. What's up, CD?
You can't even counter her with the Hulk. If you can't counter her with the Hulk, what are you supposed to do? Like...
That's how I solve all my problems. I just lock in Hulk, whether I'm at the grocery store, the gas station, anything I can do, I just try to Hulk out. But if that doesn't work...
If the line's too long at the grocery store, that's one way to solve it. You just Hulk
hulking
out.
I'm hulking out. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just
they'll
eating
clear the field
kale,
pretty quick.
turning green. Don't worry, guys. I'll turn a green suit. I'll get really big. But
eating kale? What is it, like a bootleg Popeye? What is that?
Yeah, I mean, look, you think I can afford spinach in this economy? Absolutely not. But Black Cat's been very strong so far, and of course, that is going to be our first best of 5 done for the day, but we're not done with the action just yet. I still think JFT can make a huge lower bracket run, YouTube, but genuinely speaking, I have no idea what to expect as we go on forwards. If you're in the know, you already know who we have coming up next, but if you don't, maybe you should stick around for a few extra minutes while we have a small break and get things set up, and you'll be pleasantly surprised. We'll be right back.
More enjoyable. Please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저기로 날아올라.
Light shine on my window frame. 얼어붙은 my flame. Blinding shining lights. Oh, oh, oh. I feel it skipping way out of control. Lock it. Oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높게 날아가.
They can't catch my vibe and my life.
We're dancing under moonlight. 손 감아. Yeah, that's my boy.
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. A pick blast!
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat. You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Frank Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
It's Revolt versus Rebuild. We get to see the new kids on the block against a team that's, well, a name we've seen in preseason, but a brand new roster. CB, it's Revolt versus Vulcan Red. I don't know what to expect coming into this elimination match, and frankly speaking, I don't know if Vulcan Red do either.
Yeah, and I mean, I would have liked to get a little bit of intel from their appearances in the upper bracket, but unfortunately, both their upper bracket appearances were very short-lived. Revolt getting quite literally spawn-held throughout the duration of it by the Chiefs, and Vulcan Red just kind of getting blown out as well. We didn't really see a whole lot from both of these teams. I think they both have a penance for dive, but they both lack a little bit of that synergy that comes with being together for a team. And in a dive meta, that is that's killer. Like, you just can't not have that synergy. You need to be able to execute on those dives, and both teams are just missing that key core component.
It's especially tough for Revolt right now too, because they're coming in straight from MRC. They're still getting used to the Ignite system where the bans are different. The pressures are mounting a lot more than anything they've probably done before. There's really no guardrails for them either. Just because they're the new kids, that doesn't mean they get any leeway, especially in the matches we saw yesterday, Diatonic. But Vulcan Red themselves, they are essentially a brand new roster under the same name, so they're resetting. They don't necessarily have a big synergy buildup compared to some other teams that have carried over their rosters from preseason. Is that going to make both these teams on an even footing?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely evens the playing field for both of them, and it really feels like this is a match that both of these teams really need to win here. Obviously, it's an elimination match, so to stay alive, of course, but, there's a lot of kind of undertones for both of these teams. Like we said, Vulcan Red is a name that's been around Ignite before. Last season in 2025, Stage 2, they were the runners-up in OCE, and now preseason, they missed the playoffs, and now here they are, round 2 in the lower bracket already. They really need to win this to get that name value back up. But of course, you know, they are taking a little bit of a chemistry debuff here as they've changed up the roster. And being that this is the second year of Marvel Rivals Ignite, you're going to be seeing a lot more of that going forward with teams changing the rosters. It's always going to make them take a couple steps back. But for Revolt, you know, they have some experienced players on that team as well, some Ignite experience on that roster, and they're here, as we've said already, kind of new kids on the block, small fish coming out of the MRC right into this big fish Ignite pond here. So you want to see them get on the board and prove that they belong here with the rest of the teams in this roster. But yeah, some changes here for this Vulcan Red team. Definitely going to try and even the playing field. I expect to see some back and forth between these two.
I will say for Vulcan Red, when they came out yesterday, they came out with a clear strategy, securing both a one-sided Captain America and a one-sided Black Cat in the pick and ban draft, which is why I feel like, again, both these teams do kind of lend themselves towards that dive composition. They just lack the synergy to be able to execute it, but against one another, that might become a little bit less of a factor, and maybe Vulcan Red, with a clear strategy in their sights, can, you know, get out ahead.
I mean, they should have that advantage of having preseason prowess, being in that system longer, and you know, frankly, kind of knowing what to expect going into this matchup. For Revolt, we had to have Dan go into an extreme deep dive on these players because we've never seen them before. We've never heard of most of them before outside of one or two names. CB, I don't know anything about Mills 6167 other than like my neurons brain rotting out.
Well, I mean, again, like a lot of these, like coming from MRC, you know, you're going to be kind of a hodgepodge of teams that have experience from all across the scene coming together to try and win MRC, get yourself an Ignite spot, and Revolt have done just that. And there are a few familiar faces. You know, Dan went into great detail about a bunch of them. For my money, though, Neil is the one that I think is one of my favorite players to watch. You know, back in MRC Season 6, my guy was doing some absolutely nutty stuff on the Doctor Strange. Unfortunately, we're in a meta nowadays where, you know, you only really see the Sorcerer Supreme for those teleport re-engages. You don't often see him in these like front to back or even these dive compositions, so not gonna really get to see as much of Neil's trickery, unfortunately, but we will see how he slots in to this roster properly as he's going up against a team that he is, I think, a little bit more evenly matched with.
Krakoa will be map number 1 as we go into this best of 5. Let me start with you, Diatonic. We're moments away from bans and picks. Who's going to take this series?
I think it's going to be close, but I think that Vulcan Red has the potential here. I'm always on Team Diatonic predictions, by the way. I always want what will be the best outcome for my Preds here, but I do have Vulcan Red going over in this match. But I do think it's going to be back and forth. Thanks for the confidence. But yeah, you know, I think it's...
I just got that.
I'm projecting a little bit.
Okay, CB, what's your prediction?
My prediction here, I think, is also Vulcan Red, because I think, again, they came out with a clear strategy, and if they're able to execute on that strategy, they should have the edge over Revolt, although I wouldn't count Revolt out either, because they do have the benefit of going through MRC, playing together a lot more recently, and finding some success in that tournament structure. But Ignite is an entirely different beast. The ban system itself changes everything up, and we get to see that ban system do just that. Diatonic, tell me what you see. It looks like we might be seeing Team Devil Dino taking shape for Vulcan Red.
Yeah, and maybe a one-sided Black Cat coming through from Revolt here, as they are going to take the Black Cat ban as their second one. They got to save, but no, it's going to be Dino versus Dino here. Have to imagine VR's probably going to respond to the Black Cat ban of their own. We've already seen her in action several times here in Stage 1, and we're just 2 days in, so these teams know what they're up against. But for now, VR is going to go for the Luna Snow ban. Not what I was expecting.
So here's the thing, though, is like Vulcan Red going for this this Devil Dino is a change of pace from what we saw from them previously in Domination. It's completely throwing that dive out the window, so maybe these teams are getting a little bit nervous and they want to go back to that like front-to-back playstyle that you can kind of get away with the Devil Dino. We'll see if like a cap ban comes out for either side. It's going to be a Mantis ban and a Lunas ban on one side for the simultaneous ones here. We'll see what these protects end up being. I think this will kind of tell us the tale of where they want to go, because if either team protects that cap, you know, maybe they will still try that dive and just keep the Devil Dino as the anchor, but, you know, it's a lot easier to coordinate a front-to-back playstyle, you know, try and go full anti-dive with that Devil Dino, and for a team that's lacking in synergy, I think that's, you know, might be just what the Doctor ordered, and now that Phoenix Protect coming out from Revolt, I think that tells me all I need to know.
Yeah, I mean, definitely falling back on a comp that you can kind of plug and play with, I think, will help them kind of overcome some of the chemistry boundaries that both of these teams are kind of facing, right? Like you said, you know, Revolt coming out of the MRC, of course, they've had some playtime together, and a lot of the players on Revolt are experienced Ignite players. Of course, Neil and Heian have experienced, Cookie and KB as well, both have played in Ignite before, so they know kind of what happens at this level. Of course, been a while since we've seen them in action here in Ignite, so a lot has changed since then. We're curious to see how they will hold up here in their second Ignite match. Vulcan Red done with their draft. They're going to ban out the cap and save the Phoenix for themselves. So, you know, I definitely had suspicions that Phoenix stocks were going to be pretty high coming into stage 1 here, and that has delivered almost every single map so far. Mantis fans coming in from both sides of the board as well here. So, yeah, they did kind of, Vulcan Red get locked out of Black Cat, though. A sneaky kind of, you know, not quite one-sided for Revolt. They didn't have to save her, but the ban is enough to make her one-sided.
But Vulcan Red did manage to sneak that Captain America through the ban draft. You know, again, like Revolt having to go for that Mantis instead, I think does kind of change the calculus a little bit, and you can already see Vulcan Red hovering over that dive style. They don't need the Black Cat, going to put Lil Rang on the Daredevil instead and play for that kind of split with Devil Dino as the anchor. So, you know, they have options there, and it ends up being a pretty decent ban draft if they want to try and play into that dive. I think Revolt have most of the same options still available, although they will need to adapt and maybe play the Venom, or, you know, take a page out of Wosh's playbook, bring the Hulk out to play if you want to try and go for the dive composition. On Grove, to kick things off here on Krakoa, I'm not so sure if that's going to be the best move. I think we're going to break it down and go a little bit more brawl heavy, but we will see what ends up happening here, but we will also see something a little cheeky to start things off here for the side of Revolt.
Yeah, potentially. And you never know. You cannot trust these players until those doors open, but I see what you're seeing on the other side of this. Curious to see if
Vulcan Red's
going to
be seeing it before very long.
I was about to say, going to be swinging right into action here. Looks like we might be getting a little bit of Spider-Man here, but we are ready. Best of 5 on deck. Another elimination match here. Revolt taking on Vulcan Red. Krakoa to start things off, and it is going to be a strange portal from Mills to get the ball rolling here. Revolt going to dive right on into the mix here, and like you said, going to be expecting some brawl here, especially in the Pacific region. No strangers to brawl are several of these teams here, taking the fight straight to Vulcan Red to start things off. We don't need a missionary to fight over. I just want to get to fighting.
But a good anchor play there from Genzo on that portal play coming out. Everybody from the side of Vulcan Red is just able to rotate around him so they don't end up feeling the full force of Revolt coming on through that portal. And as a result, Quan is able to wrap around, find that early KO there onto Cookie. And without the rocket there, you can tell Revolt a little bit gun shy. They don't want to commit to a full-fledged fight here, so they're just going to tuck tail and run, give the first cap over to Vulcan Red, and try and find a pick somewhere. Sable taking down Quan. That's their opening, and as Cookie starts to come back online, they should be able to go for a full contest soon.
Yeah, gonna hedge their bets for now, and it pays off in some dividends here. Neil finding one on the Dino here, so they're able to trade 2 for 1, at least for now, on Revolt. Now gonna make their way onto the capture point here and try to take it. KB being sent back to spawn is gonna slow things down a little bit without the invis. Not your full healer stack ready to go here, but they will play right on through it. Sable picking up 1 on the Phoenix here. Now Revolt gonna try to chase off Vulcan Red. Quan still on that Captain America here, trying to hold it down, but taken down by Mills on the Doctor Strange, and quick retake here, 36% for Vulcan Red.
Revolt just kind of brawl that one out here. You can see Mills even going on a flank here. Might be able to confirm this Elim onto the rocket. No, actually it's going to be Ancient that ends up falling. Miracle falling as well. And nice little finishing KO there for Sable onto Chronix, and Revolt will stand their ground. And Sable is getting a ton of value on this Phoenix. You mentioned Phoenix stonks are on the rise right now. She's overtaken Elsa Bloodstone in terms of strength when it comes to this hit scan roll, and you can see why when players like Sable are able to get that much value. First, that pickoff that came out earlier on onto Quan opened the door. The pickoff onto Genzo kicked it open, winning the duel against Ancient, kept it open, and Revolt are able to just waltz right on through and match Vulcan Red's percentage.
Yeah, I mean, she's so capable of getting a lot done without having to commit too much to her. And, you know, Ancient as well has a solid Phoenix, so I'm really keeping an eye on this matchup here. But it's Revolt again out the gate here. Mills and Sable gonna pick up a couple of KOs here. Quan will take down KB. No strategist online for Revolt now, but I believe the CYA did make it down here, so they are able to hold it, and they are over 50% of the way captured. And Hayat on that Star-Lord as well, hunting down Ancient on the Phoenix. Rang and Quan both pretty low, and Sable will finish off Rang too, so a bit of a stagger starting off here for Vulcan Red. Gotta dust themselves off for just a moment as Revolt now 65% and counting.
Lil Rang tried to run away, but I think he got caught on the heel there by Sable, or really like hitting like the tip of a pin with that shot there coming out. And Bro is just uncontested right now. Like, nobody is pressuring Sable. Like, you got to get Quan on top of him and pressure him out so he just can't have this shooting gallery that he has right now. CYA coming out. Sable gonna pop the End Song Inferno, burn the ultimate completely. Lil Rang finally finding Paydirt, getting on access onto KB7. That should be the opening now for the side of Vulcan Red.
Yeah, at least let them get back into the fight here. Ancient taking down Sable, finally winning that side of the Phoenix duel here. But Revolt still on the move, almost 95% and counting here. Lil Rang does have that Let the Devil Out and is on the move here, looking for somewhere to drop in. But Miracle will find one onto Mills as well here. So even a backline for Vulcan Red fighting back here. But Revolt still got 5 bodies on the point. Vulcan Red make the flip, but Revolt standing on 99%. It is one fight for them. And Hyan gonna try to just go ahead and get him right back into that fight.
Yeah, I mean, taking down the Devil Dino is a great way to do it. Quan has to pop the Freedom Charge, really has no choice in this one, and Revolt can just wait this one out. Invisible Boundary a little bit far back, I think trying to catch Lil Rang out. Can they confirm the Elim onto him? No, he's going to be able to get back out, and now has Let the Devil Out. Should be uncontested, but Revolt might find the flip here, and now it's OT. Desperation mode for Vulcan Red. They have to make a play, and Lil Rang has been scouted out. That Devil may not be coming out to play. Sable is the only Devil we worship in this house.
He's got one more chance, though. We'll get up off the BRB, and we'll be ready to let that Devil out, and he's going to have to do it here, letting the Devil out. Ancient will find one on the Hyan pretty early on into this fight here. Overhead view, as it is quite a scramble. 99% for Revolt to try and take this first capture point there. Dino v Dino, Kaiju battle on the point. Revolt looking to be winning that one as Neil getting the best of Genzo for now. He is sit, turntail, and running, and Revolt will push him off to take point number 1.
And it's just Sable. Like, he's not being contested basically ever. I think there was one time where Ancient got the better of that Phoenix exchange between himself and Sable, but every other time it's been Sable. And it's because Quan and Lil Rang are trying so hard to go after Cookie and KB7 that Sable basically just has a firing range, can fire it down wherever he wants, put the Cosmic Flames on deck, and there's some big beefy targets, especially Genzo. You can build up those stacks and get AoE damage on the strategist that he's going to be anchoring with quite easily. Once you see that shield go down, it's pretty much just popcorn, you know? You just keep popping the Dino, turn him into some Dino Nuggies, and the strategist will follow suit.
Yeah, and I mean, you already called it out early on here, but Sable getting away with so much here. Vulcan Red gotta keep the dive up. Do not give her the space to be able to take her shots, because that is the result you're gonna get here. KO after KO here. Of course, Ancient found his mark as well on that first capture point, able to get some KOs on the Phoenix, as we've seen Ancient play a solid Phoenix in the preseason as well. But yeah, it feels like Vulcan Red just letting that Phoenix go a little too free here, so gotta put a leash on her for now. And looks like Revolt is gonna bring a ton of resources to the start of the second point.
They're also swapping KB7 off the Invis and over onto the White Fox, which is going to give a little bit more survivability up against the dive that Vulcan Red is coming out with. And you don't really need the Invisible Boundary against Vulcan Red's composition quite as badly as you might have. Hyan taken to the skies, early Galactic Legend. He's already found Chronix. Fight's over. Fight's just over.
It is done and dusted here. Revolt going to be on cleanup duty as Lil Rang sent back to spawn. Hyan and Mills in the KO feed left and right here. Revolt are going to take the first capture here, and they are keeping that momentum going. Hyan chasing down Quan as well as he's running it back to spawn to group back up with the rest of the team. But a solid opener here for Revolt.
So, like, now what do you do if you're Vulcan Red? Like, you know, sure, you don't have to worry about the Galactic Legend because Hyan just popped it and won the fight for free for Revolt, but you can't dive onto KB7, so, like, Quan and Lil Rang, who's not even on the Daredevil anymore, like, Quan's just basically going to be trying to draw aggro from this very squirrely backline, and if he's not able to confirm an Elim on his own, then Revolt just get to sit and exist for free. And again, Sable has the shooting gallery, and Hyan has full access to the entire battlefield.
Yeah, and sit and exist for free is what you want to do here on Domination, though. Ancient gonna try not to let that happen here. Gonna be 1-for-1. Both Phoenixes finding some KOs here. Miracle throws down the Invisible Boundary for Vulcan Red here as they're trying to find a way into the door for this second capture point. Revolt almost 50% of the way there. Here comes that Devil Beast Rampage from Genzo now right into the middle of Revolt, but they will respond in kind. Going so low here. Needs a heal or two. The Dino and Neil as well will take that 1v1. Dinosaur v Dinosaur onto the point. Kumi trio unleashed now from KB7 on the point, and Neil will take down Miracle in the midst of all that Dino Rampage, and he's got the Devil Beast Rampage as well here, as again, Revolt still allowed to hold full control over this point. There's Hyan on the Star-Lord taking down Little Rang. Sable will win the Phoenix 1v1, yet again a double KO now for Peter Quill, and he's going to look to take down the Dino as well, chasing Genzo all the way back to spawn alongside KB. Revolt, they've got so much forward pressure here, and it feels like they are just solidly in control.
And it does also kind of feel like that lack of synergy for Vulcan Red is rearing its ugly head again, because whether it's the Freedom Charge or the Invisible Boundary, these AoE healing ultimates, there's always just one guy getting caught outside of it, and Revolt are clamping down on that guy before anyone can even react. So even when Vulcan Red should have the win con, they're down a man. There's going to be an early Elam onto Neil. I don't believe it. No, it will get BRB'd. So, you know, we're back to a full neutral.
And that Dino BRB is huge value for him for sure. Hyan's got Galactic Legend ready to go here, and Revolt are at an uncontested 99%. Mills and Sable gonna find some KOs as well here. One by one, Vulcan Red dismantled here. Chronic's going back to spawn. Lil Rang, the only one left standing to 1v6 here. Ancient's got a strange portal, but there's no way they can make it in time. Overtime ticks away, and Revolt 0 to 100 on checkpoint number 2 to take home map 1.
And if Sable isn't the MVP, then something has gone wrong, like completely wrong here, because they, like, Vulcan Red handed that MVP to Sable on a silver platter again, like, even throughout all of Cradle, like, completely uncontested. Sable can just continue to pop off like popcorn, and yep, there it is. There's there is the most easily predictable MVP of all time. I want to see how many final hits Sable had in this one, because bro was popping off, whether it was Grove or whether it was Cradle. 13 and 10 for Hyan, so not too far behind, but looking over on the other side at Ancient with only 3 and then 4 for Lil Rang. The dives from Vulcan Red still just aren't clicking in the way that they need to, and even when it feels like they're starting to make a little bit of headway, Revolt just adapt, swap KB7 off of that Invisible Woman over onto the White Fox, give a little bit more survivability, and Lil Rang even swapping off of the Daredevil completely onto the Bucky, just again trying to make something happen, maybe try and pressure out this front line, get a little bit more front-loaded damage. It's just not working out. Vulcan Red have abandoned the plan that they came in with, and they're trying to find another one, because I think they only came in with just that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't feel like much of a backup plan for him, and they're just not able to check those duelists from Revolt here. There is no way into the middle of that team, so well protected. Hyan and Sable able to operate at full capacity here, and we saw it, you know, even from the get-go. You know, Vulcan Red in the fight, definitely on checkpoint number 1. It took Revolt some time to get up to speed, but once they did, they were gone. Vulcan Red eating the dirt here as they will drop map number 1, but of course, you know, there are some bright spots here for Vulcan Red. It's just like you said, you know, they gotta have a backup plan here. When something doesn't work, you gotta have something else to fall back on, and it feels like this one a little bit of just poking and prodding, trying to figure out what exactly they can do next, but Revolt definitely looking clean and confident here on map 1.
And I think their ult tracking and their overall, like, kind of team play, they need to be able to clamp down together a lot more. Like, something like, you know, anticipating that there is going to be a Galactic Legend coming out, and, you know, we know that's going to come, and we know we're going to pop the Invisible Boundary for it, so maybe we should all play together so that nobody gets left behind when we're all trying to take shelter from the storm.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like there were 1 or 2, yeah, and you know, you saw it with the Invisible Boundaries too. There were 1 or 2 players kind of not up to speed, kind of standing outside the boundary, or, you know, not kind of grouped up to help fight the Star-Lord off or defend the team. And it felt like once they got those couple picks going, Revolt were able to just kind of clean house, free Chinese buffet for the rest of them here, and they will clean up cleanly here on Krakoa. So definitely looking stronger than they did on night number 1. Of course, the matchup much tougher. I feel like this is a more close race between these two teams, but Revolt, not too much of a sweat broken just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a close race in theory, but I feel like Revolt, like, especially on Krakoa, just kind of running away with it, showing us why they were so successful in MRC, and showing us some of the things they didn't get to show us against the Chiefs yesterday, because it was the Chiefs. It's like, you know, it still kind of feels like maybe the line between the Chiefs and the rest of the playing field has blurred, but Chiefs and Gen G are still undisputedly, you know, numbers 1 and 2. In what order remains to be seen. I think we all kind of have a prediction as to what that's going to be, but we can only predict what is going to happen next in this series, as it can go any number of ways, and we're going to cut to a quick break, have a little think about it, and we will see you on the other side. We will be right back.
Well, predictors in chat and on my stowaway ship right now, how are we feeling about Revolt taking game number 1? Diatonic, Mr. Batting 1,000. How do we feel?
Well, I went from we're so back to it's so over tonight here, of course. I had DXA taking that first match. I have Vulcan Red taking this one, but map number 1 belongs to Revolt from top to bottom here. You know, point number 1, definitely a little bit of back and forth here, blows exchange, but point number 2, Revolt just were off to the races, leaving Vulcan Red in the rearview mirror. So, yeah, not looking so great so far tonight.
I did predict Vulcan Red at the earlier on in the show, but in game I did actually have Revolt winning this one. So I'm playing both sides, so I always come out ahead. But before we started and before we actually knew what was gonna happen here, I was like, I don't know how to predict this. All these teams are so evenly matched, and Vulcan Red and Revolt, two totally unknowns. I'm just gonna vote with my heart. I'm gonna predict with my heart, and my heart said it was. I listened to it and it was saying kneel, kneel, kneel. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to go for Revolt.
Daredevil?
No, only Matt hears those voices.
Oh, gotcha. Well, it's okay. You can pick up the Daredevil bundle and pop those balloons, and maybe you can hear Neil and Daredevil in the shop. Yeah, you see what I did there? But one thing you did predict, CB, in the pre-show was that Sable would pop off in this series. And so far, honestly, regardless of which team you're voting for, this has been the Sable show.
That's kind of a lie. I did not predict that, actually. I very correctly identify it, though, as it was happening before my very eyes. I'm like, man, Sable just doesn't have anybody trying to stop this damage from coming through. Bro could just, it's like that scene from The Lion King where it's like, everything the light touches belongs to us. Everything that the light touches belongs to Sable.
Well, hopefully this Phoenix in the band draft doesn't get the same fate as Mufasa.
I was going to say, it's surprising that Sable's getting away with so much, because I wouldn't say that Vulcan Red were purpose-built to stop hit scan, but it seemed like they had some options to get in there and take down that Phoenix, and just no luck, no such luck there, unfortunately. So yeah, when you let that Phoenix go, you see the results here, and again, I'm glad I put those stocks in Phoenix this season, because man, so much value here in just a few matches already.
Well,
I think I think for Dive, it's really easy to kind of fall into that mental trap of it's my job to go in and KO the strategist specifically, but that's not necessarily what your job is. Your job is to split the strategist off and then turn around and KO mid, and that's right where Sable should be sitting. And so putting pressure onto either the Phoenix or the strategist and splitting them off from the team, and then clamping down and confirming that KO, that's how you actually want to execute it. But I think they tried a little too hard to get on top of these strategists that were just too survivable, and it took them too much time to find even those elims if they came through, so Sable was just free.
We're moments away from going into our next map here, and I do want to pose this question as we get into the drafting phase. Even if we see this Phoenix banned out against Sable, Diatonic, I'll start with you. Is this going to be banning the cause or a symptom of the macro that we're seeing from these teams? If you ban out the Phoenix, can't Sable just lock in, I don't know, Punisher, Psylocke, anyone that's hit scan and have the same result?
Yeah, I was going to say, the question with banning Phoenix is, how deep does the hero pool for Sable run? Is there something else in the tank he could go to? Because, yeah, I wouldn't be too shocked to see a Phoenix ban here, especially going into Araco. There's some serious sightlines that Jhin can take advantage of and get some serious value. So, yeah, I think, honestly, it's just going to depend on what Sable has in the tank. What else do they have left if the Phoenix does get taken away? And that's the first question. Will they ban the Phoenix here?
I do like that Keg brought up the Punisher, though, because, even though Araco does have a lot of verticality, it's also got a lot of really narrow hallways where something like the Punisher can get a lot of value, especially point B. You think, what's the best way to try and break through an iron wall defense on point B? Just go in with the Punisher, Final Judgment. How many times have we seen that one work out? Or even something like the Wolverine potentially could come out. I think those are both very good options, but both teams continuing on as we started on Krakoa with those Devil Dino Protects, Black Cat bans. I mean, Vulcan Red not really reaching for that Black Cat ban, but you've got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, I mean, Especially with Rocket Raccoon running around. There you go. There you go. Okay, so if you can't beat him, then just ban him. And that's the answer here, at least for the Phoenix. I was going to say, yeah, the Punisher, especially with how much Rocket we're seeing already, you know, CYA amplified Punisher can be pretty nasty for sure and mow him down. So, yeah, I'm curious to see if they're going to take advantage of some of the hallways here. Devil Dino saves for both teams here. Revolt looking to save the Captain America. So now Sable going to have to find another answer here because Jean Grey taken off the table, but I am very interested to see what else they got.
I mean, it could really be anything, as Revolt are going to start off on the defensive side, so they can even try and go for, like, you know, your classic triple hold, or they could just put Sable on, again, like the Punisher, maybe post him up with the culling turret somewhere, who knows? I think on the offensive side is where that that potential punny pick can come out, but I don't know, like, it remains to be seen. We're going to see the Phoenix Protect coming out for Vulcan Red, so we know that Ancient is going to be reaching back for that one, but Star-Lord getting through there again, and this is another decent Star-Lord map, so Hyon is going to have that as well. Ultron also making it through as the Mantis bands come out for both sides, so there are going to be some options. Sable, I mean, he's running through all those options right now. There's a pretty good one that we didn't actually touch on. That Elsa Bloodstone could also be a good defensive or offensive utility.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like Elsa has fallen out of favor considering some of the new heroes we've got coming in here in Stage 1. But yeah, she is definitely an option. And, you know, I wanted to call attention to this. You know, talking about Phoenix, we focused a lot on Sable, but Ancient has a solid Phoenix as well. So I think that save will come in handy here for Vulcan Red as they are going to look to try and fight back here, take a map win, and get something going on the board here. Because, yeah, during preseason, I watched Ancient a lot, and that Phoenix can be pretty nasty. So we'll have to see if Revolt will go for that focus or not.
Ancient even did win a couple of those duels on Krakoa up against Sable, but again, if Ancient is the only one that's trying to pressure Ancient, and Ancient is under all this pressure from the dives coming out from Revolt, then, you know, again, it's going to tip in Sable's favor, and Sable, I think, is walking out now with the Elsa Bloodstone, so the range game is now going to be in favor of Ancient, and Sable, I think, going to be a little bit more peel-heavy with some of those shotguns. The Monster Piercer shots, though, deceptively long range on those, can still take a duel with a Phoenix, and even if you can't find the Elim, you can still pressure the Phoenix out and make her angles a little bit less comfortable, and even that can be a victory in of its own.
Yeah, that Monster Hunter cannot count her out just yet, and this time she's going hunting for some dinosaurs here. Quan on the Devil Dino this time. Neil picking it right back up, so Dino the Dino yet again. Vulcan Red on the attack here on map number 2 as Revolt take a heater of map 1 away from them. That was Krakoa that they won things on, and starting out here, Revolt looking to try and find a foothold here, just get some defense going, eat away at that time pretty early on, but Vulcan Red getting aggressive with it, and Genzo gonna take out Neil on that Emma Frost.
There's going to be a BRB that comes out, get Neil back on the front lines, and that's exactly where he's going to be. Again, getting a fair bit of that damage from the Psychic Spear from Genzo. Might get burned down again on low HP. The healing is there, but a good shield blocks a fair bit of it. Neil has to pop his shield and is going to get chopped to bits and torn to shreds by Lil Rang there, and that should be some more progress coming out from Vulcan Red as Revolt just kind of have themselves backpedaling right now. They're all holding the S key and giving up all this ground, so literally only 2 Elims onto Neil, and Vulcan Red are nearing the cap.
Yeah, quite literally backs against the wall here. That's the door to checkpoint number 1 that Revolt are fighting off of here. And they will get one here. CYA coming down from Cookie. Ancient goes up for the Insong Inferno. Going to look to finish off that CYA. Doesn't need it though, as Quan on the chomp job here does take out that Rocket Ultimate. So that is off the table. The KB's got the invisible boundary for Revolt here as they are going to try to hold it at the last second. Overhead, we've got a Galactic Legend, and on the ground, a Glartrox here. Apex Predator on the move, and Sable will pick up Elsa, and she is not done yet. Triple KO for the Monster Hunter here, and Revolt takes control at the last second. 2 minutes to go for Vulcan Red.
I mean, what a clutch play coming through at the end there. I mean, Vulcan Red, though, they don't invest. They just keep taking the fight directly to Neil, who was swapped off the Devil Dino onto a slightly smaller hitbox, the Emma Frost, to serve basically the same role as that Devil Dino, but you do have to worry about potentially getting kidnapped. You also got to worry about the Sonic Seduction coming up from Genzo. It's just like I said, Vulcan Red, they didn't invest any ultimates, so they get to carry them all over into this fight.
Yeah, big opportunity for them here. Neil goes down off of Genzo right away. We'll get up from the BRB beacon, so ready for a fight here, but the space is running low here. A minute 30 still to go for Vulcan Red to try and close out this first checkpoint. Lil Rang on the move on the Wolverine as well. Cut to ribbons is that Invisible Woman. KB and Mills both going back to spawn on behalf of the X-Man himself here. Genzo will pick up one as well, and Vulcan Red looking like they have all but captured this first point here. They will have it back up to about 4 minutes as Revolt gonna have to get up and dust themselves back off.
And I feel like Revolt are having a little bit more trouble trying to execute on those dives now with Hyon not on, you know, a Black Cat or a Daredevil or anything to kind of augment that. The Star-Lord is okay when it comes to it, but Mills is really splitting off a lot of the attention from Vulcan Red, so while Neil was on that Devil Dino, now he's back on it again. Vulcan Red can just front load their damage, burst him down time and time again, and sure, you know, he's going to get res back up with a BRB, but if it just suffers the same fate 2 times in a row, that BRB's a non-factor.
Yeah, gonna have to start looking to protect their dinosaur a little bit more here. Lorang going deep on the Wolverine. Will walk away from that one here as Vulcan Red on a tear here, halfway to checkpoint number 2, and they've still got over 3 minutes on the clock here. Another KO for the Wolverine here, taking down Mills. Captain America holding that Freedom Charge is going all the way back. Neil taken down as well, gunned down by Genzo here on the Emma Frost, and he'll take out Hyan as well. Out the sky is Star-Lord taken out. Lorang as well, back in your KO feed one more time on that Wolverine, and the swaps here for Vulcan Red. They've changed things up here on map number 2, and it is working out in their favor.
Strange TP coming out now from Revolt now, as they've got a wealth of ultimates coming through. CYA coming out on both sides, all the damage being amplified, but all of Vulcan Red being taken away by the Galartrox from Sable. Not going to convert that into any KOs, and Visible Boundary going to come out, but Sable caught outside of it. Hyon now going to take to the skies with his Galactic Legend, looking to try and find a mark somewhere, but the health bars from Vulcan Red still holding strong. Invisible Boundary, but Ancient gets caught outside of it. Sable coming back off the BRB, taking down Lil Rang. Sonic Seduction now going to come out from Genzo as Vulcan Red are bleeding out members, and the Freedom Charge is going to mitigate the damage that comes through from this Sonic Seduction, so nobody from Revolt going to be falling for the charms of Genzo today. That should be a retreat now coming out from Vulcan Red as Revolt again able to stand their ground, but 2 minutes, there's an opportunity for a recontest here, and taking down Mills on that disengage means now Revolt may have just blown their chance to hold this.
Yeah, they're gonna lose some time here for sure. A lot of investment from Vulcan Red, and they just couldn't clear those last couple meters to grab this checkpoint, but this may be the opportunity here. Neil going down as well, and there it is. They will grab checkpoint number 2, back up to over 3 minutes on the clock, and they're not stopping there. Genzo and Little Rang picking up some KOs here. Invisible Woman sent back, and as well as the Namor here. Vulcan Red now staring down the last leg of this map.
I think Sable is making that swap, feeling like you got to keep Lil Rang on a leash now because this Wolverine is getting a ton of value. I think possibly part of the reason that Mills was getting caught out on that Captain America might have been some of those Feral Leafs just taking him further away than he would have liked to be. He was unable to get out alive, and that ended up costing Revolt on that one there. Neil on a sliver of HP, the damage coming through. Last stand coming out from Lil Rang, but Sable, again, with that squid, is able to find the counter. You can trade your life for this one. It's going to be res back up. Cookie falls, though. No BRB for the side of Revolt, and Genzo is still getting all the value out of those Emma Frost buffs that came out with this patch. I mean, that Psychic Spear, the range, the damage, the ability to hold that 100% charge, it's all gone up, and Mills is only just now able to start to leverage that as well. Sable taking down Ancient and has access to this high ground, but getting caught out potentially by Vulcan Red now. Chronix takes him down.
Yeah, I was going to say that Emma going a long way here for Vulcan Red, over halfway to the third and final checkpoint here, and Lil Rang still unchecked here on the Wolverine. Will hunt down Hyon here, and once again, one by one, Revolt being cut to ribbons here. CYA from Cookie now to try and get things turned around, and Sable, Horn of Proteus as well, but it's Ancient overhead though on the Insong Inferno, double KO, and the rest of Vulcan Red stepping up to the plate to do some cleanup here. Still a minute 45 left to go, and the meters quickly ticking away here. Revolt got to find some kind of answer here to stop Vulcan Red, or they're going to build some extra time for those potential extra rounds.
Only a few more meters to go. 3 meters. Double Beast Rampage online for Neil. Less than a meter to go, and he touches, but he's going to get burned down. Invisible Boundary can't save his life. Vulcan Red will have this point. Neil is going to be rezzed up, but one by one, his comrades, they will fall. He'll be back online. Hyon with the Galactic Legend trying to make the hero plays, but going to be kept on lockdown by the Sonic Seduction from Genzo, and Vulcan Red with a minute 16 will complete the cap here on Araco. Their map pick showing us exactly why they picked this as their map too.
And I was going to say, if you're a Revolt fan, the edge of your seat has to be prime real estate when you're watching this team play. 3 times now, the door to each checkpoint, they walked all the way back. Vulcan Red pushed all the way to that checkpoint, and that's when Revolt started fighting back, started taking KOs, and started defending. But every time they left themselves with such a minor margin for error that one slip-up was all VR needed to clear those checkpoints, and that's the result you see here. VR clear the entire map, start to finish, and now Revolt gonna have to do the same with Vulcan Red having, over a minute on the clock left. I mean, yeah, it just felt like they just gave him way too much space every single time.
And it still kind of comes down to, like, the Phoenix play. Like, this time it's Ancient. Like, if Mills is going to be playing that Captain America, the only real diveable target who's not going to be a part of the main formation is going to be Ancient, because he's going to be trying to leverage the positioning of his front line to take an angle. Mills has to contest those angles, but if he can't, if he's getting checked by Lil Rang, or if he's again trying to, like, maybe, you know, make the same mistake that Vulcan Red did on Krakoa, split off the strategist instead, you're going to have a hard time peeling those strategists off when they're right, like they're the nucleus of the whole formation. It's just not going to happen. And Revolt, the longer it takes for that to come to fruition, the more space they have to give, the more free real estate Vulcan Red can take. And now on the attacking side, Revolt have to try and clear the bar that Vulcan Red set. No more S keys. It can only be W from here on out for Revolt.
Yeah, especially if they want to walk away with the W here. They did take map number 1, trying to clear here. Map number 2, Revolt now on the attack and ready to go here. But even if they clear this, it's going to be extra rounds, and it's going to be Vulcan Red with that time advantage. And right out the gate, Little Rang picking back up where he left off in round 1. Takes down Neil on the Devil Dino right away here. So Vulcan Red, no quarter being given here, as that defense going to lock in straight away from frame number 1.
And it's kind of the thing about this Wolverine, like, Lil Rang isn't playing him like a flanker, it's literally just playing like a tank buster, like playing in that front line and pumping in the damage. There's a good kidnap that comes out onto Mills. Ancient is there with the follow-up damage. There's no secrets about Lil Rang, where Lil Rang is going to be playing. You know where it's going to be, but unfortunately, that is right where you have to send Neil. So you're basically just sending this Dino off to the farm once every fight.
Yeah, Wolverine definitely has a way of telling you exactly where he's going to be and saying, what are you going to do about it? And so far, the answer for Revolt has been nothing. Little Rang is getting through every single time here, and if it's not Little Rang, then it is Ancient back on that Phoenix, taking some notes from his preseason performance right here into stage 1. And so far, solid defensive effort from Vulcan Red. Revolt just a quarter of the way to that first checkpoint, and about 2:40 left on the clock for them. So a solid start for sure, and Ancient keeping it rolling here. Will take down Neil. Cookie going to get him up off of that BRB, and the CYA comes down as well, and now Revolt on the move here. Hyan gonna move on in and take down Little Rang, but it's Chronic's BRB that'll get him right back up here. Hyan falls off the ledge here in the middle of that Dance of the Butterflies, and now Vulcan Red gonna capitalize on it, taking down everyone from Revolt here, and it's gonna be 2 minutes left before they're able to get back up.
I mean, Hyan had some great tracking there to kick that one off, but once that Dance of the Butterflies came out, I was like, all right, this is a little bit of a misplay. You're not going to be able to burst through the overhealth coming out from the CYA, and I think also got a little bit of bad RNG coming out of that ultimate, potentially why Hyan took a dive over off the other side, or maybe it was just a reset because Ancient was clicking heads again. Psionic Seduction now coming up from Genzo. Invisible Boundary just to be able to deal with it, and the final judgment to retort.
Yeah, and the Invisible Boundary is what kept Revolt alive here. Their health bars go so low, but they are in it, and Sable on the move will take down Genzo to start things off. Finds Quan as well, who will get up off of that Rocket BRB yet again here. So big value for the Dino, as Revolt now breaking through a little bit. They're over halfway to that first checkpoint, but they're just down to 1 minute and 30, so time very much ticking away here. Devil Beast Rampage for Quan, and drops the enemy Dino through the pit of doom. Neil takes a ride all the way to the bottom of Araco. See you later, as Vulcan Red regain control yet again. 1:15 on the clock.
And just when it was starting to favor Revolt too, like, things were starting to open up. They were starting to feel a little bit less like, you know, they could breathe. You know, they could actually take a deep breath. They weren't having the life choked out from them. Ancient has the angle. Hyan is going to follow here again. I mean, Revolt have managed to clear off this high ground, but they need so much more than that. Psionic Seduction to try and clear off the cart, but just getting carried off again is Neil, and Quan is just winning this Devil Dino off.
Yeah, an Ancient up there in the sniper nest on the Phoenix, has the Insong Inferno ready to go. Finally getting challenged a little bit here, going pretty low, but there's the Inferno ready to go from the skies here. Phoenix drops on down, and Quan yet again sends Neil for another ride there. Pit of Doom living up to its name here on map number 2, and Quan is showing Neil, making him very familiar with the bottom of Araco. 30 seconds left to go.
Quan popping that W's Rampage. Oh, Quan was going for the third one. He really wanted to get Neil for the third time off the BRB. Neil is finally going to respond back with a temper tantrum of his own, taking down Genzo, cleaning up Quan, finally getting that monkey off his back, or that dinosaur rather, but only 15 seconds left. And Revolt with a stagger elim there onto Ancient, Lil Rang with a reset. They gotta go around this corner and then all the way home. Vulcan Red, the win con is clear in their sights. They've got a last stand and they got an invisible boundary to do it. And Revolt, it's all or nothing, man. You gotta make the most out of this Dance of the Butterfly. Sable can maybe break through it with this this final judgment, but there's that Dance of the Butterfly. Answer back with that invisible boundary. Sable, it's all on you. Ball's in your court.
Yeah, one last chance here in overtime. KO for Ancient there. Neil already off the battlefield. That invisible boundary not going to hold for much longer, but Cookie and Sable in the KO feed here. Vulcan Red, lights going dark. Miracle going to go down as well here. It's just Ancient and Genzo. It is just Ancient here. And Revolt, Miracle at the last second here in overtime. They will make it to checkpoint number 1. Again, I gotta say, nail-biter supreme here from Revolt. They hold every single time in that first round at the checkpoint, and now in overtime, they clear it. 2 minutes to go for them. Man, what a close one.
Yeah, but it's in overtime. Even if Revolt are able to get the cap onto point B here, they're going to go into point C with potentially less time than Vulcan Red are finishing with completely. So, like, you're not going to be able to match their pace at this rate. You got to try and find something quick. Mill's trying to press the advantage with the Sonic Seduction. Maybe catch someone out. They may have Quan.
They do get Quan, and they follow up. Neil following up with that the Dino grab there, but he still walks away from it. Now Genzo's got the Sonic Seduction ready to go here. Revolt, no answers for them here. And Little Rang on the move yet again on the Wolverine here. No last stand needed. It is the first stand here for Vulcan Red as they're going to look to try and lock this one down yet again. Good kidnap there from Little Rang, and now there's the last stand as well. Another KO, making a double KO there. Quan will find KB, and it's a triple for Little Rang here as Revolt now going to have to dust themselves off with just a minute 15 on the clock.
Man, these Wolverine players, they're so tenacious. Like, Chronix thought he was safe, or yeah, no, sorry, Cookie thought he was safe, you know, blasting away with those jetpack shots, but Lil Rang pops the last stand, says, no, I will be confirming this KO. I will be having that. And now Revolt coming into this next fight. They're going to be coming up to some ultimates here in a second, but it's only going to be an even playing field here for themselves and Vulcan Red. There's another kidnap. Sable's gone. That is your biggest source of damage, and Revolt are in dire straits.
Yeah, Little Rang the hero here for Vulcan Red for sure. Quan's got that Devil Beast Rampage one more time here. Stomp us left and right. Little Rang will finish off Neil. He's holding the ult here, going all the way back to spawn. The Emma Frost taken down as well here. 30 seconds left to go, and Revolt a bit staggered out. The strategist still on point, though, and I don't know, they've got some resources here to try and get this one under overtime as well.
But Vulcan Red did that relatively cleanly. Only the Devil Beast Rampage invested from Quan. Revolt are going to be coming up on their ultimates. They got to keep Sable alive to build up to this final judgment. That's how they managed to break through point B. Point A, but Neil's already gone. They're going to need more than that to even break through point C.
Yeah, now there goes the strategist. KB holding the invisible boundary, so one strategist ult taken offline. Cookie's got the CYA ready to go here. It's dueling CYAs, Chronix as well. Miracle stacks the invisible boundary on top of it here as Neil going for that Devil Beast Rampage to try and break through, but cannot get through the heals there, and Genzo on the Emma will take down Mills' Emma here. Quan finds Neil. The mirror matches playing out in Vulcan Red's favor here. Sable again, final judgment here, trying to make one last play as overtime ticking away, just a second or two left. Sable will find Genzo, get right back up off of that BRB beacon here, calming down a little bit. Vulcan Red, though, just a second is all they need to hold here, and Revolt don't have the bodies to do it. Ancient trying to make the play here, will find Cookie. Neil gets that Doctor Strange portal. They buy enough time to portal on through and make one last effort here.
KB7 winning that duel over Lil Rang, though, that might be crucial. Gets the KO onto Genzo. It's traded up for Hyon, but with that teleport there, it's going to be even spawn advantage for both sides for the time being. Cookie able to shoot himself right back through, and now you got full heals here for Revolt. They can try and press what little advantage they have, but they can't press it too far because that overtime wick is looking very anemic, and without Mills there, their ability to stretch beyond it is completely gone. It's play on the cart or perish, and Lil Rang may force them to take the ladder.
Last stand here could not be more fitting. Takes down Sable and Neil. Double KO for the Wolverine. Ancient will find Cookie, and that's all they need here. Vulcan Red shut down Revolt shy of checkpoint number 2, and we've got a series on our hands here. It's 1-1 with Vulcan Red taking map 2.
We ain't gotta wait until a potential, match point situation to get some parity between these two teams. Once we go to Araco, Vulcan Red just starts to run away with it, and we're gonna probably bring him in here shortly, but after the break. But I gotta give a shout out to Keg. I think he was right. Maybe banning out that Phoenix was the key to victory for Vulcan Red. You know, if you're forcing Sable to try to adapt, Sable's still getting the MVP with 12 final hits on the Punisher, but without that Phoenix pick, it starts to open up so Ancient get a little bit more done. Lil Rang on the Wolverine got a lot more done with 19 final hits. Like, they just couldn't keep this guy on lockdown. And again, like, it's no secret where he was playing. He was just standing in the front of the formation time and time again and letting those claws fly. And all Neil could hope to do was just walk forward into it, walking forward into a literal meat grinder. Wolverine's adamantium claws, Quan's jaws, and the carbon crushes from Genzo. Like, give my boy some help. Like, give him something.
No help indeed here. And, you know, there's a couple of X factors I would argue for Vulcan Red taking this map home. Of course, I agree with Keg. I definitely think the Phoenix ban is super helpful here. That cut a lot of what Revolt was pulling off right out of the gate. But, of course, you know, gotta give a lot of credit to Lil Rang here on the Wolverine. Absolutely on point. Every single fight, every single engagement, it felt like he was there. He was finding value. He was keeping Vulcan Red in the fight. And, of course, cannot overlook Quan on that Devil Dino. Double Dino dunk here straight into the pits of Rocco. Definitely had me crying there for a second. And what a play. I mean, seriously, just so much going right here for Vulcan Red. So not just the Phoenix band, but the rest of the members of Vulcan Red stepping up to take map 2.
Quan really establishing himself as the alpha male in that double dinosaur off. Like, I mean, Neil like, just getting dunked over and over again. Like, literally like Shaquille O'Neal in his prime. I guess, you know, poor choice of athlete on that one. Not Shaquille O'Neal, because Neil, like, there's something there. I don't know. Bro's like, bro just had a bad time. Like, they really punished 22 casualties for Neil, 12 and 22 with only 4 final hits. Like, they just front loaded the damage so much, and whether they were literally throwing him aside off of a ravine or, you know, just putting him in that meat grinder, it was just so difficult for Neil to get anything done there. We'll see if Revolt have what it takes to try and bounce back, as we are tied up at an even 1-1. It's going to be Revolt's map pick next, and I'm wondering where they're going to take us. We're going to have to go to a quick little break while we find it out. Don't go anywhere, chat. This one is heating up, and you do not want to miss it.
Well, it's not often that I'm right about things analytically, but you know, I'll take the dubs as far often as they come. I'll take it when I can. Look, the hit scan was the name of the game again, just not in the way any of us really expected. Sable had the Phoenix band out, we saw some of the Punisher, we saw some of the Psylocke. To me, it felt like the Punisher came out just a little too late. Had it been a mainstay for the first half, I think this could have been a more competitive Arako, but Diatonic, man, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at the dinosaur dunks, of course. You know, they really had Neil locked down from start to finish, into 12 and 22 overall.
Poor
Surprising
Neil,
for a player like him. So
my poor son.
I would be so frustrated. I was looking at that third one. I saw Quan going for that third dunk, and I said, please don't alt F4 out if he can't dunk on again. I mean, it was
We've already
absolutely
seen that
insane.
specific.
Yeah, we've seen it once, don't need to see it again, but something I think we might see again is that Phoenix ban. You're not going to be able to avoid it from here on out, to be completely honest with you. Like, Vulcan Red, like, they can really just go for that Gambit ban, and, you know, maybe you use your first Protect on the Phoenix to try and avoid that ban, but then you're just going to get the Dino and or the Black, like, anything that you want to play. Like, it just gets banned out instead. So, like, Phoenix being your ultimate bargaining chip, the solution is adapt. The solution is... well, first of all, save Private Neil. We have to do a better job of keeping our boy alive, because if your composition revolves around playing the Devil Dino as an anchor, you're just gonna drift off without that anchor. And I mean, like, Revolt's still currently lost at sea right now.
Well, CB, what is the white whale of this composition then? How will you be able to bring this anchorage back? Other than adapt.
It's got to be adapt, right? Like, you can still try and play the Punisher and front load the damage. Maybe you have someone from your side, maybe try and pick up the Wolverine, because Lil Rang was, I think, you know, the other difference maker,
dude,
and
like,
a major factor in a lot of those elims onto Neil. Like, 12 and 22, and you know Lil Rang was having a field day with that one. Also, very seldom had to worry about getting caught in Neil's jaws, because Neil's jaws were on the floor the whole time. So, you know, I guess, like, you're being presented with a checklist. You know, at the top of the list is keep Neil alive, next is keep Lil Rang in check, and third is find something that Sable can play that's not the Phoenix. You know, you're still going to want to try and play hit scan. By the way, Sable is, you know, playing from America on 180 ping. Hit scan for someone on a high ping is always going to be your best bet, so I doubt you're going to see Sable swap to something like Daredevil, because Daredevil on ping is like, what are you doing? Like,
yeah. Even on 0 ping for a lot of us, it's like, what are you doing? But
have you ever tried to, like, have you ever worn, like, gloves and tried to, like, unlock your touchscreen phone? Like, that's what playing Daredevil on ping is like it just doesn't work. Like
trying to unlock your phone in the rain. That's what it feels like.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's so rough. So rough. Yeah, I mean, look, this is one of those harder matches that be on the analyst desk for, right? Because you have a full series on your hands. You have a pretty good idea about, like, you know, the wider scope of what the solution should be for these matches. But we're not in the minds of the players. We don't know exactly what that game plan looks like for them, even on the smallest level, like fundamentally wise, how each player can interact with each other. Is this going to be an opportunity where, even with a full rebuild diatonic, a team like Vulcan Red, if someone like Lil Rang has the flexibility to go into something like the Wolverine, I guess to sum it up, is this essentially the Sable question again? Do you ban the Wolverine and maybe shut down Lil Rang?
I mean, I won't be too surprised if they go for a Wolf ban. You know, it didn't seem like they quite had an answer yet for Lil Rang in that matchup, and it's starting to become this weird whack-a-mole between these two teams where it's like, okay, Phoenix is a problem, so we ban Phoenix. Wolverine's a problem, now we ban Wolverine. You know, I want to see some counterplay. I don't want to see them just go for the ban, because as we've talked about a lot tonight, you know, when you ban one hero, you have to wonder what's on the other side. What doors do you open when you shut that one? So, you know, I want to see the strategization a little bit more, but yeah, I mean, you know, Little Rang definitely a standout on the Wolverine, and Vulcan Red quickly rallying around him to kind of make that a key piece of their map 2 win. So I like to see that adjustment. I like to see, you know, okay, we've got a star here, we've got somebody standing out. Let's try to make him, enable him to do everything he wants to be able to do for the rest of this match. So I think that's what Revolt needs. They need something that they can latch onto.
I think there is also an opportunity with it being their map pick for them to kind of like lean into the inevitable Phoenix ban and just play something where Punisher might be better than Phoenix. My question is, you know, since it has to be Convergence, what map is that? Because like Phoenix is kind of like, you can play her like anywhere. Like she's just that good right now. And it's, I mean, Punisher's going to be a little bit better when things start to narrow down and, you know, you're not giving up these crazy sight lines to the Phoenix, but your options become very, very limited. Like, maybe Central Park might be your best bet, you know, like, who knows? Like, I kind of feel like if you're going to have it banned out, you put Sable on Punisher and you just try and play that as best you can.
I know where we're going. I looked ahead, but, yeah,
cheater.
I mean, I can't help it. I'm a cheater, pumpkin eater. It's good. It's going to be the Holiday Jalia. So is this going to change things up a little bit, CB, just because of this map specifically?
I kind of worry about this one because, like, on the one hand, it opens up a little bit more so that you can, like, play maybe something like the Namor to try and keep Lil Rang in check. But the problem is, again, Lil Rang's not flanking. Like, he is just playing a front-loaded, good old-fashioned blue-collar, ain't nothing fancy about it Wolverine, where all you gotta do is walk straight at the... I'm just gonna walk at you in a straight line and swing my claws back and forth, and you're gonna walk into him. That's what's gonna happen. Like, that's what Lil Rang is saying, and Namor isn't really gonna solve that problem. And if you fall to the Phoenix ban again, this is another map where I think Phoenix is really, really strong. Of the Convergence maps, it might be the worst pick if you're trying to, you know, do my second strategy I made up out of thin air where you lean into that inevitable ban. I think it's a really good Phoenix place. I think maybe you mirror the Phoenix ban as best you can so that Ancient can at least get the better of that exchange, but then we fall back to that Lil Rang question.
Well, it's bans. We're just about ready to get to the bans and picks right now. Do we think Revolt can bring things to a full Game 5 now that we have a full series on our hands, Diatonic?
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe at the start of this, on paper, I was saying Vulcan Red probably going to take this one, but I figured we'd get at least a little back and forth here. So already series being tied up at 1-1. Yeah, I'm not too shocked. So will it go to map 5? Jury's still out on that, but, you know, I'm not shocked that we're at least getting 4 out of this one.
CB, do you think it comes down to this match specifically if we go to Game 5?
I mean, I don't know if it's going to come down to this one specifically, if it goes to Game 5. Like, let's be honest with it. Like, I know we're going to go to at least 4 maps. Like, that's already a guarantee. I think it's going to come down to, I think Araka would be the turning point, you know, if we go to a map 5. You know, Vulcan Red just stomping right over Revolt, returning fire the same way that Revolt walked right over them on Krakoa, I think is where it's going to be like, okay, Revolt had the momentum, and they lost it. Maybe they can regain it here, but... like, who knows? It's gonna again come down to those picks and bans, and oh no, oh no, sweetie pie, don't do this one. No, baby girl, don't go for the first protect on the Phoenix. Okay, you're gonna have to give up the Devil Dino in order to make that one happen.
Yeah, and it's like we were talking about before, you know, when you ban a hero, what does it open the door for? You know, leaving Gambit on the table opens up things like Rogue, Star-Lord, etc. But it's the same with the saves too. What do you allow the enemy team to ban away from you? And the answer here is the Devil Dinosaur. I will say, I don't know if it's necessarily like DEFCON 1 Crisis that they're going to lose Devil Dinosaur.
It's bad, but it's not like, yeah.
Neil spent a lot of time in the Pit of Doom on map 2, so I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say that it's, you know, Crisis level. Maybe go for something else here, but the one-sided Devil Dino, it's gonna hurt. It's not gonna be a walk in the park.
I mean, you know, what do you do now if you're Revolt? I think you go full tilt here. Like, they're gonna go for a Black Cat ban. I think this next ban though should be a Phoenix ban. You know, if you're gonna try and play for Sable, keep it one-sided. You know, don't let that duel with Ancient happen. You know, just give Sable, again, that complete shooting gallery. Try and set yourself up. And they are on the same wavelength now. I mean, I still disagree with the Phoenix first protect, but if that's what you're going to do, you know, go all in.
I was going to say, I think if you save her first, you have no option but to one-side her, especially when you know you're up against Ancient, who has a solid Phoenix on that side of the board. So at least for now, Jean Grey one-sided, Sable going to hop right back on there. Vulcan Red going to take the one-sided Luna out of this one as well, but no Black Cat for them so far. Revolt's got 1 ban left. They got the last save. Then Vulcan Red going to get us our last one. Revolt going to ban the Mantis as well. We've seen her a lot in the draft phase, I feel like.
Yeah, and again, I think it's because they want to try and neutralize that triple strategist, but unfortunately, I think there are other things, like we talked about, like the Ultron, that kind of enable that triple strategist, and that's going to make it through the ban draft. Something very lethal that I've seen, you know, in other regions, but haven't seen much of here is that Luna Snow, White Fox, Ultron triple strategist lineup, which one of those 3 components has been banned out almost all the time, but there's going to be the Ultron ban coming out. Revolt will not have access to that. Vulcan Red sneak all 3 of those through the ban draft. I don't know if they're privy to that strategy or if that's something that they feel confident in, but Lil Rang already hovering over the Ultron is beginning to tell me all I need to know about this squad. There's Miracle and Chronix trying to decide who is going to play what here, but this is already looking like, you know, they might have heard inklings of it.
Yeah, definitely seems that way, but yeah, we got some different beats here. Yeah, there you go. Been waiting for it for a while now, but yeah, definitely some different beats in this draft phase, so gonna be looking at quite a different matchup here yet again as we head off to map number 3, but it is all tied up here. This is Revolt's pick now as Vulcan Red take map number 2. I like this draft. This is going to make some interesting stuff here, but I'm curious to see if that Devil Dino one side is really going to hurt them here.
I mean, I like this draft also. I like it in the same way that, like, I like watching videos of, like, car crashes where it's like, it's awful, but you can't look away. Like, this is definitely going to produce some interesting results because, like, Vulcan Red man out like bandits, like they're getting this overpowered triple strategist composition that's been banned out so often. If they know how to play it and they know how to leverage it to its full strength, and they have the Devil Dino as well, it's going to be real difficult for Revolt to try and play anything resembling a dive composition. Unfortunately, Mills might find himself in the meat grinder. I don't see the Snowflake from Chronix on himself right now. Instead, currently trying to assist in enabling Lil Rang, but if you play this Luna like a flank duelist with this triple strategist lineup, you can end up putting up LeBron numbers when it comes to the damage alone. The healing becomes an afterthought for the Luna Snow.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how it's going to play out here. First time I've gotten to call this one, so I'm looking forward to seeing some of those numbers here. Revolt going to be on attack here first. It is all tied up, one map apiece here. Vulcan Red on defense to start things off here. Revolt going to bring the Mantis to the table this time. Mantis, Loki, and the Invis as well here, so both of them going to opt for 3 strategists in the back line here. Almost 60 seconds away, and Revolt's walking on to the point here, but Neil is going to be walking it all the way back, taken out early here to start things off.
And like Genzo and Quan can just hold this line, and all that healing coming in from range from both the Luna and the Ultron drones just all passively. The damage coming on from afar, again, from Chronix and Lil Rang. Like, Miracle is also getting a fair bit of the healing done as well, but can honestly play even further forward with the rest of the formation and get active when it comes to the damage numbers there as well. Snipe coming out onto Cookie from Lil Rang. I don't even know if Lil Rang thought if that was the real one or the clone, but nevertheless, it's in the dirt where it belongs.
We'll say he knew that was the real Loki to make it look cool.
I found you, faker.
Big pick for sure here for this Vulcan Red defense. Still holding it down, 230 still left to go for Revolt.
And Revolt can't get close, otherwise, like what happened last time, Neil will just get grabbed, taken down onto the point, and no one will be able to help him. This time it looks like it's going to be Mills, I believe, but Ensong Inferno forced out. Not going to find anything.
Yeah, Sable back over onto the
there we
Phoenix.
go.
So far, Caster cursed it into existence. Gonna say not a lot of action from Sable's Phoenix here, but already double KO there. Gonna take tick number 1 and looking for more, but Ancient on the Punisher shotgun, taking down the Mantis, and gonna look to try and hold this one out. 2 ticks away now, looking for the third one, but there's the final judgment coming in from Ancient here, and Chronix got fate of both worlds. KB throws down that invisible boundary, though not enough to save the Loki, gets caught out, and the Sonic seduction now from Neil. Sable finding the KO onto Ancient, wins on the critical hit here, and now Revolt gonna look to try and finish this one off. Quan's got the Doctor Strange portal, so as they come back online, Vulcan Red gonna be able to walk right on through and hold this defense here, but Revolt, 6 pairs of boots on the point here. They're gonna look to try and finish this off. Overhead, Rage of Ultron from Little Rang, but not enough to save his teammates on the ground. Neil and Sable picking up some more KOs here, as almost nobody from the blue side left standing, and now Vulcan Red gonna give this one up. Almost 4 minutes on the clock now for Revolt.
I don't know what Hyon was doing that deep in when the fight kicked off there. Like, bro got caught out pretty heavy, but was there just in time back from the spawn with that Soul Resurgence to help augment that attack from Revolt, and they're able to break through, and all it really took was Sable starting to come online, popping off once the map opens up a little bit and that damage gets into that lethal territory there for the front line. Genzo and Quan fall one after the other. There's going to be a Brute Ultimate coming out, and Ensong Inferno, it's blocked in midair. The damage still coming through, but no Elibs coming off the back of it. Chronix able to shut Sable down, and this is going to be Vulcan Red putting their foot down.
Yeah, they lose the Ensong Inferno and take the punishment for it. Phoenix offline for now, as Revolt about halfway to checkpoint number 2 here. Still 3 minutes for them left to go, but now Vulcan Red gonna take some high ground here, and Chronic getting aggressive on that Luna Snow. Found the crit onto Sable to take him out, and now Quan as well will chop down Neil, sending that Emma Frost all the way back to square 1 here. So yeah, Vulcan Red kind of turtling up here a little bit, finding some opportunities, and now looking for a bit of that forward pressure to buy themselves more time.
Oh, Genzo needs to be very careful there. There's a shield to try and protect him. I think Genzo overextended a little bit. The strategist didn't have line of sight, but are going to be able to peel back. Not going to be punished for that one. So good play coming out there from Vulcan Red. And like you said, now they can turtle up on the point here. They're going to get those big beefy health bars back on the front lines though. But things are again opening up. Sable has high ground access and can pressure them back, which is a little bit of front loaded damage from that Phoenix.
Yeah, and that impact laser from Quan, pretty nice job splitting the team up here. Gonna be that Double Beast Rampage stomping the ground, but not enough to turn the tide here. Sable and Hyon both picking up critical hits and KOs off of those shots. They will lose the Venom, but they will push right on through here. Triple KO for Hyon on the Mantis, making a quadra KO here on Mantis as a Revolt. Huge breakthrough for them here. About 2 minutes left to go, and they are not stopping.
I'm never questioning Hion's positioning again. It's the pole position. That's the only position he knows. Bro's going in, full tilt, pedal to the metal, and getting a quad off of that one. Rage of Ultron now going to come out from low range, but they're stacking that with the Kumiho Unleash. It's going to be enough to confirm that elim onto Cookie, who duplicated the Groot. I believe that was a mistake that came out from Revolt, and now they're paying the price for it as the elims, one after the other. Genzo with a nice little double KO, cleaning up Neil. Does see one more in this hallway over here. Can't quite pin them down, but is going to be more than happy with what he was already able to achieve. And just a few meters away from disaster. Revolt can come into this next fight, though, with a wealth of ultimates. Going to have that Feast of the Abyss, a Stratus ultimate, and crucially going to have that End Song Inferno. Sable has been something special this map, this series, and if you can keep this Phoenix firing on all cylinders, then Revolt will still have a way forward.
Yeah, I mean, gave him the Jean Grey back for this map number 3 run here and already paid dividends for sure. They're going to need to win one fight here to grab that second checkpoint and get the time refresh. But so far, it seems like Vulcan Red have found a way to hold them shy here. There are going to be some dueling strategist ults here. Chronic's got Fate of Both Worlds. KB has Invisible Boundary, and they're going to trade back and forth here. Ancient and Sable picking up some KOs, but Sable goes for the double, going for the End-Song Inferno as well from the sky here. Phoenix coming down. Nothing big off of that ult, but enough pressure here for Revolt to try and wrest away control of the cart and push this thing to checkpoint number 2. Just 30 seconds left to go here, but Lil Rang from the sky there on the Ultron taking down Mills, so the Venom out of the equation for now. Neil finding Genzo. Ancient will take down Neil in response, though. Ancient going down at the hands of Sable. These teams trading back and forth, and it's a triple for Lil Rang's Ultron here, and now he's got Rage locked in and ready to go here with just 10 seconds, but shot down by Sable out the sky here. Crash landing as Revolt gonna try to have to finish this under overtime.
Oh, Sable falls. 2 off the End Song Inferno and 2 in that fight, and it's still not enough. Revolt trying to come back onto the strange TP from Neil. Shoddy to the body. Ancient just burst Mills down, and now you are already down a crucial member of your formation. Hion has a good positioning right now, but is being pressured down. Lil Rang with the Rage of Ultron is going to take him down, and this looks like it's going to be where the line is drawn. Cookie dashing around on the Black Panther, but is going to dash 6 feet under as Vulcan Red hold the line. They stop the point B cap from coming through, utilizing that spawn advantage to its fullest and shut the door on Revolts. And now as we switch sides here, Revolts, they're going to be kicking themselves for not executing on that one, especially off the heroics from Sable. Again, getting 2 off the End Song Inferno and then 2 more towards the tail end of that fight, but falling at the worst possible moment when they needed that Phoenix the most.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of pressure, very, very high intensity at the end. Just one fight is all Revolt needed, but they were just taken out so early on. Vulcan Red build that body advantage very quickly, and there's just nothing they can do there. They cash in everything that they've got, and Vulcan Red able to chase Revolt off that point. So not for nothing, you know, almost to checkpoint number 2. So Vulcan Red do have some distance. They're going to have to clear here 106 meters towards the second checkpoint, but that definitely leaves that window of opportunity wide open here for Vulcan Red to take a map too.
I think for Revolt win condition here on the defensive side again, it's going to be Sable. Like, it's always going to be Sable on this Phoenix. Like, they put so much stock into this with the pick and ban phase. Now where you have a map control just by default being on the defending side, you can kind of set that Phoenix up wherever you want, and you have to utilize that to its fullest. Kind of play the same thing as you did on Araco. No, don't do what you did on Araco. Krakoa, they're anagrams. It's hard to get them straight sometimes. Do what you did on Krakoa and just play bouncer. Don't let anybody dive Sable. Don't let anyone have access to Sable. Don't let any of the sight lines get denied, and just let her have a shooting gallery.
Yeah, it's like we were saying at the start of map 3 here. Revolt need to find someone that they can latch onto, and with Sable getting the Phoenix back, that is the person they really got to look at here. And like you said, put the Phoenix up somewhere in a nest, somewhere where Sable can just keep taking shots left and right at Vulcan Red, and do not let anyone hunt down that Phoenix, because Sable being KO'd is going to be the difference between victory and defeat here for Revolt. So they are on defense now. Vulcan Red on the attack here, fighting up in the high ground. Lil Rang still on that Ultron and still finding KO here, taking down the Phoenix almost immediately. KB's got a BRB for Sable to get back up off of, but not the pick you want to see here from Revolt so early on.
And I don't know where Sable was playing that pick was even possible, because it looked like Lil Rang flicked off to the right somewhere. I don't know if Sable was trying to set up a pinch, but we'll be back with that BRB. But I mean, Vulcan Red have already gotten their foot in the door, and they've stamped that foot down right on top of Cookie, and now Neil next on the chopping block, quite literally getting shot by that sword from Genzo. The healing's going to be good enough to keep Neil alive for the time being, but means Mills wasn't getting it, so now you're down a Vanguard either way, and about to be down both of them. Genzo with that finishing blow there, and Revolt have to give this point up.
Yeah, the front door to Revolt's whole comp wide open now. No Vanguards to stand in front. Miracle will find Hyan, so Psylocke taken off the board as well. Now Vulcan Red, 5 minutes on the clock to get this second checkpoint. That is all they got to do here to finish this one off and take the lead and go on to match point. A solid start for this offense, though. Revolt trying to clap back a little bit here, but they're going to have to take some time, dust themselves off, because Chronic got that stagger going on to KB.
And now Chronic's like has the self snowflake, getting that damage boost when trying to take some of those duels. I'm gonna give it to Genzo because I mean Genzo is in dire straits right now, definitely needs it, but you know, it's so hard in this triple strategist lineup to dive the Luna Slow. Like if she has the drone and has the self snowflake, the damage is just too much. Rage of Ultron coming out, Jeff Ultimate just to try and give a little bit of a safe playing field for Revolt, but it's not enough. Miracle takes down Sable and that's your ace gone.
Yeah, they know who they need to prioritize here. It's been Sable all along here. Insong Inferno comes down, doesn't quite find the KOs here. Neil gonna try to finish some off with that Sonic Seduction. Miracle is unleashing that Kumiho, but not enough to turn the tide here. They're both getting low, but no KOs coming through quite yet. Genzo finally finds Mills. Ancient will take down Neil, but not before Neil can get Genzo. 3 for 1, favoring Vulcan Red as Chronix does have that fate of both worlds ready to go. 4 minutes on the clock, and Vulcan Red, the meter's ticking away, and there is no one from Revolt to stop them here. 401 still on the clock for Vulcan Red, and they close out map number 3.
Boy, that Bass statue has no brakes, huh? Like, that thing just went, like, bro was running away with this one, and it's every time Sable falls, like Revolt's whole strategy, they protected and banned the Phoenix so that they could have it one-sided and gave up just way too much in order to make it happen. Too many tools to pressure Sable out of the sight lines, too many tools to just be able to even take a frontline battle and give the angles that she really needed. 11 final hits, 27k damage. It's not enough because everything on the other side for Vulcan Red just got everything they wanted and then some. A nice little 9 final hits off an 18 and 4 KD for Lil Rang up there on that Ultron. Chronic's not really getting as much damage as you would have liked to see in this triple strategist lineup, but it doesn't matter when Lil Rang is putting up numbers like that.
Yeah, not huge damage numbers from Chronic, but plenty of times saw his name in that KO feed, picking up the critical KOs to keep things rolling for Vulcan Red. And yeah, once they put the gas on there, when they took up the offensive mantle, it was just all gas, no brakes to the very end. More than the amount of time you start the map with is what they will clear this one with. So a very swift, open and shut offense for Vulcan Red. And yeah, it just feels like firing on all cylinders, all of them walking away with something. Quan, 46k damage blocked on that Dino, and they didn't even need to play past checkpoint number 2. So, you know, tough to get past him, and the body is so big that you just can't shoot around him either. I mean, what do you do? Because Quan has been cooking on the Devil Dino since the last map.
And with the way that Vulcan Red have played map 2 and map 3, it feels like Krakoa is such a distant memory. It's so far in the rearview mirror, it's a non-factor for either of these teams. You know, Hyan doing a little bit of cooking here on the Mantis, kind of the high point of Revolt's offense here, aside from the heroics from Sable, but it's just not enough. And with Krakoa so far in that rear view, like I just said, map 5 is feeling like a distant mirage that may never come to fruition. We're going to go to a map number 4. It's going to be Revolt's map pick again. The map pool's going to open up again, and I think they wanted to try and take us to a domination, but had no choice but to go with a convergence, and I guess just chose wrong. You know, maybe with a little bit more choice, a little bit more freedom of choice, they can take us to a map number 5, but it's got to be all or nothing. We are here, we are now. We can't look ahead anymore. We can't be like, okay, what happens in map 5? Because we might not get there if Vulcan Red can keep this tempo up.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the question is it the game mode that made Revolt so strong on Krakoa? Is it just that they have a penchant for domination, or was it the Phoenix? Was it Sable on that Phoenix? And did Vulcan Red already complete the download and find that answer? I mean, that's what we have to see going forward for map number 4. But CB, I think we might be taking a short break here.
Yep, we got another break on deck. Map number 4 of this series is going to be on the other side of it. Don't go anywhere, chat. Potentially the last map in this series will be coming at you right after this.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Well, the revolution seems to be slowing down, and there's one last attempt for this MRC team to make their first appearance in Stage 1, potentially for only a few maps. My name is Keg, and I'm joined again by CB and Diatonic, and we're going to try to go through this prognosis. Not quite an autopsy yet, but figure out Revolt. What's going on? Are they just domination merchants, Dia?
I mean, that's kind of the question we're going to be looking at going into map number 4 here. Of course, game modes all reset now. It is going to be Revolt's map and game mode pick, so they can take us back to domination if they want to. But the question I haven't figured out the answer to is it the domination that made them so dominant there on map number 1? Or was it that Sable Phoenix and now Vulcan Red has figured this out and they have answers for it? So I think the map pick is going to kind of tell us what's going on in their head.
It might be more than just the map pick, though, because like they chose map and they bet it all on black, and then the roulette wheel spun, it came up red. You know, they went all in on that Phoenix, and it just wasn't enough.
Do we think maybe it's a macro issue then? And considering we saw Sable play in that last matchup, he got SVP, he was the best on his team, but still didn't win it out.
I think there was also like those heroics that came out from Hyan, and like you got to be feeling like, you know, when you're having some of these like big frag out moments where you're popping off, putting up triples and quads and having these big ultimates, you're like, what more can I do? Like, you run into a brick wall where it's like now your mental is going to be tested. So even if you go back to a comfort zone like a domination, if you are a domination merchant, you're still going to be kind of feeling the pressure. And even then, you can't just be a domination merchant. You have to be able to win a convoy or a convergence like at some point. Like, sooner or later, it's put up or shut up when it comes to those map modes, right? Like, it's gotta happen. And I mean, if we go to a map 5, that's what it's gonna be, and it would be Vulcan Red's map pick. But again, that's a mirage. We might not even get there. It's map 4, and that's like all that matters right now is where we are right now.
It felt like the biggest win con for Hall of the Dahlia was to allow Sable to play onto that Phoenix Dia, and if that doesn't work for you, I really don't know what Revolt has left in their arsenal to win.
Right, it does kind of feel like the bell's tolling because, you know, we saw map 3, Sable able to get back on the Phoenix and put in some work for sure, but it wasn't the carry that they were looking for, wasn't the carry that we saw all the way back on Krakoa during map 1. So, and you guys are right, you know, you've already kind of pointed out my next thought was, okay, even if it's domination that they're really good at and they win here on map 4, they don't have a domination coming in map number 5, and they gotta win it in Vulcan Red's territory. So even if it's their strong suit, they gotta find a way to take a convoy or a convergence map this series.
And maybe there's a convoy map that they feel confident on. They're not going to go to that one. Like, Vulcan Red can just take it to another convoy. Like, maybe there's like the 1 in a million. Like, maybe you're just like, we are Midtown merchants, so we can do it on this one. And they go, okay,
Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah, it's like, what can you do? Or maybe they take you back to another convergence map. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I agree with the Hall of the Dahlia pick. I think that didn't really work out in their favor again. It's all part of that, you know, putting it all on black and the wheel comes up red. Yeah. You end up just running out of luck, and I think you're running out of gas at this stage where you burned up pretty hot on Krakoa, but on Araco, you did not show up, and on Hall of the Dahlia, you got ran right over.
It's really hard to talk about without looking back specifically at the matchups, but, you know, from a cursory view looking into this, I'm wondering if part of this is just coming down to like inexperience, right? Like, again, these are the new kids on the block. They had just won MRC. They're being brought into this matchup at the last second. CB, we had interviews yesterday where people were like, yeah, look, we haven't really scrimmed this team. We don't know what to expect from them just because they came in so late.
Yeah, and you know, again, like there is kind of a benefit of being one of those teams to come through MRC because you're playing together a little bit more, going through that tournament structure together, building up a little bit of that cohesion that, you know, Vulcan Red with their rebuild can only really build up through scrims. But it feels like after Krakoa, like they're starting to click and it's starting to come online. And with Revolt, it's just the opposite. It's starting to fall apart. That coordination, that game plan, it's just not there. And you know, whatever the scrim results may or may not have been, regardless of who may or may not have scrimmed Revolt, it doesn't really matter to them at this point in time. Like, you got to throw all these plans out the window and come up with something.
We're having some technical difficulties at the moment, everybody. We're just waiting for one of our players to get into the lobby, so you got to deal with us yapping for a little bit longer. But don't worry, I've got the 2 best yappers in the entire world to keep us going. Diatonic, man, like I'm going through my note sheet right now. Most of the matches that we've had today were dominated by one key star player. We saw John G on JFT rock out on the Black Cat. We saw Sable, of course, Revolt, bring out the Phoenix. Lil Rang, though, has been the most fluid player of the entire day. Bro just got MVP on Ultron.
I was going to say, kind of feels like Little Rang's the Swiss Army knife for Vulcan Red, you know, played out of his mind on that Wolverine for Vulcan Red's first map win of the series, goes over to the Ultron, does almost the exact same thing, picks up the MVP. So, you know, a lot of duelist players will go for the Ultron because he is a little more damage focused for sure, but for him to be able to play on Wolverine like that, then pick up MVP over on Ultron on the strategist side, I mean, definitely a deep hero pool for Lil Rang. And like you said, you know, we're looking at star players or anchors for these teams, and it feels like Lil Rang has been that over these last couple maps. He's really been what's helped Vulcan Red turn things around, and I feel like if you're Revolt, you want to start looking at that. But he's kind of a loose cannon, right? He went from Wolverine to Ultron. I mean, he's all over the place. So what the heck do you do against him?
It's worth mentioning. It's worth mentioning that Lil Rang is also like one of the newer additions to this Vulcan Red squad. One of the 3 members who came in as part of the rebuild, and is very much so showing his value as to why he was one of the people picked up for that position. And I do think that, you know, regardless of where Vulcan Red goes from here, Lil Rang might be someone to watch. His stocks might slowly start to rise, especially if this lower bracket run for Vulcan Red starts to come to fruition, which at this stage, it's looking like it might.
Really quick, I have a major update. So we have a player on Revolt being swapped out. We have a sub coming in. It is Once. I think I'm saying their name right. This is not, their name looks familiar, but I don't think they're a player. Onse, yeah. We've seen them before, haven't we?
Yeah, so Onse was a Vanguard player for this this team. Yesterday, I believe, was playing alongside Neil. They brought in Mills today, but now they are bringing in Onse in place of Hyan. So gonna have to kind of like do-si-do around some of the roles there, maybe get a little bit of flexibility out of one of these Vanguards, or, you know, maybe try and go all in on playing like a triple Vanguard lineup. You know, we ain't seen a whole lot of Rogue, and, you know, I love seeing as much Rogue as I possibly can, so, hey, you know, that could be another way to play it.
It's interesting. I wonder how that's going to change things up. I don't truly know what to expect. I think there might be an advantage here for readaptability needed from Vulcan Reds, and it did take them a little bit to kind of figure out how to solve Revolt in the first map and a half or so. So, I mean, Dia, is this an opportunity to reset the playing field?
It's definitely going to change things up. The data that Vulcan Red downloaded over that first map and a half, like you said, is definitely going to change now with a sub coming in. So, you know, I don't know if I would necessarily say back to square one and they're going to have to refigure out all of Revolt, but and like you said, you know, definitely going to be some shuffling of roles and heroes, no doubt, and that will throw things off. But, you know, Vulcan Red have bounced back. You know, they bounced back very quickly from that loss on Krakoa, so definitely a versatile team that can adapt. So I have no doubt they'll figure things out, but maybe going to be a slower start here on map 4 for VR.
Yeah, I just don't know what to expect, CB.
I mean, I do know one thing that we can expect, and it was that call out that you know, our domination merchants are back in the shop right now. I think our next map pick is definitely going to be domination. I won't spoil what map pick it is because, unlike Heg, I am not a cheater, but I will say that you know, we do have to kind of call into question like, even if we see echoes of Krakoa, even if Revolt somehow find the sauce again and run away with this one, you have to break free of being just domination merchants. You have to find a way to win either a convoy or a convergence, and you don't get to pick the map, so you can't even go to one of those that you are comfortable with. So we're at a stage of this matchup, right, where it feels like, you know, Vulcan Red are nearing some victory laps.
I will say, though, I think Revolt's convoy on Burning T'Challa did look pretty good overall. I'm sorry, Hall of the Jolliet did look pretty good. They had Sable on the Phoenix, which I think was a major contributing factor. Maybe it'll change up here now that we have Onsite coming on in as a sub. We're going to Burning T'Challa as our domination map. Warrior Falls could be that make or break moment, considering how far different it is from the other sub maps.
I think the key thing about Warrior Falls specifically is the optimal place for a Phoenix to play is somewhere where there's going to be a roof over her head, and that does kind of make her a dive target, versus something like an Imperial Institute of Science or a Stellar Spaceport where things kind of open up. She can take a high ground, she can play a little bit further back, and has a lot more escape options. No, on Warrior Falls, she is very much so stuck in a hole that can easily just be jumped in by a Captain America, so Revolt are going to have to play this pick and ban phase perfectly. And with Onsei coming in, it does also kind of add, you know, another layer to it, you know, like what's the strategy here? You're giving up Hyan for this new Vanguard player to come on in. Someone is going to have to either flex, or you go in for a triple Vanguard setup, which can easily be scouted out, and you might not be able to get the Phoenix through the pick and ban phase if you try to play for that. So it's tough to find a way forward here for Revolt, and I think to that point, again, you're right, Warrior Falls is make or break for this team, and for their sake, I hope that's not where we start out.
Yeah, and time running out here for Revolt. Vulcan Red on match point, and Revolt bringing in that sub Onsei on the board and ready to go here as we're going into picks and bans for this map number 4. Potentially the last map Revolt play here in stage 1, unless they can find a way to turn this thing around. And, you know, I think like we've talked about, there's going to be a little bit of a slowdown from Vulcan Red. They're going to have to readjust here as Revolt brings in a sub player, but I have no doubt that they can bounce back from it, at least maybe for the sake of my predictions.
This is also a bit of a mental game here for Revolt. Like, you're reeling, you're on the ropes, you're on the brink of elimination, and you know what your win condition is. It's Sable on that Phoenix, so again, they're going to protect it, and you already know what you're going to lose going into that one. How do you navigate this pick and ban phase going forward? There goes the Devil Dino, so Neil is going to be forced to be on the Emma Frost, and you can see him hovering it. He already knows he was not getting access to that DD, so it's going to go one-sided once again. Quan is going to be running that Rampage. Neil will be doing no such thing. Can only hope to try and slow it down with some carbon crushes here and there. But the back half of this pick and ban phase is going to be a minefield for Revolt.
Yeah, and I mean, I know it takes a lot of commitment for them to make that Phoenix save as their first one, but, you know, considering Sable has been the standout player for Revolt, a big reason why they took map number 1, and a big part of what has kept them in the fight when they're in that fight has been Sable's Phoenix. So I think it's worth it, especially, you know, again, staring down the barrel of a potential map 4 finisher here if Vulcan Red can pull it off. So, yeah, I think it's worth committing to at a certain point when you're in Revolt's position here. So they will take that Phoenix one-sided potentially, though. No, maybe not. Maybe the Luna Snow instead. It's going to be Luna and Luna hand out on both sides.
I think you'll have better luck with that and, you know, potentially giving up a Phoenix Protect to Vulcan Red and taking that duel with Ancient, because, you know, when we went back to Domination, Sable was winning that duel, and as long as you play your dives correctly, I think you're fine. I think the real danger, though, is if that last ban for Vulcan Red ends up being Captain America, your goose might be cooked. You will have an opportunity to go for a Protect, and that might be your best bet. We'll see what the read ends up being for Revolt. 1 Protect and 1 ban left, and then it is all on Vulcan Red for that last one. Mantis is going to be on the chopping block here.
And they did go for, I think it was last map, they went for the one-sided Mantis at the end, right? So I don't know if maybe they're going to try to run that back here, but yeah, they've got 1 left, Vulcan Red, 1 more ban, potentially the last couple of plays in the draft phase we're going to see for this series here. They are going to take it, one-sided Mantis yet again here, and Vulcan Red got that last ban for us, but I don't know. I mean, it's really going to come down to that Phoenix v Phoenix duel, as Vulcan Red saved it too, so you know Ancient's going to pick it up.
I think the one thing, though, that you do come away with that's different from Burning T'Challa is that Luna Snow ban, so you're going to cut out the main beneficiary of that Triple Strategist lineup, but there will still be a Triple Strategist lineup on deck for Vulcan Red. As you can see, Miracle hovering over the White Fox again, Chronix hovering over the Invisible Woman. It's not going to be quite the same. You're not going to be seeing Chronix putting up the same damage numbers as you would, but he was still kind of playing Luna Snow a little bit more like a healer, so this might actually even end up being better than the Luna Snow would have been in the composition that Revolt are currently flashing right now. I don't think Quan is going to stay on the Black Widow, maybe for a little bit of BM, who knows, but I got to imagine the Double Dino is going to be coming right back out. And alongside Genzo on that Emma Frost, and he was frying on that Emma Frost on back on Arako. So this kind of front-to-back triple strategist heal composition is going to be real difficult for Revolt to try and crack.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I'm on the same page. I agree with you. I like the swap potentially over to the Invis for Chronic. It feels like, based on what I've seen for how they're playing Luna, I feel like Invis is maybe a better fit. You know, I see some other things being hovered here in the spawn room, so who knows what we're going to walk out on here. But yeah, definitely some adjustment here. And again, maybe a little bit of a reset for Vulcan Red here as Ansei hitting the pitch here for the first time this series. But doors are open. Burning T'Challa on deck here for map number 4. Vulcan Red looking for 2 capture points here to close out the series and keep that lower bracket dream alive. But the question is, what does Ansei bring to the table here to change things up for Revolt? We are going to find out right now. And already Ancient taken down by Sable right out the gate here. Opening salvo, double KO for Revolt's Phoenixes. They'll find the White Fox as well. And that Devil Dinosaur sent all the way back to spawn here. Little Rang and Genzo going to follow the team back here to fix that stagger. But it's going to be Revolt on the first cap.
Look at the ult charge, man. 54% for Sable and only had to pop left click a couple of times. I'm telling you, there is no more satisfying feeling in this entire game than when those Phoenix stacks start to pop up, or start to stack up and everyone just starts popping one after the other. Like, good lord, like, Sable, you're showing why you go for this protect. You're also getting the Vibrant Vitality team up with Onsega and Loki in the route, like, all three, like, full, all cylinders here for Revolt, all or nothing. And I mean, they're coming up huge, at least in this first fight, but Vulcan Red making some adaptations. Lil Rang now on the Moon Knight, and if you thought Sable's ult charge was going to go up fast, have a look at Lil Rang, almost beating Sable to the punch with a Hand of Khonshu.
Yeah, that Hand of Khonshu coming right down onto the battlefield here. It's In-Song Inferno from Sable as well. We'll find Miracle on the Invis, but Little Rang gets Ansei as well. So strategists for both sides of the board here taken down. But Quan also going back to spawn here on the Devil Dinosaur. Ancient picking up a double on the Phoenix here. And Sable in a little bit of trouble here. Revolt 50% of the way captured and still fighting in those upper tunnels here. But Vulcan Red slowly mining away at Revolt here and finding a path forward. But yeah, it feels like we haven't seen Phoenix at this level in a while now. And both Ancient and Sable have reminded us just how strong they can be.
CYA coming out, low rank, taking down Neil, getting a little bit too split off from the rest of the team. It's still not enough to completely crack this defense wide open, as Mills is going to come back from the spawn point, take down Ancient and deny that high ground. But here's the reason why you play the Moon Knight. It's the Onks and the free Onks that you get from the Loki clones, taking down KB7. There's a CYA now coming out from Vulcan Red side as they march onto the point here, start to take this point on their terms. Revolt running out of members, and a nice little double there from Lil Rang with a Crescent Darts, and a triple Sable. You can run, you can fly, but you cannot hide. The moon does indeed haunt you.
Yeah, you know, I was saying before this fourth map here, Little Rang played the Wolverine incredibly well on map 2, swapped over to the Ultron, immediately picked up MVP. I wanted to see one more, and we are seeing it here. Moon Knight from Little Rang coming in clutch here on map number 4. Vulcan Red able to make the retake here. It feels like the plan for Vulcan Red here is to just outspeed the Phoenix ults, because this is the second Hand of Khonshu we've seen from Little Rang already, and already some value there. Double KO, and it's an ace onto Revolt here. Cookie gonna get up off of the BRB, but Vulcan Red wipes their hands of it, still in control of the point, 33% and on the move.
And a bit of a misread there from Onsei popping that Soul Resurgence. It's just not going to be enough to withstand the damage from that Strangling Prison, Hand of Khonshu, Wombo combo. And Revolt even invest that Sonic Seduction from Neil, so they're down 2 ultimates in a losing fight, and they just get wiped. Luckily, they're 83%, and, you know, Vulcan Red only halfway there. They're going to come in with this God of Mischief, get a second lease on life with that Soul Resurgence again, but they need to convert this fast.
Yeah, because somebody from Revolt is on the point here. Vulcan Red going to rotate back and defend their territory here. 60% and still on the move. Miracle's got that invisible boundary down on the point, ready for a fight there. And Quan will take out Cookie. Seed bombed right off of the ramp there. Genzo finds Mills, and it's going to be Cookie that gets up off of the BRB yet again here. But body advantage once again going to Vulcan Red here. And Little Rang finding one on the Moon Knight as well. Critical shot onto Ansei, so Mantis all the way back. And Vulcan Red, after that retake, have almost caught up to Revolt's capture progress.
And, you know, if we go back to Krakoa, there was one glaring issue from Vulcan Red, the fact that they kept getting caught out outside of some of their AoE healing ults, and the coordination just wasn't there. But this time, Revolt lacked the stopping power to be able to punish that same mistake. Again, Ancient got caught out, but they can't convert that to an elim. Ancient gets back into the invisible boundary in time, and Vulcan Red are able to stabilize. Now we're going to have a amplified End Song Inferno and a triple KO for Ancient. potentially the death blow for Revolt here on Warrior Falls. We said this map was going to be make or break. It's the spirit of Revolt that has been broken.
Yeah, at the worst time here, too, when they were about to go into OT, 4 members of Revolt go down on the back of just 1 ultimate, and now Vulcan Red stand 1 point away, 1 stellar spaceport away from taking this series and sending Revolt packing. Just as soon as they arrived in Stage 1, they are staring down the train ride home here as Vulcan Red lock it in. They bounce back. It doesn't even matter that they brought in a sub here as Vulcan Red playing it out just as strong as they had been. And again, props to Lil Rang. So many heroes played in this series, and all of them so much value gained.
And so much value for Lil Rang as a person. Again, like the stonks for this guy are going to be going through the roof after this series, and the longer this lower bracket run for Vulcan Red goes, the higher they will be. They're not quite out of the woods yet, but I mean, they got to be feeling like they might as well be. Like, they took Revolt's best shot, that Sable pop-off at the beginning, man. Let Revolt get all the way up to 80, and once Vulcan Red got their feet back under them, they hit the ground running and never stopped. They're carrying a Psionic Seduction and a Hand of Khonshu over onto this next fight. If Lil Rang is patient, there's going to be a Strangling Prison not too far behind, and Revolt don't have any good strategy ults anytime soon to be able to deal with it. They're just going to have to take it, honestly. Like, they're just going to have to take the L on this one.
Yeah, they're really going to have to bide their time here. No quarter to be found from Vulcan Red and none to be given to Revolt here as, again, potential last capture point for Vulcan Red here. Lil Rang, of course, Hand of Khonshu is ready to go here, so we're going to probably see them get a little aggressive here. Neil, half health, looking for a little bit of healing here on that Emma Frost, trying to get that Sonic ready to go here, but it is Vulcan Red. They're going to rotate onto the point here. Quan leading the charge on that Groot, and that Moon does haunt you. Lil Rang in a little bit of trouble here, but able to back away, though. It's Chronix that's going to go down. Ancient as well falls at the hands of Mills as Captain America. Miracle as well as Revolt going to look to get in the fight here and take the first capture. Lil Rang trying to escape, can't make it away though. KB shot in the back by the Mantis here for Revolt to take the retake here.
It gets a little scary for Neil at the beginning there. It's a risky play to try and go and anchor on the point, but it ends up paying off because Vulcan Red tries so hard to dislodge him and stop the cap from coming through. They even saw Quan putting up the walls, turning Neil into the meat of a wooden sandwich, and it wasn't enough as Neil got the healing that he needed, and Revolt had the high ground control. Here comes that combo, though. Lil Rang, though, got slept. He can't follow up. It's going to be late, but Ancient is there with the sparks, and there is the damage. The Hand of Khonshu comes through late. Revolt dispatched quite quickly. 30% and ticking, but Vulcan Red are going to be getting their foot in the door and finding the flip here before long. And watching for Ansei, you better not pop that cocoon, buddy, or your life is on the clock.
I was going to say, kind of like sharks in the water there for Ansei on that the self-res from the Adam Warlock
dangling
here.
Above the cage.
No kidding. Carrot on a stick for sure here, but Vulcan Red able to rotate, make the retake here, 20%, and on the move here as they're going to apply some more forward pressure, try to get Revolt stuck here into this choke point, but Revolt got the tools to dig their way out here, and somebody from Revolt's on the point here. Neil's got that Sonic Seduction cooking as well. Vulcan Red attention split, and Revolt will sneak in here. Retake for them. They will lose Neil in the process, but there is a Karmic Revival ready to go, and Ansei going to pop it here, so Revolt going to keep this fight going as they are approaching 50% of the way to capturing point 2.
And KB7 with a 2-piece in that fight, taking down Ancient as well. Ancient got caught out in a very bad spot for a Phoenix to be in. Now Revolt, like you said, taking up that percentage, and if they can win this fight outright, force a full reset out of Vulcan Red, which honestly, Vulcan Red needs to just get off the point right now. Like, honestly, they should just hurl themselves off the point, but they're going to invest in the Invisible Boundary. They think this is turnable, and if they get Neil, they might be right.
And if Chronic keeps taking shots like that, they will take it here. They're going to look for the retake. Revolt reaching 70% here. Soul Resurgence coming in from KB. They're going to try to hold on to this thing till the last minute, but Ancient up there on the high ground, almost entirely uncontested. KB going to take some shots on the Mantis here, but able to get away with so much on the ground here. Several members of Revolt going down now. Genzo, Quan, and Ancient all finding some KOs here, but Revolt going to bite back a little bit. Hand of Khonshu comes in from Lil Rang here. Revolt at 90%, but Vulcan Red threatening that retake finally. Mill's going to try and hold it for the team, though. It is going to be a freedom charge, and if they can wipe the rest of the members of Vulcan Red off this point, they might take it. Miracle, though, charging up the Strange Portal. 99% and 100 ticks over as the portal opens. We're going all the way to point 3 here on Burn and T'Challa.
Revolt still have a little bit of fight in them, and it was, again, Vulcan Red, I think, not taking the reset when they really needed to. They thought that fight was winnable. They popped the Invisible Boundary to make it happen, and they got the Elim onto Neil, but they needed that second one, and as KB7 popped that Soul Resurgence, it never came through, and even if Vulcan Red had won that fight, it would have been a 99 for Revolt, one fight away, and Vulcan Red invested so heavily, not even just with the Invisible Boundary, but they even used the Wombo combo, out of sync, mind you. The Strangling Prison and the Hand of Khonshu come in separately, and both hit zilch, and Vulcan Red fumble what could have been a winning situation for them and hand over Stellar Spaceport to Revolt. The Imperial Institute of Science will be the next battleground where we decide this map. Do Revolt have what it takes to send us to a map number 5? It's only time that will tell, and only 5 seconds left on the clock before those doors open up, and we get to find out.
Yeah, I'm very surprised Vulcan Red stayed in the fight there. They had every opportunity to just pull back, get all 6 members up and running, and take that point for the win here, but they are now standing on point number 3 here. Last opportunity for Vulcan Red to try and close out this series, but like you said, Revolt not quite done with this one just yet. Ancient on the Phoenix still for now here. Genzo's ready to go here as Vulcan Red gonna look for some kind of opening here. Little Rang over onto the Wolverine for now just to try and change things up.
And he's going to be lurking, but this time he's not frontlining the damage, and he's spending a lot more time with his head on his swivel, I think trying to look for Mills, and meanwhile the fight happening on the front line. Sonic Seduction coming up from Genzo isn't going to find anything. Revolt are able to split and dodge it. They do catch out Neil with a Carbon Crush, though, and the Amplifier to confirm the KO, and they will have it.
Yeah, good opener here. Vulcan Red take the first capture. Miracle out of mid-air finishes off Onse. So the Adam Warlock out the equation for now, though not going to take the Cocoon Res. Going to walk it all the way back from spawn. But a solid opening here for Vulcan Red, able to take a fight that they had. It looked like a little bit of cold feet for just a second or two on. But now the question is, can they hold this thing down? Mills on the move on that cap, of course. And it looks like Revolt just trying to figure out how they want to approach this next one.
Well, Mills is going to approach from a different angle this time around, and Lil Rang is again going to try and hunt for him, try and check him, but at least he should be. No, he's playing on the front line with the rest of the squad right now, and does turn back, find Onse. There is going to be a Cocoon there, and he's coming up close on that Karmic Revival, so Lil Rang, I think, can just, play a little bit safe here, not go too aggressive, try and keep the front line at bay, and they will profit off the back of this one, but Sable Pop in the end song, Revolt want to try and take this fight, but again, Neil just being taken to a secondary location, unfamiliar territory, wrong neighborhood.
Yeah, soloed out here by Little Rang, back over onto that Wolverine. Already showed his prowess this series a couple maps ago on the Wolf, and now right back over to it. Hanging on by a thread there, able to walk away, but Quan's going to take down Mills here as Vulcan Red still in control of the point here. Genzo will find KB off to the side here. 65% and counting for Vulcan Red here, so time very quickly running out.
Here's the thing, though. Revolt are going to have that Karmic Revival, but they don't have map control, so Onse has to play perfectly. There's not really anybody good to try and scout him out, but if he plays too aggressively, Lil Rang could potentially get in there, get a last stand, shut the res down, or, maybe catch people on the res and get the Elim that way. You're going to see Mills trying to go for a little bit of back cap here. Cookie taking down Quan, and even though it's going to get rezzed up, it does give some more space, so Revolt have a little bit of room to breathe. Try and set Onse up for success here.
Yeah, Little Rang just got the claws flying in every direction, looking for whoever he can get a hold of, and there's the Karmic Revival now for Revolt here, so it's going to be a full fight, but Vulcan Red got the tools to make this happen here. Sonic Seduction from Genzo, and Quan also on that Devil Beast Rampage, all amplified by that CYA from Chronix as we move into overtime here against Revolt. 1 KO coming through onto Neil. Quan will find KB as well, and that Karmic Revival is done and dusted, and so is the series. Vulcan Red take it in 4 after a little bit of a misstep here on Burn and T'Challa.
A Stellar Spaceport went Revolt's way, but Imperial Institute never felt like it was gonna go that same way. Vulcan Red, they take the ball, they run with it, and aside from, again, that one little stumble, they just keep on going, and this guy right here is a huge part of the reason. Keep your eyes on Lil Rang. His stocks are low right now, but they will be on the rise before long because he is head and shoulders above everybody else, the MVP right now. 19 final hits, a not insignificant amount of those coming through towards the end there on the Wolverine. That X-Man X-Factor that Revolt, try as they might, could not plan for. They did all they could. They tried to set Sable up for success on the Phoenix. Had a ton of damage, 28k, but only 4 final hits, and those all came in that first fight on Warrior Falls. The angles just weren't there. The map control just wasn't there. The frag power just wasn't there, but Lil Rang, oh, he was there.
Yeah, around every corner on multiple heroes throughout this entire series. Multiple MVPs. Stocks indeed on the rise here. Buy, because Lil Rang, a big game changer for Vulcan Red in this series. Where it felt like Revolt came out of the gate swinging on map 1. They took a solid Krakoa for sure. It was all Vulcan Red from then on out. Not as if they didn't encounter some hurdles along the way, but they overcame everything through some major versatility here. Vulcan Red changing things up on almost every single map, so love to see those adjustments pay dividends for them. But yeah, you know, they did, Revolt did enable Sable as much as they could, got some numbers for sure, was the SVP, but just not enough to bring this team to a win here. So we will say goodbye to Revolt here as they will fall out of the lower bracket, but Vulcan Red keep the dream alive, and hey, I'm at least 1 for 2 tonight on Preds, so, you know, not bad.
I guess we'll take that. You know, again, I played both sides. You know, I predicted Vulcan Red on the show, so we'll still call that a win. My in-game Preds kind of hurting still. You know, I'm 0 for 2 on today when it comes to the in-game Preds. So
well,
we'll have to come back around. And the worst part is I don't even get to see my boy Neil anymore. He had a pretty rough day today. I was a big fan of Neil. I still am. He's a fun player to watch, but fortunately I don't get to watch him anymore.
I mean, hey, if it's like anything we've seen so far from the end of the preseason, maybe we'll have major roster mania again. I think the individuals of Revolt did look good. It's unfortunate that we did have a sub come in at the very last game. I thought Onse did a really good job, given pretty much all the chips that he was given in those positions to be in. But unfortunately, DXA and Revolt, we will have to be saying goodbye to them for Stage 1. We do get to see amazing teams move on forwards, but I think you guys said it perfectly. Lil Rang is going to be next up in this region. Homie looks incredible, and the fact that you got MVP not once but twice over on a Wolverine, and CB on an Ultron too. I don't know if we can sing the praises of Lil Rang enough.
I mean, we definitely can, and you know, even though you just kind of feel like Revolt ran out of gas and maybe Lil Rang might have been taking advantage of that, it does still kind of show that potential, that prowess, a little bit of flexibility that, you know, maybe you keep putting this guy up against bigger and tougher opponents, he's gonna level up over time and become, you know, become something special down the line. And I'm looking forward to seeing today though. The performance stellar, out of this world, like
so
no
stellar.
Notes, like I have no negative things to say.
How about you, Diatonic? How are we feeling about Lil Rang?
Yeah, I mean, definitely one to keep your eyes on for sure. But, you know, I won't overlook Ancient as well. They kind of have that dynamic duelist duo going on. Of course, Ancient brought Phoenix to the table a lot in preseason, and again, picks her back up and doesn't win every single fight. But, you know, there are a lot of stellar Phoenix players out there, so tough to set yourself apart. But, you know, Ancient putting in some work for this team as well. Can't overlook that. Of course, can't overlook my man Quan either on the Devil Dinosaur. You know, plenty of pit drops for the Devil Dino today, but a big anchor for this team and helping them to bring home the wins. So, you know, I believe we may get a couple answers about Vulcan Red's future here in just a little bit. But, yeah, you know, of course, you know, just a stellar performance top to bottom from this team. So many members of that roster putting in the work.
The big question, though, and again, we're really the only region in Stage 1 right now, is this going to be a stage defined by Duelist CB? We talked about Black Cat so much yesterday, we were hyping up Devil Dinosaur before that, and yeah, we've seen some Devil Dinosaur, but it hasn't been game-defining. And now today, we've been seeing a litany of Phoenix and some Black Cat and some Wolverine.
I think it comes down to how you play it. I think, you know, we're gonna have EMEA and Americas all like coming on deck here very shortly. We'll start to get to see what they play, but I do kind of feel like, you know, Devil Dino is still gonna be a staple across all of these series. It is still gonna be a very Vanguard flavored meta, but that doesn't always mean that they're gonna be the ones that are making the big plays and making things happen. It's always gonna have to come down to, do your duelists have hands, especially when we start to see how strong heroes like Black Cat, Phoenix, and Daredevil all are. If you don't have somebody who can run with those heroes at the highest levels, you are going to fall behind.
Yeah, no, fantastically said. And now that this is your first day on the desk too, Diatonic, I gotta ask you, are you Team Devil Dinosaur or Team Black Cat?
Yeah, you know, again, it's another one of those heart versus mind kind of split things. You know, my mind definitely says should be Team Black Cat, but you know, I'm a huge fan of anytime you take a dinosaur, right? Already pretty cool, big dinosaur guy. You throw a laser on him. I mean, you see where I'm going with this, right? Like it's you know, it's cool. It's Very cool.
I love your
But,
the hard-hitting analysis. Dinosaurs are cool. It's such a.
Oh, I think Black Cat's pretty cool.
I agree.
Yeah,
I think
it's
Black
just
Cat
me.
is pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
We're just
I
waiting a
imagine
few
going
extra
forward.
moments. Oh, no, please continue.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, I imagine going forward, I think Black Cat is gonna be key for a lot of these teams. I'm curious to see how things look in the EMEA and the Americas regions as those are kicking off later today. But yeah, so far we've seen a lot more. I feel like we've seen more Devil Dino in these couple matches than we have Black Cat. So curious what she's gonna look like when in the hands of some other big dive players across all the regions.
Also, shout out to Chime, by the way, who before Black Cat launched said that I should main her because like it's a very me-coded hero, and I think about that almost every day. I don't know what he meant by that, but I think just because of that odd interaction, I have this weird kinship now with Black Cat, where like I'm just drawn to her.
I've seen you climb a few walls.
That's true. I do that from time to time. You know, it's the only way that I can get up there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's so many claw marks in the background of your, background. But Quan can also tell us how things are going with Black Cat. We got him on the mic right now. Hello, Quan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys.
Hi, Quan, how's it going, dude? Congrats on your win.
Thank you, I appreciate it. We played really good out there. Like, shout out to my team for doing really good. We played really well. First map we played dive, and then we didn't do that good because we haven't practiced it that much, and we need more practice on it. And then we played front to back after, and then we realized like, oh, we should stick to this because we played it a bit more, like other than dive, and we still need to work on our communication. But our front to back was really good, and we just played.
Let me
Well, we used our ults really well. Our comms are really good. Yeah. Hello.
Oh no, we lost you for a second. We got worried.
You froze for a second. Keep cooking. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Sorry. We commed really good. You know, we used our ults really good. Like our combo, Phoenix Rocket. You know, like Dino Rocket, like Wolverine, like Root Moon Knight. Like we killed through so many ults. We did really good. You know, we synergized really well. Our chemistry like was a bit better with like front to back instead of dive, and we just stuck to that. You know, I think we did really good. Shout out to my team, especially Lil Rang. Played really good on the Wolf.
Yeah, especially Lil Rang indeed.
And let me ask you. You know, you mentioned like you played dive on map number 1, but it's actually map number 2 that I wanna highlight. You managed to toss Neil off the edge twice. Are you disappointed in yourself that you couldn't get that third dunk? I saw you going for it.
Nah, I couldn't get the hat trick, unfortunately. You know, but I've been practicing Dino a lot, and I should have just been playing him more than Captain America. And I've just like gotten really used to like the distance of his grab is just really OP, and I'm just like I realized that throughout the MRI, like the tournament. So I've just been abusing it, and yeah, I just like kept I grabbed him, I put him out of LOS of healers, and he just can't get help because Ancient is on Phoenix, and it's just like really hard for him. I think I did pretty good on Dino, yeah.
Yeah, quite well. Like especially there on that last map, like 7 final hits. You know, maybe getting doubled up on there by a little Rang on the Wolverine, but I think you definitely established yourself as the alpha when it came to that Devil Dino matchup.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Means a lot to me, man.
Yeah, king of the jungle.
Especially when it's my first MRI.
Yeah, I mean, talk to us about that really quick. Just like, you know, what's the experience like coming into this pro scene? Do you feel like there's a lot more pressure than before?
Yes, there is a lot more pressure. I didn't really play MRC. I didn't really look towards playing MRI. And then Chronix hit me up, and I saw the opportunity of a lifetime, and I accepted it. And it was a really good opportunity that I accepted. I do not regret joining Vulcan Red. The team is really good. The players are really good. It's just we synergized a lot really quickly. We only had 1 week to practice, and we actually like pulled it off. We're doing really good, and we're just gonna stick to the front to back comp probably, and yeah, we just need to practice on our dive comp more. Other than that, I think we played really good, and none of us were, you know, flooding comms or like synergizing well. Good comms, good ults, everything. So I'm happy about that.
Yeah, and I mean, I definitely feel like the chemistry comes through on the battlefield. You know, you guys are still making adjustments to the roster, but it feels like you've been playing together a lot longer than just these past couple weeks. So definitely impressive to watch. You know, you guys are still alive here in the lower bracket, continuing on the campaign here. Looking ahead, you know, you've got some tough matchups out there somewhere. Maybe, you know, a Chiefs or a Genji run in somewhere in that lower bracket. But is there one thing you guys are kind of looking to improve or shore up looking ahead at those next couple games?
We might try and practice on our dive a bit more, since dive is the best comp to run when it comes to like the games and like tournaments. We just we just need to practice on our comms, when to go in. We need to call target priorities. Like we weren't doing that when we were diving that much, so we were just like flooding comms a bit. But then when it came to front to back, when we switched to it, it was really like chill and, you know, smooth, good ults, good combos, Rocket Phoenix or Group Moon Knight, and etc. We just did really good.
Well, I'm super excited to see what the future of Vulcan Red looks like, Quan. That's all the time we have for our interview for today, but you know what? I'm sure we'll have plenty more with you in the future. Quan, thank you so much for joining us, dude, and congratulations on your win and your survivability of sticking into Stage 1.
Thank you, I appreciate it, man.
Absolutely, dude. We'll see you soon, Quan. What a nice young man. I like him.
I think if we interview him again, I might have to ask about that double blinds in the corner kind of situation. Like, what? Like, I was scratching my head for a second there because I'm like, what kind of room looks like that? I'm wondering if he's also got kind of like the Daxu penthouse setup, but he's just kind of like humble about it. He's like blocking the city skylines. He's like, I had to grind for this view, so you can't have it.
Yeah, we're not allowed to engorge. We're not like one of those, you know, weird people online that can like look at a single cloud and be like, I know exactly where he lives. So I get it. You know, you always got to be safe online. But, you know, Vulcan Red, there was a lot of other questions I wanted to ask Quan, but unfortunately, we just had so limited time, right? I think one big question, I'm going to actually throw this to you two before we wrap up and go to our next series, is Vulcan Red was one of those teams that had a big major change with their players. And really quick before we go to our breaks, CB, do we think this is a good trajectory for Vulcan Red in the lower bracket?
I think so, yeah. Like, they struggled to kind of put some of these wins together in preseason, and they're managing to get some of the pieces all in place this time around, and even getting the better of teams that we thought would be more evenly matched against them. They take a heavy licking on the first map, but then it all clicks. They figure out what they're good at. They play to their strengths. And, I mean, as long as that doesn't get scouted out and maybe their bag goes a little bit deeper, it should just be ever upward from here on out.
Okay, and really quick diatonic before we close out for at least our segment of the day. Do we think the future's high for Vulcan Red?
Yeah, I mean, going into this series, I said both teams really needed to win this. And with Vulcan Red, I talked a lot about how, you know, this is a name that's been in Ignite before, you know, runners-up in last year's Stage 2, and then, you know, less than stellar performance there in the preseason. But these roster changes have definitely paid dividends for them here in this matchup. You know, like I was saying during the interview, it's clear that these players have a chemistry that you don't see with a team that's just kind of come together over the last couple weeks, at least this iteration of it. So, you know, seeing that chemistry, seeing their ability to play together, and seeing the adjustment from dive to front to back and how much cleaner it looked, I have no doubt that they're on an upward trajectory. Of course, plenty of rivals standing in their way that they're going to have to answer some questions to and overcome, but if they can start picking up wins down here in the lower bracket, they might build that momentum to go pretty far down there.
Well, that sounds fantastic to me. Liger, Dan, and Matt will be coming up next. We have two best of fives that will round out the day and see who can continue forwards in the upper bracket of the group stage of Stage 1, Oceania. You won't want to miss it, because I don't know what's going to happen at this point. We'll be right back.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저 위로 날아올라.
Rushing on my window frame, on a boat to my flame, blinding shining lights. Oh, oh, I feel skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny, lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing on the 없이 난다 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode be breath free shining flying higher feel the spark of flight mode 우리 눈을 위로 더 rise up 사라져 fade away moonlight gonna burn the night out every time my heart's flight we go higher eyes wide right through the starlights 차가운 공기속을 realize 지금이야 take flight we're dancing on the moonlight 손 묶어버려 turning up the heat gonna get it high we're switching up the lip gloss mixing up the crystals all they want to know how we do it now it's time we switch to flight mode wake up wake up wake up wake up feel it feel it feel it feel it this time switching to flight fly 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 burn up burn up burn up burn up 올라가 this time switching to flight 올라가 계속 높이 높이 fly away 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마 괜찮아 일어나 그 끝을 몰아서 run even 위로 flight mode we're dancing under moonlight 손을 묶어버려 turning up the heat gonna get it high we're switching up the lip gloss mixing up the crystals all they want to know how we do it now it's time we switch to flight mode this time switching to flight mode burn up burn up burn up burn up 올라가 this time switching to flight mode
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight 저 위로 날아
Welcome back, rivals! It's Batsy Liger and Dan here, ready to rumble. And we are going to be bringing you all the rest of the action. It's exciting times ahead, and I can't wait to show you what's going to be on the other side of this. But Liger, Dan, we've been watching all these games, and how are you feeling about the night so far?
Ooh, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's actually stacked up more than ever. We've had some insane lower bracket runs right here, but we did have to unfortunately say farewell to 2 teams. Elimination Station, no one wants to be there, nobody wants to punch their ticket, but unfortunately we did have to say farewell to DXA and of course farewell to Revolt. But, you know, still time to survive. But I don't know, what do you think, Dan? Who's going to make it out? Who's going to make it out?
I mean, if we're talking with the 2 teams right now in the lower bracket, both JFT and Vulcan Red do have a chance to get through, but my money's still on JFT right now. I feel like as it stands, JFT have the highest chance of making a very deep lower bracket run, but like you said, we have to say goodbye to both DXA and Revolt. Although the result came out to be 3-1 for both of those matchups, they were really close. Many of those moments really came down to the wire for a lot of those maps. And that's just how close the rest of the OCE pack is. But then again, you got to look up in the upper semifinals, which is what we are covering. This is what some would say a whole different level of play here in OCE. And why not start with the current best team in the Oceania region of Gen G?
Yeah, Gen G are going to be coming at you guys. We'd love to see the full squad, a full send into this one. Do have Skittles, Zenstari, FMCL, Bobo, and Salvation. Always going to be a good times with these sets of players, guys. And, you know, coming into this against a roster like Fury, do you feel like this could be one of those kind of games where the scoreboard doesn't tell the full story?
You know what's going to tell a story? The ban draft. That's going to tell a story right now. If there's any team who does not ban like anybody else in OC, it's Gen G. They let people take Gambit. Gambit's, are we confident to say Gambit's got a 100% ban rate so far?
So far, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So far in stage 1, the Gambit has been first banned every single map. Who knows? Gen G could very well throw that out the window, like Skittles said in that nice little video that Vaudable made to cover everything that you need to know for Stage 1. Surely that's a risky move for a lot of people. I know a lot of people are going to be very surprised, and some might get a little unhappy, but something that we've been happy about, at least for myself, is this glow up that Fury have given to us. I know me and CB have been talking about it yesterday a lot, that Fury really do have a very high ceiling. They have not reached it just yet, but they are getting there slowly but surely.
Oh, true.
True as can be. Slow and steady wins the race onto this one. And I love the glow up from Fury this time around, particularly in their substitutes there. Picking up Moxicles, former DXA player into this one. You know, they're through the beginning of their timeline as Moshi Mosh, and now on to the Fury side of things. So excited to see how Fury kind of perks things up, because they definitely had a bit of flair coming out of the preseason, didn't they, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta give a huge amount of props to Haluk. He was really the main guy that had the biggest glow up. Everyone on Fury were playing very well. It just felt like Haluk was a little bit out of place, especially in that first map all the way back when they played up against JFT, where he went for a little bit of those overly aggressive plays, because keep in mind, back in preseason, he was really one of the more aggressive Vanguards we have seen in the entirety of OCE, and now he's gonna have to see, yeah, the rest of his team now know how to play around himself, and now Haluk has given himself a second chance here on Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, couldn't agree more right now. That's literally it, you know. Hell's Heaven, we were discussing it earlier while we were doing a little co-stream, watching all the shenanigans, you know. Great map, really fun map, decisive map, domination mode, as we know. This could really be a map where snowballs can start, elite can start, and it's Gen G's MO to go out with all guns blazing on this map with what they're going to roll out with. But Fury, they bring the fire too, you know. Here, they're Fury. We're going to find out. They're going to live up to the name. Let's see if they can bring it. Listen, the win condition here is very simple. Can Fury be the second team in OCE to take a map of Gen G? Chiefs have done it in preseason. They took a map in upper finals and grand finals. can they do now? Can they take it here in stage 1? Can they set it? You know,
I think there's a chance. It really depends on what submap we get in Hell's Heaven, because every single submap in Hell's Heaven plays very, very different. Eldritch Monument has so much of that high ground potential. Super Soldier Factory has a lot of that environmental KO potential. And then you go into Frozen Airfield, you get a slight mix of both. You get some verticality, some ways to bunker, and some ways to get environmental KOs. Most reliable on the Jeff, but then again, it is also Frozen Airfield. That environmental KO is like a whole mile and a half away. So we'll see what kind of submap we get here, but first of all eyes come down here on the ban draft. We know for sure the Gambit's going to be taken away first and foremost, just like that. And now that we've seen a lot of variations here in the first save, Fury are going to choose to go for the Devil Dinosaur over the Black Cat. We'll see if Gen G decide to prioritize it. Keep in mind, Gen G were not able to play the Black Cat at all in their first matchup against DXA because DXA, quite frankly, just took it away every single map. And now Gen G, surely that first save is going to be that Black Cat. Surely.
Oh,
they want it.
Do they need it? No. They want the Dino. Come on now, Dan. They want the Dino as well. They want to have a little bit of fun.
Are you team Dino or are you team Black Cat? We gotta ask every single caster here.
I'm 1 billion%. 1 billions of years ago percent team Dino, alright? I'm telling you right now, I've been playing the Dino. I've been winning on the Dino. I've been dunking people like Quan did in the last map on Araco. I've been dunking people down. I'm ready. A Black Cat? I don't even need to worry about Black Cat, guys. I play the thing. I'm good.
I mean,
you're all suffering, not me.
If Black Cat's gone, you got the next best thing, and that's exactly what Gen G saved for their second one. It's going to be onto that Daredevil, so you still have a lot of that information being available to decide Gen G. Fury could do the same because Daredevil is still available to them, but Fury are going to try to deny a little bit of that rushdown potential by taking away the Mantis. I wouldn't be surprised if Gen G do the same thing, but Fury, with their final save, could go for it, but instead it's going to be towards that White Fox.
That's a good shout. Here we go. Final Ben rolling out. What's it going to be? What can't Fury play? Already have no Mantis, no Gambit, no Luna. They're going to target out the Phoenix here. Directly going for Daxu's Phoenix. That's going to nullify a little firepower right now. But it is the condition to set.
I'm not judging.
Are we going to see a good old classic FMCL Daredevil rolling out? Finally, a nice meta for Daredevil. You know, when leaving away the Elsa stages. IX9 hovering the Widow. Shout out to their sub players, Azazak. There's a lot of potential. Maybe she might get played in. You know, listen, if you need a wild card against Gen G, you might as well bring out OCE's finest Widow.
Yeah, why not?
Do it. Literally.
Why not?
But let's just
vibe it out. When in doubt, just vibe it out.
Hey, listen, couldn't agree more. But you know what I see? I see Captain Duep. I see the Cap. I see the Dino front line. Woo! Disaster. Okay? Both of those guys have been through ice ages, so we gotta watch out. We gotta really, really watch out.
See what Gen G and Fury decide to roll out here. Silver is hovering over the Black Widow. Zaztag might not be in the lobby, but she is there in spirit. But it does seem like the first sub-map looks to be that Frozen Airfield as a Haluk. Yep, putting down the sprays. There we go. I know Zaztag is co-streaming this, so a little bit of a shout out to her. As the countdown goes down to 0, the gates open up, and it's going to be the first map in this best of 3 between Gen G and Fury as we head into Frozen Airfield.
Shout out to everybody out here watching Marvel Rivals Ignite today. Let's get into the match. Let's get into the mass of it all here as we go down to Hell's Heaven. Hydra Charter space. Shots being fired across the barge there as we rotate to the mission area. 10 seconds till the mission area unlocks as well. I gotta say, Dan, you know, what are those ults that are going to be coming up to be pivotal here?
I mean, for now, with that Season 7.0 ultimate charge reduction, so a lot of those ultimates won't be available in that first fight, and as we talk about this, it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Gen G, so they'll be able to get the first cap of the mission area, and they look to extend it even further. Haluk getting extended and staggered, and Gen G will keep moving on forward here as Fury now already on the back foot, and keep in mind, because of how fast that first fight was, we're still going to be in that little bit of that neutral fight before any of those key ultimates do come up.
Okay, pulling up that charge right now. Bit of Dino action on the front line, just body blocking, just big Dino absorbing all that damage, just pathing the rest of Fury to rotate around right now. They're pretty quick with it here. They're going to meet Gen G on the mission area on the back foot, swapping sides here. Let's see if it's in their favor.
Yeah, they've effectively switched to spawn rooms, so if any team wants to go for a retreat, it's going to be very, very much more difficult. FMCL gets Carbon Crush in the side, but a good Soul Bond coming in from Salve is able to take him to safety as the rest of Fury want to march on forward. Great laser down onto Zen Starry, so that's going to be a man advantage on the side of Fury for a little bit longer, but the BRB and the rest of that damage amp is just way too much for Fury to handle. Everyone's gonna topple on down. Gen G will keep this train going as it's already 6-7% and climbing.
There it is right there. Building up that percentage, building up that charge. Looking at FMCL, he's gonna have his ult soon. Gonna have that power. Captain America, freedom charge from Duep as well. Gonna be ready for this next one. I gotta say, Dan, though, on the other side, though, they got the Galatrox ready. They got Silver with the Rage of Ultron as well. They have sustained for the next fight. But
yeah, we haven't talked about
already marking them.
Yeah, we haven't talked about the Elsa a whole lot. Still very, very good. If you get a maximum stacks on that instinct with the passive, but Silver is going to be the one leading the charge here. Doxu, again, has the maximum stacks of instinct, so he will have a very short cooldown of the dash, and already that Apex Predator getting so much value. And that Karmic Revival needs to come in clutch, but where is Salvation? Because he has to be using that cocoon to make sure that the team is still alive. Overtime comes up, Liger. This fight is nowhere near stopping.
Nowhere near at all, because it's 99 to overtime. Big shots coming up from Dexter, taking out Salvation. The Adam goes down for now. Cocoon might be online. A bit of Cynix coming out from Haluk right there, scooping up a bit of Gen G there, and hopefully taking a bite out of their formidable opposition. And they do capture a backflip. The script right there as Fury gets a percentage on the board. Now that's what we want to see, Dan. Nice competitive battle here. Fury did have to use a couple ults there to get value. However, in return, Gen G did use 2 of their own. So it's a bit of a high value fight for Fury. They do cap back, they do use a couple ults, and they do prepare themselves for the next fight. Beautiful thing is, they got the Kumiho ready. Konoya's ready in the front line.
Gen G also invested in the portal there. Bobo tried to channel it to try to rejoin the team, but everyone on Gen G went down way too fast, so the portal ended up being wasted here as IX9 goes in with the Rampage to zone away Gen G, but Gen G are okay with this. They can just hang back for just a little bit. Duep overextends a little bit, but he'll be brought right back. But again, with Duep, with the Captain America ultimate, Zen Starry with the Rampage available, Gen G now get the space for themselves.
There it is, assembling into the back line. Boundary set by Citrus right there, trying to bring that sustain to the rest of Fury. Silver taking some shots, Pulsar cannons firing, trying to zone out Gen G. Gen G staging themselves for the next fight, ready to go into the amp, into Bobo's Phoenix and Song Inferno right there, crushes down. Doesn't get the value they need, but the amp's gonna be on the high ground, not gonna be nullified right there. Skittles put it in quite a good position. Gen G pushing Fury into 2 corridors. Oh, they did flip, you're right, 99 to overtime. Is anyone there to contest? They did bite the Emma. Emma's crunched out here. Haluk's down. It's going to be the Dino v Dino action right now. Rampage is online almost for Zenstari. And there it is, Galatrox to push them off right there, but they're still contesting. They're still holding. They're still going bang for bang. Kumiho has been unleashed right now from Konoya. And the boundary is set down as well. That's going to be a blue boundary. That's going to give sustain. IX9 cannot move off the mission area right now and gets taken off. And Zenstari caps it with a big Dino Crunch. Ooh, completely displaced him. Took the round.
Take him out of the point. No portal in time means that with only one person on the mission area means that Fury can't keep that overtime lit up. Gen G off a well-timed grab coming from Zen Starry, putting IX9 in his own jaws, putting him away from the mission area means that he is able to give Gen G that round, because quite frankly, Gen G really didn't want to keep that fight for going any much longer, because that would just mean Fury would have even more time to get those ultimates ready for this next round, and Gen G now coming into this round, FMCL will have that Galactic Legend. Zenstari could easily create space for the rest of Gen G with the Rampage available, and Fury with no ultimates coming up anytime soon means that Gen G, on paper, should be winning this first fight here in Eldritch Monument.
Can I just say, I'm loving this right now, Dad. We're watching a dinosaur on our screens. Can we just establish this? Alright, this is my first time casting Devil Dinosaur. This guy's fun. This is cool. Sorry, my second time. Sorry, I apologize. But hey, first time in Ignite, everybody. And I'm ready for Ignite level Dino. I mean, Zenstari and Ixline, they're bringing it. They're bringing it, okay? It's getting primal. That's what I want to see, okay? I want to see some big rampages. Get those berserks going off. Get everything you need. Bring it back downtown, Jurassic style. Do what you got to do. But in the front lines, Missionary is unlocking right now. Daxu is the one to take the first step. Fury's going to try to catch up. But FMCL's going galactic.
Galactic Legend going to be invested. That's going to force everyone of Fury into the small rooms. And that's going to be enough. Genji almost claimed this mission area, but the rest of Fury are now going to push on forward because that Galactic Legend is nowhere to be found because it didn't find any of those key eliminations. Dox is going to go down. Citrus as well. But why use a Galactic Legend to knock people out when you have a neutral abilities to work with? Zenstari will invest a Rampage, and FMCL just lasers down the rest of Fury. And now Genji will claim that mission area, and now Genji with 3 ultimates available, they have a lot to work with coming into this next engagement.
Listen, I'm enjoying it right now more than ever. This is a hero that I've been waiting to see add to Zenstari's hero pool. Vanguard player for Genji for a long time. One of the best groups in the region. Plays the Venom as well. Now has another Vanguard to add to that main Vanguard pool. Dinosaur on Zenstari. I'm liking what I'm seeing. It's definitely a formidable force. And Fury's putting a lot of resources to take him down. But speaking of resources, burn him up. Because Bubba's in the backline with the Ansong Inferno, matching it with Skittles on the rocket, dropping the amp to give him power, to give them aim, to give them everything they need just to push as they are right now. Boba taking out Cornelia in the back line. The White Fox is down. They're going to be pushing on forward, charging behind. They're Captain America, Captain Duep with the big KO right there, taking out IX9. The Dino is down. The Elsa's next. There it goes. Daxu's down. That's 46% in the lead right now for Genji, as Fury are going to have to regroup for the next fight. Dan, they've got a couple ulti to work with. They need Rampage to go off.
Yeah, but Fury used both ultimates that were able to create space. Haluk with the Silent Seduction, Silver on the Rage of Ultron already expanded during that fight. So Fury, if they want to try to force their way into this territory of Genji, they're going to have to invest IX9 on the Rampage, and that's really all they have. Genji can just sit back and do whatever they please. Fury need to find a different approach in. They're going to try to go towards the small room, try to bunker up a little bit, but with a lack of ways to make space, Fury just have no way in.
Oh, well, they're going to have to send it either way. Guardian of the Galaxy, FMCL on the skies right now, forcing out the boundary coming out. Luke's there trying to mark him on the Emma. In the power. There goes the barrier of Zenstari, allowing the rest of them to push in. Do up as well with the Freedom Charge. They're going to try to match it. Bobo takes out Daxu. That's a Duelist for a Duelist right there. They're trying to shred through, trying to bring the damage down. Cornelius trying to bring sustain to the rest of the team. Unfortunately, Citrus is taken down through the rush of it all. Bobo's sending it down. Ansong Inferno. You're going to see Salvation just holding corners, looking around, waiting for the moment. There it is.
Oh, the body block!
It's been blocked. The Dino's just too big. Nobody can get out of the portal. The Strange does make it through. Silver does, but the presence, the power, Genji secure Hell's Heaven map 1, and already starting off out the gate very strong in this series.
A big body Dino is all it takes for Genji to get a clean 2-0 within map number 1. They put themselves up a map against Fury. My God. I mean, this is what we expected from Genji, right? This is world-class talent coming in to Ignite OCE, and they're looking to make another flawless run. They've done it before. They tried to do it in preseason. It was spoiled by the Chiefs in the end, but still, they have another shot at going for that flawless run. And speaking of flawless, Skittles, gotta look at him. He's been quietly doing his job, and he didn't go down a single time. So that entire repair mode from Skittles was just 100% uptime.
Yeah, I mean, he scored 9021. Oh my days, that is a TV show. But there is just a lot of presence coming from Skittles right now. Constantly amping every single time. Even the amp was going up mid Ensong Inferno to amp the Phoenix, to amp Bobo, just to make sure that Fury didn't have time to nullify it, to shut it down. That's what they got value on, and you gotta give presence and respect where it's due to the synergy of Genji. But Fury showed formidable efforts, did manage to stretch their legs. I feel like they're gonna come out stronger in this next match. We're gonna see how it all unfolds. We'll see how the ban graph changes as well. Listen, Gamble was banned. Gamble was banned. Is he gonna get banned again? Is he? Oh, is Genji gonna be like, you know what? Maybe we let it through. Maybe we let it through. Maybe we get ourselves one-sided Dino, one-sided Black Cat. I want to see FMCL's Black Cat. We're all waiting. We're all waiting. He's the melee demon. Where is it?
as much as we want to, keep in mind this is a best of 3, so there's really not much room to make any sort of errors because, yeah, if you're in the lower bracket, you have a little bit of room. When you have a best of 5, you have a lot more maps to work with, a lot more chances to come back, but considering that we're still in the upper semifinals here, it's still going to be best of 3s, and that might be a little bit of an advantage for these top teams up in the upper brackets because if you have less maps to play, you show a lot less of what you have in your playbook.
That's true. That's true. Listen. There's definitely a card up their sleeves. We haven't seen it before.
Yeah.
It hasn't even entered the room. They left it back in the break room. But speaking of the break room, we'll be back real quick as we go to the break room. Won't be long.
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat. You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Frink Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
Ooh. Hello everybody, welcome back to Marvel Rivals! Liger, I'm here, you're here, we're all here. What a series we started off with here tonight. We're going in the fastball special into this here map, and I gotta say, do you feel like it was a bit of a composition diff there? Like I saw Gen G had presence with Skittles on the rocket, but there was more of that triple strategist focus on the Fury side.
Honestly, it's a dinosaur. It's a dinosaur. It's a dinosaur.
Liger's just obsessed with the dinosaur. He doesn't care about anything else. He's just in awe that we saw Dino in Ignite.
Dan, you can break it down, bro, because all I'm thinking is Dino,
Dino,
Dino, Dino don't go down. That's it. That's how you win.
I mean, it really did feel like a composition differential, because Fury, they didn't have access to the Phoenix, because Gen G, quite frankly, abandoned away from Doxu, and Doxu really didn't have anything to rebound towards. The best thing he got was the Elsa Bloodstone, and with those Elsa nerfs, it really hurt him a lot. He tried to go for those engagements, tried to go for those poke potentials. He had some good Apex Predators, getting what, 1 or 2 man ultimates on some important targets, but that's just not enough. The Elsa nerfs, there's a reason why Elsa isn't contested anymore in the ban draft, because quite frankly, she's not the server admin that she was back in preseason.
Yeah, it's not building as fast that Elsa compared to Phoenix's Ensong Inferno. Galatrox is just not getting out as much as the Inferno, so yeah. I mean, Matsi, like that's really what we saw back in the day with that Phoenix meta we had for so long. Elsa had her own meta for so long, and now they're both kind of in a good position, but right now Phoenix is like taking a bit of a stock back. She's like, hey Elsa, you've had your fun, it's my time again, you know?
And Fury will figure out their map choice. We are going to the Yggdrasil path. And I think that's one of Liger's favorite maps, if I recall correctly.
Yggdrasil, beautiful map.
Beautiful
map. We love this map. love this map. Hey, listen, Dad, I had a great game. I had a great game. Listen, I had a 3K long range Iron Man last night. Maximum pulse. We're not seeing Iron Man today though, so unfortunately, maybe we've seen Mr. Fantastic.
Hey, Bobo could whip it out. He's whipped it out on the Yggdrasil exactly, with Salvation on the Ultron. So maybe we see the team up together. Maybe I don't know what Matsy is thinking about that, but
I'm
see
ready.
what he thinks about it.
I'm ready right now. Bring out all the team ups. You know, if we want to play all the funny comms, bring them all out. I'm so ready for all of that. But heading into this one, guys, do you think Fury has what it takes to change it up?
Ooh, you know what? You know what?
Fury have to figure out something, right?
Yeah.
I mean, find something to. I mean, the best thing is to find a better hero for Dox to rebound towards, because the Elsa Bloodstone, it did shine a bit in map 1, but here in map 2, it has to be something else. Maybe you invest to protect before Genji even get a chance to ban it out. But if you commit the Phoenix save or Phoenix save early, that just removes so many more important picks that Fury could have saved.
I mean, right now Fury's probably looking to ban out the Phoenix. Target Boba's Phoenix, you know. Don't let it walk out the door the same that you couldn't against them. Could be the ban that, instead they go for the Mantis here. Actually, it makes quite a bit of sense on this map. Mantis, Ultron, Adam is a very, very regularly played comp on this map. So that could walk out the door. So it's a good ban there. Now, instead of going for the Boba Phoenix, actually might be hovering here the Captain America. That's for Duet. So it's a good play by Fury. See if it pans out and if that's what they lock in.
Yeah, I mean, Mantis and Dino is just a nasty combo. The amount of movement speed potential, the amount of rush down potential that both of these heroes have at their disposal is very, very scary. And talk about scary, because Genji now finally get their little hands on the Black Cat for the first time. This is the first time ever Genji has played the Black Cat.
Can we get a live mic on FMCL cheering right now? Let's go! you know, the demon has finally... Listen, this is the guy who brought out Black Panther in the mid-season finals when Black Panther just left the meta and he's still cooked. Finally, a hero very similar, Black Cat, who's got that presence similar to the... I feel like Black Cat is like Bucky, Daredevil, and Black Panther all mashed and mixed into one amazing hero. So, Black Cat's protected. Are you kidding me? Genji walked out with these two protects of all protects.
Yep, Dino, the two newest heroes in the entire game, Devil Dinosaur and Black Cat. I mean, I know a lot of teams have been avoiding this very scenario, but Genji somehow get away with it, because Fury, they used their final save on the Phoenix like we kind of expected, because they realized, hey, the Elsa Bloodstone isn't really working out. If we don't save it, Genji could just ban it away. So Fury do get the save, but that allows Genji to take away other resources, and now Genji, like, you gotta think about it, right? How in the world did they get away with a Dino and a Black Cat saved for themselves? But at the very least, Genji are looking towards that triple composition, very similar to what they whipped out in their series against DXA.
Nah, I think someone's aura farming here. I think I'm a little bit suspect. I think someone doesn't want to show off the Black Cat yet. I don't think so. I don't think FMCL wants to show everybody the Black Cat. He's like, no, you guys want it? You're not getting it. Bad luck. They're running. Yeah, they're running triple, everybody. It's a Genji special. they're holding the front door of Yggdrasil with triple. Lock in. They got the... do it on the Emma? Oh, take me back. This is going to be fun. But Haluk's Emma's been crazy lately, so this is a good Emma matchup I want to see.
Yeah, but we all know Emma Frost, very, very good to shut down the Devil Dinosaur. Both sides will have it available. Doxu finds Bobo early, and this is the exact game plan that Fury needed to go for. Take out the cocoon of Bobo and try to knock him out again, so that the Karmic Revival, if it does come online, it's going to be too late, because Fury could easily take over that first checkpoint.
I was inside with a bit of a beam action right there. Taken out. Doxu running away. Getting the value right there. Big crunches. Frenzy going off right there. Trying to get the value. Trying to bring the power barrier. Is going to be available if they need it. X9 as well there to march forward as the Dino. But FMCL has that perma resistance right there. You know, the Ironwood wall hidden in the corridor there. They're gonna need to rotate around. Fury know where it is. They gotta rotate around and clear it. But for now, they're gonna go with the mark of ammo right there. Chrysalis going off, setting off the barrier. A little bit of silver on the Wolverine there just to try and, you know, reduce Zenstari's unlimited health bar at this point. Unfortunately, it's gonna lead us to a bit of a stalemate over now.
Yeah, Fury do have the team up between the Wolverine and the Phoenix, the Primal Flame, so Silver will have a little bit more extra damage to work with as Citrus does get the Invisible Boundary off. FMCL tries to go for the Strangling Prison, does not find any sort of value, so Fury will invest that Invisible Boundary just to stay alive in this team fight, and so far it's paying dividends because Silver already takes down FMCL.
I smell a last stand. I think Silver wants to remind everybody who the real X-Men is out here. Hits the Berserk, starts to rage. Genji in a bit of a tough spot. They got Boundary up from Salvation. A bit of a choke slam from Tower.
Nice kick.
Shuts down the Wolverine. What a clean roundhouse right there. Into the Sonics right there to capture. Citrus taking out the Lunar Snow, scooping the rest of them there. Set up the greens by Skittles, giving the team Genji sustain right now. IX9 has the rampage going off right now, charging forward, trying to get the target. Genji spread around, trying to get a different angle. They do, they take out Haluk. You got FMCL on the Venom right now. Bit of tender action, taking out Dexter right there. Last one to get is the Dino. Is IX9 still holding on, but going to be taken down by Duop. It is a good fight from Fury right there, but Genji spread out and regrouped very quickly with good resources.
Yeah, you summed it up perfectly, right? Genji spread out, covered as much space as possible to the point where Fury, all they had was that little small room and the mission area, quite frankly, because Fury, with no space, they just didn't have anything to work with. Yeah, they are very, very close quarters centric with the Wolverine, but it gets to a point where if you don't have the space you want, you're not going to be able to do whatever you want, because right now, Genji with the Rampage online and Zenstari diving into the backline means that Fury going to have to hit that reset button as quick as you like it.
This is exactly where Genji want to be. Full held at the front doors of Yggdrasil with the triple comp, and they got an absolute behemoth of Zenstari right now on the Devil Dinosaur right here. You know, fully mechanized, just so much sustain, crunching in, so much value coming out from his frenzy as well. That percentage damage is just insane. Insane! And it's actually taking him down. But I gotta say, Dan, Dax is on the flank here. He might get a pick. He's going for Bobo again.
I mean, I'm looking at Silver right now with the last stand. Could come in clutch. Silver already getting a lot of that value because Genji are running that triple Vanguard setup. So that max HP damage is going to try to maybe break through the first checkpoint for Fury, but they're all getting staggered out. Every single member of Fury just moves out on those duels in the side areas of the map. And with 17 seconds, we're going to fight into final fight territory.
Gotta be careful here with the final fight. You want to turn on the light and see if you can try to switch it into your favor right now. That's what it's going to be. Coming out from Fury right here in the backline. FMCL already hitting the tendril right there. Clean combination from Duet. They do take out Citrus, denying the chance of a boundary coming out. They're going to be focusing in the next, but Silver's there with the last stand. FMCL takes out Dexter. IX9 shreds through. That's right. Zenstari takes down the other Dino. Double Dino down right there. Skittles taking another. Konoya, Haluk, and Silver are down to Genji right now. The last stand, the last effort from Citrus is not enough. Genji do hold it just shy of the first corner.
It was just too much for Fury to handle. It got to a point where Genji had way too many resources and Fury just were not able to match it. And everyone on Fury just fall like flies. Genji just throw everything at Fury because it's final fight territory. Why not just dump everything into the kitchen sink? I think Bobo even started aura farming with the Karmic Revival. He knew everyone on Genji was going to stay alive because of Salvation's Invisible Boundary, so he's just like, yeah, I'll just do a little bit of that star shining aura farming prowess.
I've had enough of this aura farming, Dan. I'm sick of Genji teasing us with the black cat. All right, I'm sick of this. Now he went Moon Knight. No, I don't need that. These guys are tricksters, I swear. He's gonna
Genji,
sit there.
they got away with the black cat and the dino, so surely they whip it out, right? Sure.
Give us a little bit. Come on, just a little bit of black cat FMCL. Come on,
Get ready.
just a little bit.
Please,
You know what?
Genji, just a little crumb.
Just one calling card, one ult, and then you can
there we
switch
go.
back. You know what? At this point, just bring out the Black Panther. just do it.
Can we get both
Just
Black
happen.
Panther and Black Cat? Can we make that happen? Nope. Genji are doing the Iron Man Ultron combo
Wait,
again here on the
Yggdrasil.
Yggdrasil.
Start Protocol team up.
Yeah, exactly. Start Protocol team up. But Are they thinking about it? No, they're just gonna go back to something more. Oh my!
I can't.
Bobo.
I don't. You know what?
Come on!
I don't know, because Bobo actually plays all these heroes. He's not even joking around. He can play all of them at tier 1 level. all right. In the mix of it all, nonetheless, Fury's gonna hold here. Start that corner, but already on the shred, we do have Bobo on the Moon Knight. FMCL is actually trying to go for a little portal here. Eyes on the Black Cat.
Oh, Haluk's already gone. Thanks to a Psychic Spear from Duep. Even gonna get the Karma Crush onto IX9. Everyone on Fury dangerously low. 2 Vanguards down. That's no front line. The ecosystem of Fury will just tumble down as everyone on Gen G just take over. Haluk even trying to channel the portal, but FMCL is there to try to cancel it, but he's not able to do it in time. So Fury will have one more chance.
One more fight for Fury here. If they can hold it tonight, let's see if they can bring it with all their might. Let's see Skittles taking out IX9, a big Jeff taking out the Dino right there. Skittles as well. FMCL taking out Citrus. That's one left there. Black Cat on the hunt right there, going for the Cloak and Dagger, and hopefully gonna slice and drag it to the depths right there. Ooh, a little moment of actions. And sorry, taking a Haluk, and yep, there it is, everybody. Gen G do win Yggdrasil, and they won earlier, and there it is, 2-0, and they carry on to the next series.
Yep, normal day in the office for Gen G. Quick little 2-0 against Fury. Just brush them aside as they cruise on through to get their spot in the upper bracket final. No more best of 3s now from here on out for Gen G. Now it's all best of 5s.
That's right. You're right. They got to lock in now. Can't go 2-0 anymore. Got to lock in the 3-0s. Maybe 3-1, maybe 3-2. Don't know what's ahead for them. But whatever it is, this is the easiest match of the night for them. Because, sorry, easiest match of the series, because everything's going to be uphill from here for Gen G, but the question is, you know, they can climb. They can climb very well uphill, so, you know, they might be drifting uphill at the rate they're going. They're crazy, but nonetheless, you know, Fury still put out all the stops to try and, you know, play the ban phase a bit differently, try to catch out Gen G, but yeah, like you said, the composition, the expertise is on their side in their favor.
Now, if my assumptions are correct, with this loss against Gen G, Fury put themselves in a rematch against JFT down in the lower bracket. The last time they played each other was literally yesterday when Fury took a very, very close 2-1 victory over JFT, and now both of them are going to see each other in the lower bracket, not in the best of 3 scenario, but in a best of 5 scenario with the tournament life on the line.
Elimination Station, it's dangerous, isn't it? It's dangerous. Don't want to be there, but everyone's got a taste of at one point in their run of Ignite. You've got to be careful here. I gotta say that we got to give a bit of props here. Salvation, so consistent with it, so clinical on the Invisible Woman. Just always that backbone of Gen G that people don't realize. Gen G, they do say that Salvation is the heart of the team, so hey, if the heart's still beating, then nothing can take them down.
I mean, both Salvation and Skittles are so good at facilitating and making sure that Gen G are able to work with whatever game plan that they have, because, I mean, Skittles said it, right? They like to throw the playbook out the window, or at least the meta out the window, and they're so far doing just that. They're just pulling out whatever they want to do out of the hat. It's just, at one point, it feels like they're just using a randomizer to pick whatever hero they want to roll out with.
I guess it felt a little bit similar for Fury there, trying to break the spawn hold that Gen G was kind of bringing towards them, you know, because they were trying to prod and see if they could find a recipe that worked, but nothing just seemed to be the answer there. It was great to see Gen G bringing out some of their true strengths again, though, in that triple, right, Liger?
Yeah, absolutely. We see it coming every time they're on a good old classic convoy, the Midtown. We're talking Yggdrasil path. We're talking even Dracula Castle. They can bring it out on Convergence as well. They love to go for their sub 5-minute speedruns. So, you know, it's what they're going to do. They're going to triple Vanguard. They're going to triple Strategist. At the same time, they're going to do more damage than a triple Duelist composition because of what they got now. And I mean, at one point, we saw the Iron Man, we saw the Ultron, we saw the Devil Dinosaur. That's a triple beam comp, by the way, everybody. Triple beam is now a comp, okay? Lock it in. I've seen it. I want the vision. I want it. I want to see it again, okay? But yeah, that's what they're capable of, Matsy. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
I mean, it does feel like Gen G are also working on their triple Vanguard, triple Strategist kind of holds, because I know during preseason that got a little bit less popular because of the lack of damage that was available when you run these kind of compositions. But now with more heroes in the mix, like the Rogue, like the Vanguard Deadpool, it's starting to show up a little bit more. At least the triple Vanguard aspect of those kinds of lineups. And I remember back in preseason, Gen G messed up a little bit of that triple strategist, triple vanguard setup. Like they overextended a little bit. Things didn't really work out, but now it just feels like they've ironed things out. And if they really need to, they have that ready, and it's already looking cleaner than ever.
Yeah, speaking of ready, Dan, it looks like we are going to be ready for an interview. Let's welcome in one of our winners right now. It's going to be none other than Zen Starry. Welcome in, mate.
Yo,
Big congratulations to you and the team. It's great to have you on board again. And yeah, I got to say, coming into that one, did you expect Fury to bring more out of that, or was that exactly according to plan?
I think that was what we intended, to be honest. Nothing more, to be fair. Just another game in the tournament, really.
Nah, that's fair. I mean, look, listen, you know, I've been wanting to speak to you for a long time because a certain hero has come out, Devil Dinosaur. We're going to address the elephant in the room. Sorry, the dinosaur in the room, okay? This is a hero that really speaks to your style as a Vanguard player. You know, how do you feel bringing him in? How does the team so far working around incorporating him into your compositions?
I think it fits well. I think it just is, the hero itself is ridiculous, and I just think that I play at a different type of style. You know, we can play it in the dive comp because, you know, all I have to do is harass their front line, or if they play dive into us, all I have to do is just heavily peel. So it's like the hero, like it's just trying to find the words here, but it's not coming out. You know, I haven't been on this in a while, but you know what I'm getting at. You know what I'm getting at.
Yeah, just the amount of versatility between it, just like different options that you can play the Devil Dino.
Yeah,
You can play
yeah,
front to back, you can play a dive, you have so many different ways to work with it. But talk to me, right? You got your win against Fury quite convincingly. Now you're either putting yourself in a best of 5 matchup in the upper final, either against Kanga or the Chiefs. How do you feel? Because both teams have gotten deep tournament runs. Have you guys gone back to the drawing board, try to figure out what these teams have been trying to cook up, and do you have ways to shut it down?
Look, I'm not gonna lie. I think it would depend, because I'm excited for this next game. I've heard that Kanga is looking a lot better than what they used to, and I you know, I'm hearing rumors, but the Chiefs have a little bit, okay. But I wouldn't mind to see my boy Juicy in the grand finals this time. You know, wouldn't mind that. But you know, we have a plan against both of them, so we'll see what happens.
Love to hear it, Zen. And I got to say, how many maps do you think this next one is going to go to? Like, how close do you think it could be?
It's a best of 3, right? Okay,
Yep.
so I wouldn't mind it to go to a BO3. I'm not gonna lie. I think both of those teams can take it. I wouldn't want a 2-0 stomp on either of those sides, to be honest. I think everyone would want a best of 3 against those two teams, and then for the next day, the best of 5. Then it'll just be, you know, whoever shows up against us, really.
Perfect. Love to hear it, and really appreciate your insights there, Zen. I want to say best of luck for the rest of your tournament run for you and the team. It's been great to have you on board all over again, and yeah, we can't wait to see you all over again the next time you run it into the games there. So, keep up the great work.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon.
See ya.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Ooh, locked in.
Great to
All
locked
right,
in.
All right. I think
together.
FMCL said the exact same thing about the Chiefs, where they're hearing
I think
rumors
there's a
that
bit of
they're
propaganda.
little,
propaganda
it
going. I
might
think
be
it's
a little
mind
bit
games.
Might be a little bit of a
mind
bait.
games.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it
Yeah.
yesterday, right? The exact same thing. It's got to be a way to get into the Chiefs' heads, right? I mean, we talked to Donald as well earlier after FMCL said that exact same thing that Zensari literally just said, and Donald's just like, yeah, they're just trying to rage bait. That's just all bait.
All bait all round, but we're not going to take the bait. We're going to see the real things on this timeline right on the other side of this break, everybody. Kanga and Chief's going to be right at ya real soon. We'll see you after this one.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Chrono anomaly located. Moving in. Target identified.
Not exactly a warm welcome, Nueva York. Optic blast!
Threat neutralized.
Widow standing by. Another one bites the dust.
Do me a favor. Don't tell Alicia I was here. Oh, that looks like it hurt.
If only Sarah were here to witness me in glorious combat. You would not last a second in heaven.
Make way for King Namor. Namor does not lose.
Hell bends to my will. Another soul to join my legions.
Frink Castle, reporting for duty. Justice, pure and simple.
Welcome back, rivals! We are here with Stage 1 in Pacific Oceania. It's time for another absolute banger of a series. Kanga versus Chiefs, a rivalry for the ages. And Liger, how you feeling coming into this one?
I'm ready for a fight. I'm ready for a fight. I'm ready for a bout. I'm ready for generational beef to finally be paid off. I'm ready for absolute OCE's finest war. Okay? This is what we're talking about. These are the teams we've been waiting for. Dan, bro, like we said this earlier in the break, like this is the one of the last great rivalries we have in OCE. They've been talking smack all over social media. They got them social media workers going crazy over time talking smack against each other. You know, hidden messages, funny graphics. Kanga and Chiefs, let's get a show going on. We want a show.
I mean, Chiefs ended on the runner-up spot back in preseason. Kanga did finish third, so you're quite literally seeing the second best and the third best team in OCE going at it here in a best of 3 in the upper bracket. Loser will get taken down to the lower bracket for a matchup against Vulcan Red. But right now, like you said, Liger, this is one of the last rivalries we will see for a good while, it feels like. Because right now, Kanga and the Chiefs going here in this best of 3. Kanga made one single roster change. Chiefs didn't make anything because, quite frankly, they're under the ideology of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They just have to lock things in, make sure that they have the synergy, they have the chemistry together. Whereas Kanga, they did drop Dusk, and they brought in none other than Rester from XOXO01 back in Asia.
Oh yeah. What a great change to come in as well, you know, from such a strong roster from the Asian region there. I feel like they're going to be able to really level up their play into this one. And Liger, do you think that this difference could give them a bit of an edge coming into this?
100%. 100% leveled up more than ever, ready to, you know, realize that, look, listen, Pacific scene has a lot of talent across that border of the ocean. You got to get any way you can, get some folks in, try different things, learn different things, reach out to different regions, and bring it down to your squad and accelerate there. Earlier, Juicy was mentioned by Zenstari in the interview, someone to look out for, a player that has been a sub previously on their former roster for Genji and Chopper Max former forms, but it's now his time to be a main roster player. Now his time to shine. Maybe he was part of the core of the reason why they got to those higher rank positions, how they made it to land and such, and he's assigned himself with some fine members of Kanga here. This team, former Vulcan Red players are now on this team. They're locking in crazier than ever. But speaking of a team that's more locked in than ever, we're talking about a team that has said they are aiming for higher than Genji. They want to beat Genji and what's beyond them as well. That's the Chiefs. That's what we're looking at. Crazy things. And we got to address the elephant from yesterday. Beast Node, holy, a crazy Venom presence.
I mean, the Chiefs also came in from the MRC back in MRC Season 6, so they have a lot of reps together as a team. They have a lot of maps, they have a lot of experience together, and they're looking to stick together. Although they weren't able to take over OCE in preseason, they still settled with a runner-up spot. Second place still very, very good, especially for a team that came in through the MRC, and I believe that's one of the higher finished positions for an MRC team throughout the entirety of the Ignite scene here, not just in OCE, but the entire world. So that just shows how strong the Chiefs are within OCE. But right now, the big question is, can they finally take down what is the de facto best team in OCE and maybe the best teams in Asia as well? Because surely the Chiefs have a really good shot at making it to the Pacific playoffs.
Big proving point for them here, isn't it? Obviously they fell short a little bit in the preseason, but now it's their time to stand up and show everyone what they got, and they have to run it back against Kanga all over again. The revenge match for Kanga here. We'll see if they can claw it away from the Chiefs. They are starting off on Krakoa this time, so the map of many portals is going to be coming onto our screens very soon, Lagger, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling a bit spicy.
Oh, you know what? Listen, is it going to be a Kang Bang or a Chief win? We're about to find out between these two behemoths of OCE organizations in Marvel Rivals. It is going to be exciting. It's going to be good, Dan. This is the beauty of it all, man. Like this team, bro. These teams.
Yeah.
Crazy potential. Crazy potential.
What better
and
way?
So
What better way to start it on Krakoa, right? Very dive-centric. Well, you got a lot of portals, you got a lot of different ways to maneuver around the map. Although it's a domination map, so you don't have much of that surface area compared to like a convoy or a convergence map, but if it's Krakoa, you got portals, you can spread out any way you choose, you can dive from any different angle that you want. So I'm sure both teams, both Kanga and the Chiefs, would want to go for some sort of that playstyle.
Ooh, that is the question. That is the question right now. And you know what? We're gonna know. We're gonna pay attention to this very, very intricate banning phase here. Gambit already 100% ban rate is just, it's still there. It's still there, everybody. If your predictions were for if Gambit is not gonna be unbanned, nope, still banned. Well, in return, the Chiefs are gonna lock in the Reno Black Cat. We're gonna see that one once again. Return Kangas denied the Chiefs the Lunar Snow and the Fate of Both Worlds Online, at the same time securing the Devil Dinosaur for themselves. Return the Chiefs are now contemplating maybe the strategist of Mantis. That's good. Nullifying that attack power.
Surely it's going to be a one-sided dino with a one-sided cat? No, not just yet. Both sides are going to take away the front-to-back brawl potential. Kanga going for an adjustment. I think that might be the first Rocket Raccoon save here in Ignite Stage 1.
Ooh,
all right.
Good save. Okay. Well,
are the Chiefs responding? Oh, okay. All right.
Ooh. Oh, we amped up. We amped up.
Yeah, we're amping this up to 11 right now. I mean, both sides really value the amount of utility that this Rocket Raccoon provides. Keep in mind, here in Season 8.0, Rocket Raccoon got a buff to his ultimate, so that ultimate will be up just a little bit faster. And with BRB being such a great resource for Rocket Raccoon, especially also getting more charges with the Rocket Raccoon right click with the repair mode, Rocket Raccoon is a very, very strong strategist yet again.
Yes, indeed. Now, another thing I'd like to mention to everybody. Oh, the dino fun is not over yet. Both Tinny and Donald, they be about that dinosaur life. They're going to be bringing out the double dinosaur mirror match here today. That's what we're going to be, what we're looking forward to. But the difference in everything here is that I don't know if Kanga's got a Black Cat player.
Doesn't seem like it.
Do they?
Juicy's gonna go over to the Winter Soldier. Revsy on the Star-Lord. While the rest of Kanga look to get as much of that anti-dive as possible. Look at the side of the Chiefs. They are so aggressive with their setup. They're really posing up for a dive. Beast Node on the Venom. Reno on the Black Cat. Donald and Jung could easily help out the dive or just reel back into a front-to-back composition because the Chiefs also have Zycric and Bubble with the Rocket Raccoon and the White Fox to, at the very least, get some self-peel for themselves. So they have their ways of circumventing what Kanga could do, try to dive into the backline. But with Kanga being going for a more defensive approach means that the Chiefs really need to find a way to, one, avoid Tinny on the Devil Dinosaur, make sure you're not getting kidnapped by him, and two, make sure to take out the backline before Tinny even has a chance to see you.
Alrighty, that's the move, that's the motion right there. Going to be moving to the mission area, bit of dino action going off. Venom in the back line, Beast Node. Oh, crunched! Right there by Tinny. Nullifying a lot of Beast Nodes. Minutes. They have to retreat and use some resources from their strategists for now. Enough for Juicy to take out Beast Node. There goes the Venom. A lot of firepower coming out from Kanga right now. Marina's already on the backline with the whip. Taking out Resta. Down goes the Invisible Woman right there. And it's going to be a little pain as Bubble takes down Isaac, shredding through the group. That's a bit unfortunate, brother. That's your family. But nonetheless, you're going to do what you got to do. Beast Node getting the punch right there. Taking Tinny the dinos down in return. Juicy takes John Beck. And looks like the Chiefs are going to gain the capture here as they slam on the last couple out there. Revsy Juicy going down to Arena with the Black Cat whip. Insane right there.
I think Sector had the BRB on cooldown and Rester went down. So it really just came down to Sector to heal up the rest of Kanga. Tinny uses the BRB to come back, but you kind of wanted to use it on Rester, but Rester just going down so fast in the hands of Reno means that Kanga will have to concede that first fight. Chiefs will get the first capture, and the rest of Kanga gonna have to go up towards the high ground and look for a different rotational play as the Chiefs are easily able to just zone away Kanga, because right now Kanga are nowhere near those ultimates, and look at all those health bars. Everyone is blinking red. Tinny thankfully is able to find Reno, but Reno will be right back, so that cooldown will be used up as the rest of Kanga try to march on forward with that little bit of space that they have.
Ooh, a little bit of space is what is in the skies right now for Revsy, the Galactic Legend, taking out John Beck right there, taking out the opposing Star-Lord, the differential of the Galactic power right there. They're going to get that value, they're going to get that capture back. Maybe still in contention. Beast Node doesn't want to give it up, hitting the Feast of the Abyss right there, but Reno slashes once, taking out Sector. The Rockets down, bringing the pressure. Isaac in the front lines, taking out Beast Node. They do capture it back. Kanga getting themselves percentage on the board as well, and shredding those last couple stragglers right there as the Chiefs are going to have to go for the regroup now, Dan. They're going to have to go back and regroup, but Ultimate's coming up. They got that calling card. This could be big if Reno pops off.
Reno needs to find a way to time it perfectly. Kanga have so many of that defensive measures. You got Rester threatening with the invisible boundary, Sector with the CYA, but he goes down to the hands of Reno. Not quite sure where that happened, as Reno is able to find that isolated 1-for-1, and now with the calling card come in, that's going to surely draw out Rester with the invisible boundary.
Insane counter boundary from Rester right there, denying Reno the full force of the calling card. Timer goes down. It's going to be out for now. No chance for Reno to get the value there, but they're going to keep on crunching. They're going to hit that rampage coming out from Donald. Hits the crunch right there. Nullifying Tinny, who's going to rampage counter themselves this time. Dino on Dino action. Kumiho unleashed right there as well. Juicy trying to single out Bubble right there. Going to be caught between two of the strategists right now, trying to figure out which one to go down for. But Reno in the backline slicing out Sector, and another goes down. John Beck with a double KO, taking out Juicy and Rester, and Tinny's down as well. That's 5 down for Kanga. That's the Chiefs recapturing back, gaining their lead 65% and climbing. It's going to be another fight in the mix of it all.
Kanga used up everything and they came out empty-handed. Now all they have left is Revsy on the Galactic Legend soon and Isaac with the Strangling Prison. Not what you want to see if you want to try to claim some of that space that you just recently lost. The Chiefs, however, don't have much of that ultimate economy as well. It's all going to come down to Jongvek and Beast Node. If they're able to team up together to get as much damage down, maybe try to burst down the rest of Kanga, who are going to use the portal to try to go for some sort of rotational play. They have to at least step foot on the site in order to trigger overtime in this final fight.
Woo! Collecting Legends going off. That's going to be Jongvek and Revzi. In return, Jongvek gets Revzi. Revzi did get Beast Mode in time. Isaac at the same time takes out Jongvek for the revenge. Bubble Cup bringing him back right there. Reno taking out Juicy. The value is on. The overtime sticking up right now. 99 in the skies for the Chiefs right here. Isaac with the Strangling Prison trying to grip up the Chiefs right there. But they're sustained. Zycrick and Donald keeping him up right now. Beast Mode bringing the tendrils. There it is. Adaptability of the Venom right there. It's gone. 3 of Kangara down. There's a portal to try and contest, but they're getting blocked by Donald. Gonna have to go out the other side of the portal. But a big crunch right there. Trying to bring that action, but it's too primal. And the Chiefs take round 1.
Great bubble coming in from Donald on the Devil Dinosaur, making sure that if the Doctor Strange does jump through, he's not going to get access to the healing. Rester was outside of that bubble, so he was not able to give the Doctor Strange the sustain that he wanted onto Sector. And he kind of just went down so fast to the point where Kanga could not regroup, could not jump through the portal safely, because at that moment, Kanga really didn't have anything to bring themselves safely through that portal.
30 seconds before you attack.
Alrighty. 25 seconds, Dan, to that mission area. Sorry, till the spawn door was unlocked. The mission area a little bit after that. But nonetheless, you know, Ultimate's online. Beast Note got that Feast of the Abyss, bro. Beautiful thing is, if they've tracked Ultimates well, and the Chiefs do got that capability, they should know Rester's close to boundary. If they can get Rester early, deny the boundary, they'll cap first. They'll cap first, they'll get their percentage lead. That's the plan for themselves right here.
We'll see when Beast Note decides to use the Feast. Maybe he waits for a bubble to get the CYA online to get that 40% damage amplification. Maybe Donald could also take advantage with the Rampage assisted by that damage amp as well. So it's all eyes on Bubble right now. When does he pull the trigger? Or does Beast Note try to find an angle early and just pressure Kanga enough to the point where they can't even step foot on the mission area?
Alrighty, 5 seconds, lock in. Rampage online, Abyss online, Amp online, but team will have a Rampage of their own. Bring it up, red.
There we go.
Side going off Chiefs.
Oh, it got cancelled!
Oh, you're kidding me right now. What? Still a chance for the calling card to go off right there. Reno taking out Isaac. Denial's crazy right now. Let's see if it's going to go off and get the acceleration right there. There it is. Absolutely cashing in as much as possible on the black cat right there. But he's still surviving. Juicy does not go down. The Punisher refuses to be punished until never mind has spoke to Sim. Jogwag does take him out with a bit of style action. Beast Note with the power right there. What was that, Dan? What even just happened?
I mean, Kanga were able to shut down the Feast of the Abyss. Not sure what exactly canceled it. Maybe it was a Carbon Crush. Maybe it was Tinny with the bite. But either way, Chiefs were still able to capture the mission area off some great neutral play. And with Reno wreaking havoc in the backline of Kanga, it's going to force Juicy and Sector to team up together, use those ultimates in tandem to try to take down as many of the Chiefs. And Kanga surely will get that point flipped over.
That point in their favor. There it is, the Abyss that was a bit delayed, finally getting its value right there, getting a bit of a... Oh, never mind. Tinny decided to show who the real chomper is out here. Unfortunately, it's not
it was all just for stall.
In fact, he's got his own frenzied feast of his own that he's going to bring to the table. But you're right. A bit of stall, a bit of power. It does give the Chiefs that 56% lead. Kanga do flip it though. They do have percentage, and they do have some good ults here. They could bring out a good Galactic Legend, but they're going to be careful here because Zyklid could unleash Kimiho and deny the damage. Keep the Chiefs sustained, but
Chiefs have so many. Yeah, they have so many offensive opportunities for the Chiefs. Kanga only have one defensive option that's already used up on the likes of Rester with the invisible boundary, and everyone on Chiefs just back away. They know that that's all they have, and as soon as that boundary's gone, here comes that push coming for Chiefs.
There it is, the power beast. No, taking out Juicy Reno already. Out of there. Gone. Stealth. Motion. Power. Double KO for the Black Cat. Triple KO certified. You know there's going to be the fallout. The quad KOs right there for Reno. Who wants the Penta on the cat? Are you going to get it? Are you going to get it? Yes, you are. It's a Penta KO for Reno on the Black Cat. You're kidding me. The Chiefs. What are you feeding this man? This is insanity right now. This Black Cat is feasting.
Yep. Exactly what I said, right? As soon as Kanga used up that invisible boundary, Chiefs knew that was the only defense that Kanga had. And with the Chiefs having 2 duelist ultimates at the ready meant that they just have to use it at the exact same time to burst down the rest of Kanga. And Reno gets that Penta that he oh so wanted. But with Kanga going into Final Fight territory, it's going to be up to Isaac to try to make space. But with Juicy gone, that's a lot of that damage taken away.
now. Speaking of taking away your psionic presence, Isaac gonna get that seduction going off right there. Zykrek taking out Revzy. Tuni goes down. That's 2 down for Kanga. Eyes on Jongvek right now. Hit the phase shift. Clear it out, Resta. Go into the high ground. Chase Insecta. There's nobody there to contest the chase. Lock in, everybody. They're gonna be, of course, taking Krakoa.
I mean, there was 2 rounds and a pretty convincing fashion, but Kanga also put up a very solid few fights there, making sure to try to overwhelm the Chiefs as much as possible. But it really just felt like every time Kanga won those fights, they used so much to the point that if the Chiefs wanted to go for a second fight in the next fight, Kanga had nothing to work with. Chiefs, with knowledge that Kanga had minimal resources available, just meant that the Chiefs, if they do get taken out, they just save their ultimates for that next engagement. And when that next engagement does end up coming, Chiefs just run right through, overwhelm Kanga, and it got to a point where Kanga had nothing left in the tank. Chiefs just steaming right on through.
Absolutely rolling on through right there. I mean, we can see the numbers, everybody, in front of our faces. We can see it. 17 final hits from Rena. Massive, massive, massive healing presence coming out from Zykrek and Bubble. 15k apiece right there. Consistently in the backline, consistently sustaining. And who's eating up all those heals? It's the big Donald right now on that 34k damage blocked. Obviously, we know that's what you're going to expect, but he was there in presence for every single one of those final hits that Rena got. Was constantly enabling it. Beast Node as well. Beast Node, sacrificial land gameplay. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. My guy was setting up everything for the Chiefs. He was being put in the gutter by every single resource of Kanga Esports, and all he did was say, guys, you got this now, yeah? He pointed back and he said, hey, you're next. You better get this. I just did everything. He set it up for them well, and I love that. I love that the Chiefs know how to let everybody shine when it's their time.
Yeah, everyone knows what they need to do in order to get themselves over the line, but you gotta look at Kanga right now, right? How do you navigate the ban draft now? Because you used your second ban onto the Luna Snow, but now do we want to take away the Black Cat earlier this time around?
Ooh, yeah, listen, Rena kind of crazy with it. Might have to nullify, might have to put her in jail for a little bit, okay? Put her away, call the cops. Had enough, Black Cat. she's too much thievery is going on right now. She's stealing the show, literally. So, if we can knock out the Black Cat, we can try to nullify it. Could help in their favor.
And we'll see about that. Kanga do have the map choice coming into map number 2. We'll figure out what they decide to go for, and maybe do they go back to the drawing board in this ban draft, because all eyes are going to be on that part of the second map. Don't go anywhere, because we got a lot of questions that need to be answered here, and we'll be back in a few short minutes.
Please don't pick Museum of Contemplation. Bye-bye.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 for Pacific Oceania here. Matty, Lager, and Dan ready to take you through the next stage of this series. But what an incredible start coming through from the Chiefs there. You know, we heard from Zenstar himself that Kanga had leveled up, but Chiefs just take it to a whole different level.
Propaganda. I don't believe anything these players say anymore. It's hey, listen. It's all the mental. Oh yes, we did.
They actually listened to you. They listened to you.
They heard you.
Oh my god.
I love it.
We're getting the Shibuya incident, everybody. Lock in. This is what we want to see right now. Okay, maybe not an incident. Maybe I just.
Yeah, maybe
listen,
not that
I take that back.
What incident are you referring to here?
I'm not trying to cast the curse anyone. Okay, listen. We'll go to Shin Shibuya, everybody. Tokyo 29.9. You already know how it is. The time for Spider people. Maybe we see Spider-Man. Maybe we see Penny Parker. Maybe we see. No, we're definitely seeing Venom because I know Beast not gonna lock that in. 100%.
Yep. For sure, but we did a little bit of research in the green room, right? A little bit of a fun fact, right? Kanga have never won a map against the Chiefs. Every single time the Kanga played against Chiefs, it was a sweep every single time. Maybe that story follows the same old. Chiefs could just come out with a 2-0 here, but you never know. Kanga have made a roster change. Maybe that's the reason that they get a win here against the Chiefs. But I mean, we hope that it's going to be a 3-map banger, but right now the Chiefs looking to be at a whole different level.
Yeah, really elevated themselves into that first map, didn't they? And it felt like Kanga just didn't have too much of an answer for Reno on that Black Cat there. And I mean, one and the same, even if they try and prioritize around it into the draft, and then it lets the Daredevil out, and Reno can play that too. So it kind of leaves you questioning what they can do to adapt here, Lager.
Yeah, listen, you can ban the Black Cat. Question is, can Kanga play the Black Cat? We're waiting to see that from them. Might not be in the arsenal, maybe Daredevil not as well. But there's other choices. There's a lot of counter dive opportunities out there to bring out the more. See some play, not too much, but can help. There's a resource. The Thing as well can help you. There's a lot of picks here. Doctor Strange, Invisible Woman, to team up together is also pretty good for the counter dive. You know, if Black Cat's too overwhelming, you can't match it, you can't ban it, maybe you counter it.
Yeah, and on the side of Kanga, right? We talked about it, right? It doesn't seem like Kanga have a Black Cat player. I think the Chiefs are well aware of that, so they don't have to invest a ban onto the Black Cat because they know that no one on Kanga is proficient on that character, or at least not just yet. So that gives the Chiefs a little bit of an edge here in this ban draft because instead of worrying about the Black Cat, they can use that ban on something else.
Yeah, we better not use that ban on the Moon Knight though, I'll tell you that. We're
Hey,
gonna
look at
lock
that.
in the Moon Knight. We're gonna lock in. Say, listen, I'm completely unbiased commentator. I will never side with a team that is hovering the Moon Knight. Because you know why? Then none of them are gonna play it. I'm not falling for it again, Dan. I'm not falling for it. I'm smarter. I'm wiser. I've learned, guys.
Hey, you never know.
Hey,
You never know. Kanga could roll out with it.
Listen, in preseason, the players improved, so did we. We came to stage 1 prepared, they came to stage 1 prepared. And I'm locked in, and I'm not going to get set up for pain. But, speaking of pain, Black Cat is protected for the Chiefs. Oh my god, why was it not banned?
I mean,
What are we
we've
doing?
seen this movie. We've seen this movie before, right? Both sides are gonna have to use their first ban on the Gambit because if you let that go, it's too big of a problem. So, Kanga, will he use the save onto the Devil Dino? Chiefs know that Kanga didn't have a chance to take away the Black Cat just yet, so they're gonna take away the Mantis from Kanga to deny the rushdown potential. And the Chiefs, like you mentioned, will get access to that Black Cat. The Chiefs are going to save the Rocket Raccoon yet again here in map number 2. We saw it in map 1, and they're looking to do the same thing now, and Kanga will do the same.
Alright, double Rocket Protect, double Phoenix ban, like what I'm seeing so far. Double Gambit ban, final ban coming out right now that's going to affect Kanga. It's going to be the White Fox. Ooh! Double mirrored White Fox ban. Very, very similar ban phase here, but now let's see what we're going to get. Look, Star-Lord's probably going to see some playtime again. Good Star-Lord map, as we know. You know, it's an even better map for someone. I'm surprised they went for it. It's a great Venom map. Especially second section of Shin Shibuya. Insane high walls, high percentage. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy for Venom. But seeing Jean-Vic cover the Psylocke, it's a good pick. Psylocke's a great pick here. A lot of options. We know Rin's going to go on the Black Cat. He's snowballing. Why switch? Why stop having fun? That is the question for themselves right here. Let's roll on into it. Oh, it's big. It's big. We out here on Shibuya, man. It's going to be good.
Yeah, we can take a look at what Chiefs decide to cook up here, because they are starting out on the defensive side. Kanga did choose the Shin Shibuya map, and they also get the chance to pick a side, and they choose to attack first. How do Chiefs structure the composition, and how do they try to hold off Kanga to potentially go for a full hold here? Donald, Beast Node going to be the frontliners here. Beast Node on the Captain America to try to help out Reno with the dive potential. John could easily help out as well on the Star-Lord, but could also just go back to a brawl style of composition. Kanga, however, looking to go for a little more aggressive. Juicy thought about going for the Daredevil, but instead will go for the Bucky this time around to try to shut down the dive potential coming in from the Chiefs.
We're already Dino action. Beaming already on the front lines. They're going to have on themselves Tini bringing their team forward. Kanga going to follow behind the Dino right there. Tini actually going to bring that space in their favor. I got to say though, Dan, you know, whew, Dino v Dino's pretty good, but the Starlord's the factor I really want to pay attention to. Revzi and Jongvek here. Wait to see who can get themselves value here, as, you know, Juicy's kind of marking, you know, a little bit of Jongvek and high ground there. It's a very interesting one right there. We're waiting for that first pick. The moment Ironwood Wall, pretty deep there, but it does buy some time.
Yeah, we'll buy a bit of time and a little more space for Kanga to work with, but still are struggling to get control of the main area because Reno is just terrorizing the back line. But finally, Juicy is able to find the Black Cat, put him down 6 feet under, and the Chiefs are going to have to go in with the man disadvantage for a little bit until Reno does come back thanks to the BRB.
Alrighty, build up that cracking impact, Juicy. We want to see it. We want to see it. Revzi taking out Donald, shredding through the Dino right now, taking another Beast Node down. Resta with the backup there. They're going to try to go through that phase shift and style. It looks like they're going to get a clean capture here right now, Chiefs. So a chance for a little congestion, maybe. Zycric has Jeff time. This could go in there. Oh, taken down. 1% shy of the opportunity. Donald does go to the Strange, does wind up the portal, but instead cancels it. Going to switch and regroup.
It just felt like Sector just got that Cosmic Yarn weaved out so quickly, right? With the Rocket Raccoon buffs coming in, it really helped him out there. The damage amp and the overshield, just so much value for Kanga. The Chiefs just didn't have a response in time. John could have easily tried to equalize with the Galactic Legend. It would have been very difficult, but it would have been extra pressure applied onto Kanga, but now he's going to have to look for a different opportunity as he's threatening it right now.
Oh, insane precision right there coming out from Jongvek, perfectly timing that ultimate, shredding through two, gonna go for the third, trying to get that firepower through Jongvek, getting that value. A chase down Sector here, are they gonna get him? But now Reno has a portal. Oh, into the backline, right into the mixer, but straight for the Gru, annihilates Isaac, but Juicy with the vengeance right there, hits the Kraken impact, gets the first reset. Will he get a second? Boom! Charging up right now. It's going to be very hard to shred down Donald of all people to get that reset, so the Kraken is not going to be impactful for another round. But nonetheless, it's giving them momentum, giving them pushing power. It's putting, you know, the Chiefs on the back foot right now as they prepare for the next defense.
Chiefs thankfully now have defensive options with the CYA and the Invisible Boundary. Kanga, however, could easily match it. Rester does have the Invisible Boundary to match, but Sector is getting closer to a second rotation of the CYA. Revzi is able to win out the 1v1 against Jongvek, it seems like, as the rest of Kanga looking really good here in this second map. Looks like signs of life, but a Grey Strangling Prison locks down Rester, who does come back thanks to the BRB, but that's already the Invisible Boundary gone.
Massive Strangling Prison leading into the boundary, and the boundary, you know what it's going to be. Hopefully time to keep him sustained. Amp goes down, time's out for now. Beast Node getting absolutely crunched and thrown to the back of the team right there. The Chiefs unfortunately couldn't get Beast Node back. They're going to lose Jongvek as well. And in the skies, Reno trying to get some momentum, but Juicy on the Bucky, doing it nicely. We're reminding him who's the Winter Soldier out here. You got to be very careful. This is a Juicy on a massive comfort pick. We're talking about a pick that he's got over a year in the game on. This is the Bucky we've known of old Ignite Age. We've got to be very careful here, but they're going to bring that power, they're going to bring that pressure, they're going to bring that thunder. Kraken impact nearly online once again. I gotta say though, Dan, but that chomping is happening right now. The Dino on Dino, and it's going to be Donald taken down.
Donald is gone. John goes to the skies, try to laser down anyone. Juicy is looking to try to find a shot, and the tainted voltage takes him out of the sky. Revzy capitalizes with another pick onto the fellow duelist of the Chiefs. That's all of the damage gone for the Chiefs. Donald is just gonna try to stall things out with a rampage, but he's gonna get stampeded over because Kanga just hopped on over to that second checkpoint.
A bit of an unfortunate double bounce there for the Kraken, but nonetheless, Resta gets the pick. Jongvek's taken down. Bubble is down as well. Tinny with a big crunch right there. They're going to body block again, not letting Donald out of the portal. He's going to run around the back side of the portal there, bring the pressure, phase shift, and Revzy shredding through Beast Mode, taking it down 0.73 meters. One last chance for Kanga to push here, and they do. And another chunky bit of time to the bank right there. We got one final push here for Kanga. If they can take it to the end of Shinshibuya against the Chiefs here, but the Chiefs have switched it up. They brought out the Loki now. Loki Mantis Groot team up in full effect.
Right from Vitality online, ready to go. Maybe this is the sustain that the Chiefs needed, right? Kanga have so much firepower coming in, especially from the likes of Juicy. Although his crowd control capabilities have been reduced, his overall damage has actually increased. He has more damage with the left click, more execute potential on the Kraken impact, and with Sector amplifying the damage, Tinny could go crazy with this rampage.
Into the action, Jongvek with the big pump action, taking out Isaac, but back with a BR beacon. Sector does it right. Revzy in return, taking out Arena right now, denying the chance of the Mantis to get Valley. They're going to set it up right now. Juicy getting momentum, getting power, timing out the Star-Lord. Donald taken down, shredded by the Winter Soldier right there. Go for a little hook, trying to scoop him up. Strangling Prism on the flank right there, massive. Coming out right there from Isaac right there. They do get Zycrick, they do get some value, but Boundary's been set up nicely to sacrifice and keep them going. Resta with the defensive play. Kraken impact from Beast Node right there. Juicy's trying to... Can he get the reset on the Loki? Maybe, but the runes are set up. He does get the reset. He winds up once again. He gets another mark right there, aiming it down Arena on the Mantis. Can you get the Mantis? No! Chomped by Donald right there. Big Dino action. Double KO from Donald the Dino right there. And he's going to keep on rushing through, setting up the barrier. Jongvek pushing forward as well. Pump action certified. And that is a clean defense right there from the Chiefs. Did burn quite a lot of ultimates from Kanga as well. Whew, still got to fight one more time, Kanga.
I mean, the Chiefs were able to rush down Kanga. Kanga invested so much to the point where, again, where the Chiefs were able to capitalize, rush him down, and were able to get a foothold on the mission vehicle, as the Kanga are going to have a very hard time trying to get into the space. They're going to have to wait for an ultimate to come online, and that's all Kanga needs to do, just stall enough until something happens. But right now, the Chiefs have the upper hand here.
Whoa, big shredder from Jongvek, quadra KO. Is this guy John Wick? What's going on here? Like, this is insane right here. Ironwood Wall's going crazy. Gonna hopefully get another two stragglers at the end there. Isaac taken down. And there it is, the pressure, the power. This is really good defense coming out from Chiefs right now. Look, bit of a slow defense early on. Kanga got really good momentum early. They played that second stage very well, used the high ground, the buildings, everything, destructible terrain to their favor. But now when they're bunkered in, the Chiefs, they got a close enough spawn, they can really hold it down. They only got to hold it for one more fight, or Kanga's got ult advantage. This could go their way.
But what I'm scared of right now is Kanga, right? They have the Strangling Prison into the Kraken Impact Wombo combo right now. Sector could easily amplify the damage. Revzy up into the sky with the Galactic Legend, trying to laser down and probably zone out the rest of the Chiefs into that little room. As the rest of Kanga building up that ultimate economy, one single ult dump could mean all the difference, as everyone on Kanga just go down. Damage amp, CC, damage even more, as the Chiefs just topple on forward. Do they even have any sign of life in this overtime? Kanga looking to get the full push down, as the Chiefs don't have any sort of response. All they have is one body at a time to try to stall out this point, but the Kangas get it done. It's a full push for Kanga Esports.
Again and again, Kang bang. That was an insane Kraken impact combination with Isaac as well. The Groot, the power, Strangling Prism. Look, Beast Node almost blocked it with the Ironwood Wall, but it was just too much firepower coming out from Juicy right there. They do get it to the end now, but took them into overtime. Question is, can Chiefs do it faster? Can they do it faster? Can they get some extra time in the bank, so when we run this map back once more, will they have more time to work with? That is their goal right now. Let's see if they set it. I gotta say, the some picks that we want to kind of see, you know, maybe get some value, maybe get something switching up a little bit. Look, I could see Daredevil coming out from Reno working well. I could see a little bit Jeff coming out from Zykrek, a bit of splash in action. You know, not much Jeff time getting the value. You know, people are diving a lot in this current meta. People are moving around very quickly. It's hard to really scoop people in, but the only way you can strategy prison. But do you want to use 2 ults to get that value? And if you are going to do it, it's got to be at the start of the map. The only spot where there's a large environmental section.
I mean, shout out to Kanga as well, right? Being able to get so much value with those ultimate wombo combos. Isaac and Juicy teaming up together for Isaac to CC up many members of the Chiefs to allow Juicy to just get easy pick'ems with the Kraken Impact. And the rest of Kanga just were able to synergize their ultimates to perfection, it felt like. And the Chiefs just seemed like they got caught a little bit off guard, but now with the Chiefs on the attacking side, they're gonna have to match what Kanga did, or else we may even see a map number 3 here.
Oh, hey, listen, hey, I'm down for a map 3. Map 3 is exciting, you know it, but hey, that's on them. It's on Kanga to fight and get it on their favor. Let's see if they can do it. John Vec taking out Juicy. Juicy's back with the BR Beacon. Tinny as well. Big Crunch Frenzy right there. On the last proc of the Frenzy, takes out Reno. Denying the chance right there. Ironwood Wall soon to be available. Thorn/Wall separating them right now. Tinny just ragdolling Donald right there, but Donald's just formidable. Big beefy Dino right now. Holding as much as he can. Getting some splash and heals from Zykrek, who refuses to let Donald fall. And he does heal up Donald back to full. Insane sustain coming out from the chief strategist right there. But rest is there to bring up the sustain as well. In return, takes out Donald, and that's gonna put Chiefs on the back, but they gotta regroup for the next attack.
Kanga played that fight perfectly, right? They were able to bunker down in that small room, because if you're able to confine yourself in the small room, it doesn't give a lot of room for the Chiefs that are running that dive composition to try to take out the backline, because when you get that backline access, you don't really have much of that open area to move around, and with that limited space, Kanga can easily shut you right down.
Truly. Don't want to get shut down there. Don't want to get boxed in. Gotta be careful. Isaac's group is just restructuring the map to their favor. As we see it, there was a flying dinosaur. Everybody watch out immediately. You do not want to see him land on your backline. But right now, everybody's in a tight spot right there.
Okay.
Big crunch coming out from Tinny, taking out the arena. No chance for the value there. Bring the power, bring it. There it is. Bubble car hits the amp. Right now, enabling Zhongvek into the Galactic Force right there. Shredding through, taking out Revsy. Revsy's back with a BR Beacon. And it's now Revsy's turn to take to the Galactic Skies. Is he going to be a legend? And he's going to take down Donald. He's going to take down Zykrek with the power of Juicy. And they do nullify quite a bit of pressure, but there's a little 2v2 going on in the back alleys of Shinshibuya here. The phase shift right now. Watch it now. There it is. Bubbles taken down. Revsy's on the mix of it right now, trying to take on Zhongvek, but they do kind of spread away from each other for a little bit. Donald goes down to wrestler. This is a crazy hold coming out from Kanga right now, but they did use 4 ultimates, and the Chiefs used 3. Economy-wise, it's looking a bit in favor of Chiefs here if they play it smart.
Yeah, they're gonna have to switch up their composition a little bit. They realize that the dive composition is not working out. Reno going over to the Mantis. John going over to the Punisher to try to poke down Kanga this time around. So a little bit of a different approach. Beast Note is going to try to disrupt the backline. Donald goes in with the Rampage to give Chief some space to work with. But Zykrek with the It's Jeff could use it to, at the very least, help out the team in terms of that ultimate potential. But with the Symbiote shenanigans, he's also being able to sustain the rest of the team. Donald finally getting the Chiefs that man advantage that they needed to look for, as Kanga are going to have to navigate this fight without a Vanguard at their disposal. Resder thankfully comes back thanks to the BRB, but Sector going down means that it's all going to be up to Resder to sustain the rest of Kanga.
Massive boundary coming out from Resder to sustain. Juicy takes us like Revsy's caught before he can get into the boundary, which means they can portal the team under the boundary. Down it goes for now. Bubbles trying to bring sustain. Donald's there as well. You got to be very, very careful. Beast Note taking quite a bit of damage, but he's bringing the power, bringing the pressure. They're going for Tinny. They're trying to make it up, and Tinny's taking down the Strangers down. Donald with a double crunch coming out from Donosaurus Rex. Yeah, got to be careful over here. Zhongvek drawing through with the Punisher. Taking out Juicy. They do capture. They do get momentum. We get another cheeky 2 minutes 45 added to the bank right here. It's still in the mix. We're still going in, Dan. This map is nowhere near over yet.
It's still a great hold for Kanga. They were able to navigate the dive composition that Chiefs were throwing at them perfectly. But once the Chiefs adjusted their composition, didn't give Kanga time to adjust, because they quite frankly, can't go back to their own spawn room to switch things around. So as long as Chiefs were able to find the potential, Kanga just clap right back. CYA, Kraken Impact, and Isaac with the Strangling Prison to lock down members of the Chiefs mean that every one of the Chiefs just fall right down. Kanga investing 3 ultimates this time around means that the Chiefs, maybe in this next engagement, do have a chance to clap right back, because Kanga, they really like to dump their ultimates, but so far they've gotten maximum value out of it.
Big crunch coming out from Donald right there. That was a massive fire there from Kanga, but the mix of all is going to be if they can make it work. Their value right now, they need to hold it down. They're going legendary in the skies. Revsy shredding through. Donald's hitting the crunch and taking out Tilly. The Dino action goes in Donald's favor right now, and he's going to focus down the Gru. Going to be crunching forward. A bit of deforestation going on. You've got to be careful. This dinosaur is trampling. The Rampage could be online very soon, but Tinny is the one that grabs Donald. Tinny's Rampage is nearly online. They got to focus down the Dino. They do. Donald's down. Reno's down. That's 2 of the Chiefs down right now. Kanga have the value. They take out Jungvek. They've got the value here. They've got the resets. The triple KO coming out from Juicy on the Bucky. It's just so much point-blank close combat impactful damage from Juicy on this Bucky. This has got to get marked soon. This is too formidable.
Juicy is just so good on this hero. The Chiefs just don't have an answer. The sheer amount of damage, the sheer amount of utility. Jong even gonna get taken down by Rester. Beastno trying to sustain. And the rest of Kanga are just able to stall out the Chiefs enough, and they even get constellation prizes of KOs of their own. And with 37 seconds and counting left for the Chiefs, we are slowly creeping into final fight territory. The Chiefs are going to have to look for a portal play. Kanga, they're not going to try to disrupt it. Instead, they're going to reel back, figure out what the Chiefs are going for, and Kanga, hopefully they try to spread out, look for different ways in, as they have their wombo combo ready to go, Liger.
Yes, they do, and Revsy is right above them. You got to be very careful. Chiefs got to lock that Starlord down. Seraphim Shield lined up and ready from Beastno. Big Strangling Prism on all of them in the backline right there, lining up. The Kraken Impact goes, but the runes are set. Did the resets go off? Did the amp go off? Yes, they did. Jungvek is shredding. That's all 3 ultimates coming out from the Chiefs, but Resta denies them all. So much sustain. Jungvek gets 1 big crunch. Coming out from the feast from Donald, and a bit of impact from Jungvek with the pump action. Triple KO into securing that card. They do have 1 more fight in them, Dan. They're not done yet. The Chiefs want this.
Oh, this is going to be tough for Kanga to navigate. Zykrek is threatening with the invisible boundary. Bubble is very close to that Loki ultimate as well. Kanga, if Revsy's going to pop that Galactic Legend, Zykrek could easily respond. And how does Kanga decide to go back here? No one is close to their ultimates apart from Revsy. The Chiefs have so much of that extra sustain here, and the Chiefs are just gonna rush right on through. Kanga, what do you have in the tank?
Oh, they got something, but unfortunately 3 are down, 4 are down, sectors left, Juicy 1, Rez, oh, potential if Rezi can get it. The Chiefs add another 90 seconds to the bank. They're still in it to win it. Dan, they do not want to let up here. They put us on the edge of our seats, I'll tell you that, but the Chiefs keep on moving. Now, it's very difficult here. We're looking at double strangers coming out from Beast Node and Isaac. No more Venom, no more action. Are they going for a portal?
They are. They're going to look for a portal early to try to hold the rest of the Chiefs at bay. Isaac leading the charge with the portal. Beastno goes in, stuns up 2 in the back line. That's goodbye to 2 members. Rester does come back thanks to the BRB, but another takes its place. 3 go down, make it 4 as the Chiefs quickly shut down that portal play from Kanga.
Okay, let's talk reality. They used 2 ultimates to defend from a portal. Now, why did Kanga portal? Why? Because you can't really portal on this map. For defense, for final defense. The corridor to walk from spawn to the final defense, it's right there. It's too long. You can't even spawn it in that corridor. It's too small for the portal. So it was good value from Kanga to use their portal now to buy that early 30 seconds of time. And now we're officially on the final steps of Shin Shibuya. Can they hold it? Take to the skies. It's Revsy. It's the Starlord. But Jungvek's there on the Executioner, trying to match that damage. Is it going to be enough for them? Is it going to be the power? The boundary is available from Zykrek if they need. They keep on moving. They keep on grooving. You got to watch out. The value of Revsy did not get anything from the Starlord, but amped up. Is the Kraken. We see the Rampage. Tinny's there. Go for the Resurgence. Go for the Boundary. Double strategist ults from the Chiefs. Is it enough to sustain the pain coming out from Kanga right now? We need to see the mark. Who's going to go down first right now? It is insane, Dan. I got to say, bro. Donald's rampaging. It could go off. The overtime's in full effect. Strangling Prison. You're kidding me. Face shifting.
Oh, good greens.
Nobody's going down.
No one is going down. Everyone just counters everyone's ultimates to perfection. Now we're effectively in a neutral fight. No one having ultimates for this final fight. Only the Chiefs have someone close to an ultimate available, but the Chiefs already losing one. Kanga are going to lose another one as well. It's going to be a 1-for-1 overall. Overtime still lit up. Ultimate's getting closer and closer for the Chiefs. They might have the upper hand here.
They might have a chance, but their chance to portal back is available, but it's not there because Beast knows the one. Agamotto's online. Bubble's going to hit that shapeshift. You already know the mix of it all. There is the Agamotto in the back line. Pop action from Jongvik taking out Revsy. Juice is down. Wind up and grind up the executioner. Bubblecar taking another pick right there on the Loki. Final Eldritch Whip going out on Invisible Woman. We are going into overtime on Shichibuya. It ain't over till it's over, people. Run it back.
Every single overtime. Chiefs have made it to overtime in round 2. They made it work. They go to overtime in the 3rd checkpoint. They made it work again. And now we need extra innings. More time added to the bank for both of these teams. 1 minute each. Round number 3. Kanga going to the attacking side this time around. Chiefs now get a run at the defense. Oh my god. Kanga got a commanding push in that first round. The Chiefs barely match it, and just barely, the Chiefs were able to out-sustain the ultimate barrage that Kanga kept throwing at them, because it got to a point where the Chiefs realized, hey, this is what Kanga's win condition is. They want to overwhelm us, but if we're able to save our resources as soon as Kanga pulled the trigger, we have that upper hand. And the Chiefs, after claiming that second checkpoint, realized, hey, this is the game plan. This is what we need to do. And they were able to execute it every single time from here on out. And that's literally the reason why the Chiefs are here in overtime.
Damn sure that's true. That's why they're doing it. That's why they're here. That's why they're holding it down. And we're talking about these teams are podium finish type of teams, you know, gold, silver, bronze. They're getting one of these at the end of the day. We gotta lock in and get right into it. There's already 55 seconds left on the clock right now. This is a final chance for the Chiefs to put on a big hold, a big defense. We already know what time it is. It's standard time. You got Dinosaur Rex versus the Titty Dinosaur. It is absolutely crazy right now. We got to get in the mix of it. Everybody's setting it up. We have the Strange, of course, from Beast Node, for the Seraphim Shield, for the team up alongside Invisible Woman to just get that suction power, to just be able to bring people in, group them up, and absolutely stomp on them with that power. Enable Jongvik as well. Give him a shield to work around. But be careful, Juicy's got a hook. He could potentially take someone out. You got to be very careful here in the mix of it all.
And so far, no one going down in this neutral fight sector. Again, very, very close to that CYA. This might be a repeat of what we saw back in the first round. Sector popping the CYA early, and with the Chiefs having no response, Kanga need to get eliminations quickly and efficiently, because right now they're doing just that. They've already taken down one. They will take down the front line of the Chiefs. Overtime does come up, and Kanga will start charging up that mission area.
Beast Node is already up and actually does have time to wind up a portal. The question is, will he go for the contest or will he... Yeah, contest is on. Will they be able to make it through? Someone's going to jump in.
There we go.
Just in time. Into the mix of it all. The dinos going down. Donald is there to keep it going. There's the boundary. There's the portal. There's the mark. There's everything they can try to do. Right now, it's looking in favor for Kanga, but the runes are up. Set up by Bubble in time. Jongvik's going to hit the execution.
Oh!
Take it out. 2 down. Revsy goes. Isaac, Josie, triple quadra. Gale into the potential chance of a Penta. Whoever it is, they're not on point. It doesn't matter. Oh, there's still a stall. Penta KO for Jongvik. And there it is. They hold it. No chance for a final contestation. They just have to capture here. Then they just have to hit the full cap at the start of Shichibuya. And the Chiefs move on. This is insane.
I mean, at the very least, Kanga were able to get to 98.67%. Yeah, funny number. Yeah, I know, Chad. You can spam it all you want. But either way, the Chiefs, off a clutch portal coming from Beast Node, means that the Chiefs, all they have to do is just walk into the mission area, try to overwhelm Kanga, because Kanga tried to go for that game plan. It did work out, but the Chiefs, just barely were able to get a clutch portal down, and with more ultimates at the ready that time around, because Kanga used their ultimates aggressively, meant that Reno and Jung just went in tandem together. Soul Resurgence speeding up that final judgment meant that Jung just had all the mobility he needed to just laser down the rest of Kanga, who quite frankly didn't have any of those resources available to them. And now on the defensive side, Kanga, how do you navigate this? How do you circumvent those resources to make sure who gets that ultimate first? Because that's really all it's going to come down to, because the Chiefs also have 1 minute available to them. Chiefs just have to match what Kanga did, and Kanga just have to force the Chiefs away. But right now, the Chiefs are looking at that Root Knight Wombo combo right now. That's going to be their win condition here.
I mean, hey, sign me up for the Moon Knight. Let's go. Into the mix of it all, this is it, everybody. Final chance. The Chiefs, Reno, Donald, Jongvek, Bubble, Beast Node, Psychic versus Kanga Esports, Isaac Sector, Juicy, Resta, Tini, Revsy. This is the matchup right now. They just got to capture it all. Let's see if the Chiefs can do it in one, because they won't get a second chance. This is it. This is the moment, Dan. Barrier's already going up. Ironwood Wall, Thorn Slash Wall, you name it. They're all being set up.
Right? I mean, it's all going to come down to the Moon Knight, right? On Reno. His ultimate's going to be up so quickly, way faster than anyone else. Look at his percentage. He's already at 73 and climbing. Isaac dangerously low. He's going to get taken down, but he will be brought right back. Juicy is not going to be so lucky, so that's a huge amount of damage gone from Kanga, and the Chiefs will have all the momentum here as Reno getting closer and closer to the hand of Khonshu. Will he even need a Juicy switching over to the Doctor Strange? So that's going to be portal invested on the side of Kanga as Tinny does go down. Revsy dangerously low, but Juicy will get that portal down.
There it is, the final chance of the Pentagon. Oh my, just the portal, he just got pushed into it. Donald pushed him into it. Okay, he made it out. Tinny's there on the dino, there's a chance. Isaac's there trying to switch, get the heals back from Spawn. There's an overtime, trigger into the Beast Node. Solo imp! They Root-Knighted somebody all alone on the sidelines, but it was worth it. Because if you're trying to play in the sun, you gotta pay your debt to the moon. And Bubble Car takes out Revsy, that's another one. Donald with the crutch, taking out Juicy, Spider-Man down. The Chiefs carry on and win this series.
Oh no, you gotta feel bad for Kanga there. They were so close to breaking that losing streak against the Chiefs, but it came down to overtime. It came down to the point where the Chiefs knew that if they played faster, if they got their ultimates quicker, they were able to overwhelm Kanga, and that Moon Knight of all things was the reason that Chiefs get over the line in Shin Shibuya. Liger, I know you're over the moon, quite literally here.
W. I am very happy right now to see that in the last ditch effort, when all has failed, you bring out the Knight of the Moon.
Man.
Let's go. Insane. Let's talk numbers.
We gotta talk.
What? 62,000 damage on the Dino. Donald, you're insane. What is that? 28 final hits from Jongvek. Yeah, the Punisher into the mat. Oh my days. The Punisher, those ultimates were so high impact. Every single time we saw that Judge Jury execution up. Every time. Man took 3 wins every single time.
It was just props to Reno that was playing the Mantis during the entirety of the Chiefs' attacking side, assisting Jung on that final judgment, because if you do pop that final judgment, you don't really have much of that mobility that you really want on the Punisher, because you don't have access to the right click, you don't have access to the zip line. But with a movement speed buff coming in from the Mantis, keep in mind, Mantis's damage amp now gives movement speed. And so far, Reno was able to give Jongvek some of that mobility from the Soul Resurgence, but you stack it with the inspiration of the damage amp plus movement speed, that is one fast final judgment.
Oh, tell me about it. Tell me about it. We'd love to see it. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful. Matsy, brother. What a series, man. What a series.
Oh, you're eating good tonight, Liger. That's all I'm saying, mate. Seeing the Moon Knight do waves, we know it's a happy day in the Ligerverse here, everybody. And yeah, I don't blame you, man. Fantastic work coming through from them and theirs there. But obviously, Chiefs players did pretty great, and I think we got to highlight Juicy here as well. I love to see them playing into the Bucky there. I feel like that was kind of the change up they needed, because you saw, you know, that first map, it looked more one-sided, but Kanga were able to bring a lot more energy towards this second one. And what do you feel was the turning point for them?
I mean, it was just the Chiefs realizing that they knew how to beat Kanga, because they realized Kanga were really relying on those wombo combos. Isaac and Juicy with the Groot and the Bucky wombo combo that has been very stable throughout the entirety of Ignite 2025, and they're whipping it out here in the Big 26. And the Chiefs realize, hey, if we just save our resources, if we save the regen domain, if we save our strategist ultimates for just that very moment where Kanga want to overwhelm us with so much damage, it got to a point that the Chiefs even got to a point where they double stacked their ultimates, or their strategist ultimates, in fact, to try to just stay alive through the damage. The healing per second was in fact enough for the Chiefs to withstand the aggression of Kanga, and the Chiefs then were just like, yeah, all right, we know you got nothing. We'll just run you right through with a single final judgment and soul resurgence of our own.
For real.
Love it.
Like,
I
that's
love it.
crazy. So much potential, man. So much potential coming out from Kanga. Like, they have improved so much since we last saw them. You know, Zensari said it earlier. Hey, Kanga's been cooking. We've heard the stories. We've heard some results of scrims, everything. It's crazy how Kanga's improved. But even if they can improve, the Chiefs have to improve twice as much in order to keep up with Gen G, because their eyes are set to the stars. And Gen G are the stars of the region, and the Chiefs want them more than anything. But Kanga has shown that after winning that tiebreaker at the end of preseason, they came out strong. They said, hey, you're going to put us in the conversation. I think Kanga is definitely in the conversation after that performance.
Couldn't agree more, Liger. I think it's going to be eyes up front and center. But speaking of, we are going to set our eyes upon our interviewee as we have one of our victors here and now. It is going to be none other than Rito! Welcome
Hello,
in, mate.
hello.
Hey,
How are you guys?
Mate, oh, fantastic. And even
That's
better
good to
after
hear.
watching what you guys were able to do tonight. Just an incredible showing overall. And I got to say, like, do you feel like that was exactly what you expected from Kanga there? Or do you feel like it was a bit more competitive than you were anticipating?
To be honest, like, I think they did a lot better than we expected. But at the end of the day, the games went exactly how expected, and there was no doubt in my mind we were going to 2-0 them.
Well,
Like I always knew.
Confidence.
Mm.
Respect. Well, look, let's address it. You seem to be the specialist, you know, out here on the Black Cat, okay? You've been bringing her out in play. You've been playing her to the craziest degree. People are getting absolutely blitzed off the map from your gameplay. How do you feel about her currently? Do you feel like, you know, she's a priority protect for you guys? Is she the, literally, you know, you got the calling card. Is she the wild card for you guys so far?
To be honest, I enjoy the hero, and I think she's definitely our pick at the moment. But I've always been I've always preferred Didi, right? So hopefully one day they like nerf this hero and Didi comes back into the meta, because it's like. But again, yeah, Black Cat's awesome, right? Like Black Cat's an awesome hero.
Yeah, I want to also call back to that Shin Shibuya map. But first of all, that was an insane back and forth affair between the two of you guys. I want to ask, right? It really felt like it got to a point where you guys figured out what Kanga were doing. Was that exactly the case? It felt like when you guys were on the attacking side, especially right before you were able to capture the second checkpoint, did you guys figure out what Kanga were doing? Was that something that you easily figured out and then just kept that momentum for yourself during your attacking side? Because it got to really, really down to the wire.
To be honest, I'm like, we struggled between bouncing through Black Cat as our main pick and then thinking whether we should go back to Mantis. But we hadn't played Mantis. That was like basically my first time like ever playing Mantis in an actual game or like scrims. So I wasn't like too well versed in how to play it. But team was like, let's just do it. You're good enough at it. Like, let's just pull it out. And if we win, we win. If we lose, we just go next map and we take the win on the next map.
Yeah, a little bit of follow-up, right? Were you guys expecting Juicy to run that Winter Soldier to try to shut down the dive comp?
To be honest, I think that Bucky pick is really bad, in my opinion. I think it should have been Punisher. Like, the Bucky pick's fine, but Punisher's just, like, so much better into Dino. So he's just, like, shutting us even harder. Like, shutting us down even harder.
Love to hear it, and yeah, I guess that's going to be something that they have to take into mind heading forward. But I guess putting your mind forward where there is actually a possibility later on in the piece that you guys do rematch each other. Do you feel like they could do better next time, or do you think it's going to go the exact same way? What are your thoughts there?
To be honest, like, they are a lot better than they were last time, and I'm sure they'll improve. But at the end of the day, we're just a better team. It's as simple as that. Like, it'll go the exact same.
Confidence all round. Love to see it, Reno. And I'm going to say, is there any final shout outs you want to give towards the tail end of today?
I'd like to shout out DXA, because they gave us like a last minute warm up, because we were looking and we couldn't find anyone, and then they kind of rose to the occasion, you know, and they were like, let's scrim, we'll scrim you guys and we'll give you the warm up you need. So I'm very thankful to them. I hope they're listening. And I'd like to shout out my team, obviously. Like, I'm very proud of my team. I'm very proud of how we played, and I couldn't be on a better team.
I love it. Really great to hear
go.
that from you, Reno. And yeah, big shout out to you and your team for putting on an incredible show here today. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament. And yeah, really appreciate your time here today.
No, all good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
That was great insight.
That was great. Yeah, absolutely loved it. Loved the positive energy, you know, especially towards the end there. Always great to get the insights from all of the Chiefs players. I feel like as a roster as a whole, it's just a very wholesome team. You know, they're always very positive energy.
Yeah. Of course. I mean, this is the Chiefs we're talking about, you know. They want to come out here. They want to, as they say, they're the team that are here to take on Genji in their minds. Everyone sees Genji as this insurmountable mountain of a team, but they believe they can take them on, and they believe with loyalty, respect, and pushing each other, they're going to get to that level, which is the same merit that Genji rise to the occasion on as well. These are teams that we know have tight-knit 6 roster teams. A sub can be called in on a rainy day, but they are locked in on perfecting and diversifying their hero pools of these 6 main roster players.
I mean, they're going to be tested, quite frankly, tomorrow, right? Because Chiefs getting that 2-0 win over Kanga means that they're going to be going up against Genji in the upper final. And the winner of that best of 5 will get a one-way ticket to that grand final best of 7 matchup here in OCE. And if you do secure that grand final spot in OCE, that guarantees you a spot for Pacific playoffs, because keep in mind, only the top 2 teams here in OCE will get a chance to play against the top 6 Asia teams for another 2 spots in the mid-season final.
Eyes front and center on that one, Dan, isn't it? You know, we're getting closer and closer to locking in our 2 teams on the Oceania side of things, but I'm sure that the rosters on the other side of Pacific in Asia have their eyes front and center as well as to their potential competition here. You know, they're going to be getting those key insights as to who they might have to face for that potential slot at a land there. So, Liger, you know, we're getting a little deeper into the piece here. It's looking a little bit more well-rounded. Who've you got your eyes on to have some potential to make it through the playoffs?
Oh, to make it through to the PAC playoffs, to the PAC playoffs. We're talking about the 2 heroic teams of OCE to take on the 6 demon teams in Asia. Whew. I mean, Genji kind of shooing at the moment. They're very consistent. Right now, it is, you know, it's a battle for second right now. But I think Chiefs have said it's not a battle. After that performance, they said, you guys can have fun. We'll see you next stage. We're going with Genji. We're going to go to the playoffs. That's the confidence that we're hearing and seeing from Chiefs. And that's definitely what we're hearing from Genji and their mind games and the interviews we've had with them. You know, I've got to say. But Kanga's looking at them, looking hungry, looking dangerous. Kanga's dangerous. I think that's the worst thing you ever want to see on an opposing team. That hunger, that danger. That's what Kanga has right now. And also Fury's there as well. Got to be careful.
Yeah. Fury may be down, but they aren't out just yet. They are still in the lower brackets. So are Kanga. So they still have second chances down the lower brackets, but they're going to have to play a lot more games, show a little bit more of that playbook, while the rest of the pack, like Chiefs and Genji, is still sitting pretty in the upper bracket right now. And like you guys mentioned, right? It's really a battle for that second place spot. It really could come down to Kanga, could come down to Chiefs, it could come down to JFT, or even Vulcan Red. So that's going to be all eyes on everything that could happen before they even get a chance to go up against what feels like the two titans that surely will almost guarantee a spot in the Pacific playoffs, because right now, both for the Chiefs and Gen G, it's pack playoffs or bust.
Yeah, going to be a pack playoffs or nothing there. You can see our results today as well. JFT took it away from DXA 3-1 to kick off the day. 3-1 to Vulcan Red against Revolt as well. Great to showcase some of our MRC teams there. And Gen G took it away from Fury in the upper bracket 2-0. And the Chiefs, one and the same, are closing out today 2-0 on Kanga. So, some incredible matches we've seen here today. But I mean, tomorrow is going to be just as good, if not better.
Oh, tell me about it. Tomorrow, everybody. The group stage, we know we can lock it in. We've seen how it's looking so far. Look at that bracket. It's filling out. We did say farewell today to two teams. That was DXA and Revolt. Farewell to them. We still got 6 in the running right now. There's a crazy matchup. JFT versus Kanga, Vulcan Red versus Fury. And then, of course, Gen G versus the Chiefs.
I mean, we've seen that matchup time and time again. Every time it has delivered, right? But even though Gen G have come out on top every single part of the way, Chiefs really did put up a solid fight. Keep in mind, Chiefs was the only team to take a map off of Gen G. 2 maps, in fact, in obviously 2 separate series, but still, nonetheless, that is still a huge achievement considering that no other OCE team has done what the Chiefs have done. At the very least, make Gen G bleed. But Gen G still come out just a little bit bruised.
Yeah, you know, they had it taken to them a little bit by Fury today. I think that Fury showcased a little bit of their strength here, and it was nice to see. You know, they forced Gen G to make some subtle changes, I'd say, in order to really push themselves towards their greatest strengths there in order to enable that series. So it's great that, I guess, some of the other teams, despite the result obviously inevitably ending up the 2-0 there, that they're kind of forcing them to change things up. So always nice to see that one, isn't it, Liger?
Absolutely. It's nice to see. Absolutely banger day of games, banger weekend coming up as well, everybody. 4 days of banging OCE content. But let's see, somebody has arrived on our screens today, and we've enjoyed casting this behemoth.
Who's it going to be? None other than Devil Dinosaur! From the prehistoric past to the front lines of Manhattan, ripped across dimensions and escaped from the Collector's Gallery, Devil Dinosaur has arrived to protect the innocent with the perfect balance of Moon Girl's brains and his own raw brawn. This dinorific hero is ready to stomp through Alchemax HQ to save his BFF. Don't let the name scare you. This gentle giant is a true powerhouse, armed with razor-sharp fangs and a full-force shield, brains, brawn, and a thunderous roar. The prehistoric hero is here.
Ooh, and then we're going to talk about it, everybody. You already know. We're going to talk about ESU's newest prodigies here. Yatta! It's officially a college student, Penny Parker, out here, hyped to fight, completely ready to not sneak off and do some top secret projects. You already know how it's going to be. Step into the shoes of the Empire State University's most talented exchange student with Penny Parker. The freshman costume, available Marvel Season 8, available May 21st onwards. That's right, everybody. Until June 19th. Get it while you can. Don't let her average look fool you. Gear up and pilot your way to victory with the newest spider armor. Now, of course, behold the man without fear, everybody. Matt does not hear the curses right. You already know, everybody. Daredevil. Out here, he only hears the name Daredevil, Daredevil, Daredevil. Embrace the shadows with Daredevil's Shadowed Star costume inspired by his iconic comic appearance in Daredevil, the Man Without Fear, issue 4, 1993 comic run. Devil's debut event. Participate in the balloon popping event activity to unlock the legendary look, everybody. Pop balloons to earn rewards. Hit the grand prize. Claim all the remaining rewards instantly. Available May 22nd till June 19th. Good times ahead. Don't let your fear blind you as you begin your Shadowed Start. Now that's not all, everybody. We also have to unleash our savagery. That's right, the Savage Land awakens. Challenging every rival to prove their worth. Will you master your instincts or become the prey? Join the fray and begin Savage Adventures, complete events and missions to earn XP and exchange them for exclusive rewards. Track down the rarest treasures before the event concludes. The event's going to start now, May 21st, until onwards and onwards. Purchase it now to premium to permanently retain the rewards. We're talking about the Cybernetic Drip Ultron, we're talking about the Sonic Trailblazer Luna, and we're talking about the Hela out here with the bone armor looking crazy. It's good. It's survival, isn't it right? It's earned.
And you would know what else you can earn? Some Twitch drops, baby. You got Season 8 Twitch drops coming your way. If you watch enough of participating channels and just watch your favorite Marvel rival streamers, you can get access to some sprays, some nameplates, some emotes as well. But if you get to that 4-hour mark, you too will get your hands on that Will of Galacta costume, available right now up until June 12th. So you have a lot of time to work with, but you also got double the drops right now, because if you watch 4 hours of Ignite Stage 1 in particular, not just here in OCE, but also in Pacific Asia, Americas, EMEA, you too can get access to some Chrono tokens, some moods, another Wolverine nameplate as well. But you gotta get that spray, right? You gotta get the whole portal pool oopsie scenario between Sentinels and NRG Shock that happened back in preseason. And you can honestly get your hands on that funny little moment and be immortalized with Ignite forever.
Love to see it, Dan, and definitely make sure you get your hands on that. Make sure you're tuning in to some of the games in-game as well within the esports tab. You know, make sure you get your in-game rewards as well, everybody. Definitely got my hands on them in today's endeavors, that's for certain. But what a day of games we've had, guys. Just incredible work coming through from all our rosters here, showcasing that nobody's even close to being done yet. Everybody's working so hard, and this is only just getting started.
Ooh, just getting started indeed. I cannot wait for more matches. I cannot wait for all the crazy final matches we're going to have. We're narrowed down from 8 to 6 today. Soon it's going to be to 4 to the final 2 into the final 1 who claims victory.
And what better way? Because we got Pacific done for the day right now, but you've also got EMEA and America starting their Stage 1 runs very, very shortly. EMEA will be up first in a few short moments, and then Americas will do their turn. And then once Americas is done, you get a few hours of a break, and then you're back here with us in Pacific. So you got some constant Ignite action. You've also got China going over as well. So a lot of different Ignite matches you can tune into and get so much of that Ignite action here on the Marvel Rivals official channel.
That's it. Get ready to ignite the battle heading into our future endeavors. But for today, everybody, we want to say thank you so much for tuning in. It's been a pleasure to bring you all the action alongside the Pacific team here today. Make sure you all stay marvelous, and we'll see you in the next one. Ciao for now.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 걸